to go ahead and to get and realize your dream. The O is for opportunity, for you to recognize the opportunity that you have and that you will have in the future, and to develop your opportunities to realize your dream. And the R is for something very important. That's for resilience or perseverance, because you will have struggles going towards your dream. Don't give up. Don't give up. Never give up. And then the last one, E, along your pathway, remind yourself, don't take it so seriously. Enjoy yourself and have some fun. So this is going to be a great 2 weekends for us to get together, to have conversations, to help you realize your dreams. Please ask us questions. We're here for you. And we're not only going to be here for you for these 2 weekends, but to be mentors for you, to call us, to email us, to text us along your pathway of your successful journey. So we're going to have a great 2 weekends here, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Strudwick. Okay. All right. So those are some of our board members. There are others that you will meet probably on the second, or they may log in later or later, or they may show up on the second of April, excuse me. One thing I just want to clarify, and this is why we're doing the workshop that's preceding this opening, is about the connecting. Dr. Strudwick mentioned texting. Doctors are not going to give you their cell phones. Let's get that straight, okay? Not until they know you. So you won't text. The other reason is this, that you want information from them. And texting, they can't put all that information if they do respond to you. So we're going to go into the next workshop about emailing and just kind of virtual communications and what that means and how to get the responses that you would like as future doctors. Is really, really important. And we can tell you that from what we saw. So I just want to let you know, don't think you're going to be texting, or don't send me an email to ask me for anybody's cell phone that's a physician, because I'm not going to give it to you. Okay. If they put it in the chat, that's fine. So there's really, really, and there's a lot of you guys, I want to make that real, real clear. Don't send us a lot of emails for a doctor's cell phone. Okay. All right. If that's understood, are there any questions so far? Okay. You will also meet the rest of the DOB team. We call them Doctors on Board team. You either meet them tomorrow, maybe later today. These are the people that actually are putting on this program and have worked tremendously hard to make this successful. So we appreciate you guys just being respectful. We know that you all are, and that you be just engaged as possible. Please make sure you got something to write on, because sometimes you need to write something at each one of these virtual sessions, and then we will give those on April 2nd, notebooks and so forth to write, or you can bring your own, because sometimes you can't pull out your phones. You just don't have time to be trying to do that. So you can jot it down, and then you can put it whatever you want in your phones. It just helps, okay? And then the last thing I want to say before we go into the next the first workshop, is that one of the most important things, probably the most important thing, and I've heard this from many physicians, and Dr. Miller's always drowning this to me: tell everybody to read. You must read, read, read. You must read your emails. You must read your materials. You must read other information, because if you're on social media, it is so different from when you are trying to apply for medical school. So be sure to read everything you can, whether it's books, magazines, whatever, read. And even if you are reading something on social media, make sure you read that well too, okay? All right, anybody else want to make a comment or say anything? Carolyn, Julie, you guys want to say anything before we chime in?
I do want to say welcome first, and then secondly, please make sure the names that are listed on your screen are your names that you have registered by. We are taking attendance and we want to know who you are, and the doctors want to know who you are. So one, put your camera on. Thank you for that. Two, make sure your name that's listed is a name that you registered under, because we do want to count you as being here today. And then three, take advantage of this time. Get engaged, stay focused. Yeah, it's a Saturday, but you made it here. So let's get it. Let's do it right, and let's have a good time. Thank you.
Okay. Julie.
Perfect. Welcome to Doctors on Board 2023. It's a pleasure to see all the happy faces out there today. I'm Julie Strain. I'm one of the virtual coordinators, and I'll also be at the registration desk on April 2nd. So make sure that everybody's on time. Timing is very important, especially being a doctor. So, but check your schedules and just enjoy the day. Finding out more information about the field of medicine. So welcome to your future.
Yes, welcome, welcome. Okay, let's move to the first workshop, okay? First workshop is Communications 101, and it's best practices to achieve your goals. And please bring up Dr. Donna Carey, who is a pediatrician and a medical director and case manager for the Alameda Alliance for Health. Hi, Dr. Carey, good morning. Then we have our wonderful Dana Abdelgadir. I got it right. And she is a postbac student. And we are really delighted because she was recently admitted to 2 medical schools. And so for this cycle, starting in 2023, she has been with PMF for 6 years, and she's gone through the gamut. It is included in her personal statements because she has done almost everything. And so we are so proud of Dana. And so welcome, Dana. Dana? Okay. And then is Marcella in yet? Carolyn, Julie, Marcella Anthony, is she on yet?
She's on.
Okay, there she is. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we are so great to have the wonderful Marcella Anthony, who has worked with PMF for years, been so supportive. She's at Stanford, and she has just a ton of information. So you guys be sure to take your notes and be prepared. And with that said, what we will do is we have a kind of a script so that we can sort of follow, because communications is something we can be all over the board, as we all know. And then our panel will chime in. So, and under that script, we want to start with email communications, okay? And I'm just going to go with the first part, panel, and then you guys can chime in. And one of the things that we wanted to say about email is, first of all, when we ask you to put your name in the email, put your name in the email. Because some of you guys have your email addresses don't match your names, and we can't see them. I must have gotten at least 50 of you on acceptance that say, I accept. And then some of you, I had to send a little email and say, who are you? Okay. So when someone asks you to respond with your name, please do it. Okay. And then note the whole question of nicknames, things like inappropriate email addresses. And then we also want you to make sure that you complete the information that's requested. Somebody needs to chime in on that one and take on this email thing. Which one of the panel would you chime in on emailing? Especially when they're emailing a physician, they want something. Usually there is an ask in there. and maybe you know, about information or whatever. Anybody can chime in on the panel.
Good morning. I'll start. Hi, good
Okay.
morning, everyone. My name's Donna White Carey. I am a pediatrician. I spent a good part of my career doing what's called hospital-based medicine, so being a hospitalist, a neonatal hospitalist. But I also did some administrative roles, including being the chair of the Department of Pediatrics for Alameda Health System. And then I retired from clinical medicine and moved into the other side of medicine, which is the insurance side. And so I'm currently the medical director of case management for the county Medi-Cal insurance program. So as we talk about communications, I think it's important to recognize during this time where there's not as much face-to-face interaction that you really get a very adept at discussing what your needs are and putting that in written form. So I have an 11-year-old son, and he just asked me yesterday, Mom, why do I have to write so much? What is all this writing that we're doing? And the writing is important because you have to learn how to communicate your ideas, your thoughts, your needs in a very succinct way, because nobody wants to read a 5-paragraph email, right? And so you have to understand the power of your words, how to choose your words wisely, and how to communicate what it is that you need in a very short period of time. So emails are really important now, because you used to be where you could say, hey, can we just schedule a face-to-face meeting? And then you could go and then you could talk to someone and spend 15, 20, 30 minutes talking to someone. Well, we're really much more in a virtual world now. And so emailing is your primary way that you're communicating with people. So it's important to have proper email etiquette, right? Understanding the do's and the don'ts of your email communication. And so it's important that things that we're going to talk about this morning are important, because this is going to be your primary way that you're going to communicate with other physicians, with admission officers. And it's important to make sure that you present yourself well. Having things like typos in your email speaks volumes to someone who's reading it on the other side. It says that you're careless, that you don't really care about what it is that you're saying. Using acronyms are things that are sort of no-nos. And we'll talk more about these things, but just broadly, the importance of emailing, this is why it's important, because this is the way in which you will communicate most likely with people. And we want to make sure that you communicate effectively.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Carey. Ms. Anthony, would you like to chime in on the email thing? I know you get a lot at Stanford.
So some things to think about when I'm communicating to my friends, to my family. It's very, very different from when I'm emailing Mrs. Bello or Dr. Miller. I take the time, I craft my email, I walk away from it. I don't send it right away. Now, if my brother's texting me, what up? I'm like, can't right now, peace. I don't do that when I'm communicating to folks, especially if I need something. It's just good practice to take the time, craft the email first, make sure that, again, the grammar is appropriate, that there are no typos, and that folks are going to understand what you're asking for. I'll give you one of my sort of chuckle emails. Dear Marcella, it was great meeting you today. And my name is so-and-so. Awesome, nothing wrong with that. But then a week later, the person will say, hey, Marcella, I haven't heard from you. Can you please get back to me? Can anyone spot why that might be problematic, why they didn't get a response? Anyone can just chime in. You can plug it in the chat. Go ahead. Vanessa,
Yes.
I see your hand up.
Because they didn't state why they were trying to contact you.
Yeah. So it's not uncommon when you meet someone to say, wow, it was really great meeting you. Your talk was so inspiring. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you. I've certainly done that and said it's been inspiring. But when you need something, you have to be clear that you're asking a question. Dear Marcella, I would love to have an informational interview to learn more about the admissions process at Stanford. Are you willing to talk with me about that? Is there a good time that I can call you and follow up to schedule a time, or can you send me some times? Be specific. When we talk about SMART goals, if you all are familiar with that, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. Try and use the SMART principles, and most of the things that you do are going to require some element of SMART, and email communication is certainly one of those.
Okay, and if you put that in the chat, Marcelo, that would be great. Okay, Dana, would you address in terms of salutation at the in the end of the email, please? You have pulled this together.
Yes, absolutely. So in addition to also introducing yourself properly, I was going to add to what Miss Anthony mentioned, because a lot of folks meet a million people a day, so introduce yourself, remind them who you are, excuse me, if you were coming from a large event, etc. But in addition to that, yeah, make sure you have an ask. And then when you sign off your email, make sure to do it appropriately. Have a like an automatic signature that is usually helpful, and you can have your name, where you are in terms of your career, education, and just a little blurb, contact information, your email is there, but phone number, etc., is always helpful to have in order to sign off. And I'm actually going to take a step back and also say one thing that's really helpful: establish a professional.
Okay, we're having a little glitch here. Okay.
Am I cutting out?
Yeah, you're cutting out. Uh-huh.
Establishing a separate email, a professional email, and making sure to have your professional communications on that email, so it doesn't get mixed in with your your day-to-day emails and spam and ads and stuff like that.
Okay. Just to highlight what everyone says, then in case you didn't hear all of Dana's comments, if you include your name, and then if you are a postbac student, it's nice to put that in there, because the person that you're sending the email to, they don't have time to look for that. Okay, so then that identifies who you are. You're a postbac student, or you are a senior in high school, and maybe the name of the high school, and maybe your phone number. Always have your emails professionally. Put something in there so that the reader will know who you are, because they're busy, they got a lot of stuff, and you are the one that wants something. So it's very, very important. The other thing is to understand the difference between reply to all, and forwarding. I've seen people reply to all, and they should not have to reply to all. Okay. Does everybody know what that means in an email capacity? Is there anybody that doesn't? You don't have to raise your hand, but I'm assuming that everybody knows what reply, which goes to the person, reply to all goes to the CC list, and forwarding, the reason they ask you to forward is because then they can see the email previously. If you don't forward it, especially if you're using the phone, you can't see what the other conversation is. So if you send an email to Marcella, and then she sends you back, sometimes you can see it and sometimes you can't. You want to forward it, and especially if there's an attachment. Okay. So, and then she can say, oh yeah, I remember Vanessa. And then, oh, this is the information I talked about Vanessa. Oh yeah, okay, I got it. And then she's got it, and then she can respond. So just understand the difference between reply to all, and forwarding. And please watch your reply to all and not reply to someone that does not need that email, because that's just, that's annoying almost sometimes. Okay. Somebody want to speak about formatting, how important formatting is in an email? Formatting meaning when you write an email, try to have a break in it. so your 8 sentences don't all show up at the same time. So in other words, hi, Dr. Carey, it was nice meeting you today. Thank you so much for all the wonderful information. Paragraph, then a space, if you want to say that. I'm writing you because I'd like to know, I'm interested in obstetrics, and I've applied for medical school, and I'd like to know if we could talk for about 20 minutes. I have some questions. Break. Then another break. And then the last break would be, if you have time between the week of any time between April 1st and the 10th on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, please let me know. I look forward to hearing from you, and thank you so much for your time and your consideration. So all of that didn't wind up in one long thing, because she's like, oh my God, so that's, just understand, give your emails a little break, kind of space them out. Does everybody get that? Okay, all right.
And can I just make
Yes, please add.
to
Okay,
that?
please add.
Yeah, so in the formatting, I also think it's really important that you consider your greeting and your
Mhm.
sign off.
Mhm.
So if you're addressing to someone, whether they have a professional title or not. So let's start with if they have a professional title, like I am a medical doctor. So even unless I have specifically told you to call me Donna, you do not address someone that's professional as Donna, right? You would sign or address your email to me, Dr. Carey, unless we have a personal relationship and I've told you something otherwise. So if that person has a professional title, then you want to make sure, if you're writing to a professor, it would be Professor so-and-so, or if it's a physician, it would be Dr. so-and-so. If they don't have a professional title, like, my mama taught me I don't call an adult by their first name. So I
Right.
always call someone by Miss someone
Miss.
or Mr. someone. So if they don't have a professional title, like I would never say, hi, Marcella, right? Even now, I would say, hi, Miss Marcella. And if she says, please call me Marcella, then I'd say, okay, but I have that permission. So unless and until you have that permission, you want to always add something in front of their name and address them by using their last name. So it would be Miss Anthony. It would be, Dana, I'm not going to even mess up your name.
Abdel Gadir, I got it.
Yeah, so refer them by Miss, Mr., or their professional title. Then as you sign off, you want to give yourself that same level of respect. Maybe not saying sign off as Miss Richards, but you would sign your full name, not just your first name, so that they can put the two names together. So it would be Araya, am I saying it name? Araya Richards as your sign off. It's also important, particularly now in this day and age that we have our mobile devices and we can get our email on our cell phones, that you have a signature line on your cell phone, so that if you are responding to emails from your cell phone, which I do quite a lot, I make sure that my signature line from my cell phone email is a professional title, right? It doesn't just have, sent from my iPhone, right? You shouldn't let people know that you're sending an email from your phone, whether it's an iPhone, an Android, or if you're sending it from your computer. It should look the exact same no matter where you're sending it from. So you want to make sure that you pay attention to your signature lines. My computer keeps turning off my light. You want to make sure that your signature line is appropriate from your mobile device as well. So just wanted to add that in.
Okay, great. That's great advice. Yes, because many of you will have, my name is Michelle. They just put in Michelle. I don't know. I tell you, 80% of the emails, I didn't know who I was talking to. 80% of you guys' emails. Some of you, however, did exactly what we were asking. Some of you sent really nice thank you notes. and they said I sign every email that you guys have ever gotten from me. I have my name in there. I would think maybe 6 of you said, "Hi, Miss Bello." You would say, you just go right in and say thank you. If you were going to say thank you or whatever your ask or whatever you wanted to know. And then you would sign your first name. So, when you start thinking about it, you're applying to medical school or you're applying to a postbac or you're applying to college. And God knows if you are asking somebody possibly to write a letter of recommendation, my goodness, okay? So it's really important that this is so important because I think it is impacting some of you in your journey to medical school, and it may be impacting because of your lack of good communication. Good communications virtually in an email. Remember, an email is not a text. An email is not a text. Do not send an email out. This is a do not. Send an email out like it is a text. Yeah, okay. Don't do that, okay? Because you never know. I do not write recommendations for people who email me stuff like that, okay? I just don't. Because they may do it and I don't want to be embarrassed, okay? I don't want Marcelo like, yeah, really? This kid came, you think highly of this kid? So, and you guys want to know one thing, I am straight up with you, okay? And most of the students that have worked with us over the years know I don't pull no bones. I'm real straight up, very direct, very clear. So it's not pointed at anybody personally, it's just straight up a fact, okay? The other thing that's really important is the uses of your subject line. Okay, would somebody like to address that? Anyone, Dana, or any of you guys want to address how important a subject line could help the reader know what's going on?
Absolutely. I think the subject line is very underused by a lot of people, but it really is important because for people who get so many emails per day, it really makes your email stand out. Sometimes if it's something urgent, you really do want to make sure you utilize that subject line. Trying to think of an example, but I mean, if you're just thanking somebody for, meeting them or whatever it may be, you can put thank you in the subject line. I know Ms. Bello often when she has a request, she'll put urgent or please respond ASAP. But that's, you will have to make sure you're dealing with the appropriate audience. With that, you don't want to email a doctor and be like, please respond ASAP. And it's
Right.
So again, it just depends on the situation, but it's really, really important to use the subject line. Don't leave it blank or don't put something like hi or, or if you're requesting to meet with a physician, like meeting request, but keep it short and sweet. You don't want like a full sentence as a subject line either. So just think wisely about what it is you want to do. Keep it short and sweet, but impactful.
Okay. And yes, it really helps. I've heard a number of Dr. Miller, who you met earlier, was telling me it really helps. Oh, okay. They want to know about, whatever the doctor's on board on Sunday. I have a question, and you make it really clear. Subject lines are the little tool that you have to maybe get somebody to respond to you a little quicker, So use subject lines, okay? Now, I want to take a stop here. Do any of you guys have any burning questions that you would like to ask? Or do you have them? Let me see if anything is in the chat.
Yeah, there was a couple of questions in the chat.
Okay, yes.
I can read them out if that's okay. Dr. Miller addressed a couple of them, but the first one is, if I want to shadow a doctor and I have the choice to reach out to them in person or via email, which would be most appropriate?
Let me say this to you. Do not call doctors and ask them to shadow you. If you don't know the doctor, don't do it. Okay. And the reason is that doctor has a practice and are probably overloaded with patients. Shadowing means that you have to go in their office. There are all kind of medical things that they are responsible for. Donna, I know you shaking your head, but do not ask the doctor in an email that you want to shadow and somebody that you do not know. Okay. So chime in, Donna.
Yeah, but if you have the opportunity, if the doctor gave you the choice to shadow, like would you let's make arrangements, for example, if that's what you're attempting to do. I always think if it's possible to do in person and face to face, that's the best way. That way, the person gets a chance to see you, to know you, to interact with you, and you're going to get much further than just by communicating via email. So if you have the choice, then I would say in person is the best way.
Let me add to that, because we get this question all the time about shadowing. Because students think, oh, I need to shadow the doctor. Well, if it's Dr. Warren Stradwick, who was the team physician for the Raiders, and it's orthopedic surgery, he can't let you in the surgery, in the room with his patients, and he's never met you. Okay. And there's all kinds of regulations and stuff. The same thing with an OBGYN, a family practice doctor, and so forth. So you kind of want to start, if you are interested in shadowing, you first need to know the person, and then some kind of dialogue or something, because they don't know you. Okay. And then a lot of people at these different institutions, Sutter, Stanford, Alameda Alliance, Kaiser, they have regulations from their corporations that talks about who can be in, and there are HIPAA laws and all this kind of stuff, who can be in the room. So just asking somebody to shadow blanket is a little off, okay? And I know you guys have been told that stuff. Marcella, would you like to chime in on that one?
Yeah, I was just plugging into the chat. You know, all of medicine is founded on relationships.
Right.
Whether it's physicians with patients, it's going to be you with, and thank you, Miguel, for providing that clarity. You have access to physicians in your practice as an MA. So yeah, it's perfectly reasonable to say when you see a person has a break to have a conversation with them. I wouldn't hide behind the email if you're seeing that person and then you're going to go home that day. You know, they might ask the question, well, why didn't he just talk to me, you know, there, and at least ask, do you have a few minutes? I just wanted to run something by you.
Right.
It makes sense to reach out to folks. I'm a big fan of the informational interview, because it gives you an opportunity to reach out to people on their terms, based on their availability, to learn more about who they are, what they do, and also to help them learn about you. One of the things that I tell students every year that go through our programs is like, I need to know something about you, something that's unique to you. Nisha, for example, who said her hellos earlier today, I know that she has an interest in people experiencing homelessness. That's something that connected me to her instantly, like, wow, you know, she's really committed to this and asking questions. There's another gentleman, for example, who said, oh, I grew up on the island of Fiji. So you know, I'm Fiji guy. So as soon as he reaches out, I know that. It really is about building a connect, you know, what we call affinity with the people that you engage with, so they understand what you're about. So you build trust, just as you're going to do with your patients. So they feel confident. You know, if I invite Trey into an opportunity to shadow, that they will take it seriously, that they will respond in a professional way. And sorry, Dr. Miller, I see your hands up.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'm actually not part of the panel, but I have to say something about this shadowing, if you don't
Okay,
mind.
please do.
That's
Wait a
okay.
minute, can we spotlight Dr. Miller?
Oh, that's not
Looking for her
necessary.
now. I'm looking for her now.
Okay, all right, go on, Dr. Miller.
That's okay. I'm raising my hand. You saw me.
Okay.
And I'm going to speak for from my position on the Medical School Admissions Committee at at UCSF, and I've been a part of admissions for 30 years, maybe something like that. Shadowing is an extracurricular activity. There are two kinds of extracurricular activities. There are passive activities and there are active participant activities. Okay? Shadowing, for the most part, is a passive activity. And so that is on an application that is a less powerful activity than one in which you are a participant. So when you start thinking about shadowing, think carefully about why you want to spend the hours doing that. What do you want to get out of shadowing? And is spending an afternoon shadowing a physician the best way to achieve that goal? Now, I'm not going to say that you should never shadow, but I do think that most aspiring medical students are thinking about shadowing, giving too much credence to this passive activity. If you have never, ever been in a clinical environment and you want to see what that looks like, okay, then you might want to do a targeted shadowing experience with some goals in mind about what you want to see and what you want to learn. And that requires a conversation with the person that you want to shadow. But I really think there's been too much emphasis on shadowing. And when we see hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of people shadowing, and they're shadowing this doctor and that doctor and this, those are all passive experiences that really aren't going to, they're not going to add value in your application. So just kind of think about that.
Okay.
Oftentimes you can get the same goal of understanding what a doctor does by having an interview with a doctor.
Well
Or to
said.
tell you the truth, you can go on YouTube and you can see all kinds of, I mean, it's just, these are, the passive experiences, you want to kind of limit those, so they just don't help you shine as an individual. So that's all I want to say.
Well said. Thank you, Dr. Miller, for clarifying that, because we get so many requests about this, and I just know what the response is, and that helps me to articulate it even better. And we try to say, maybe you should write this, or maybe you should try to talk to the person that you want to speak to. But that's real clear. Does everybody get that about shadowing? Does anybody not understand maybe how a better perspective of how to view it? Okay.
Can I
Okay.
comment on that really quickly as well? So can I chime in really? So as someone who just applied to medical school, I was asked in my interviews, sure, like what experience, like if I said, say I want to go into primary care, they're like, what experience, like, what do you know about primary care? They're not looking for applicants who really followed a doctor around all day or did this and that, because as Dr. Miller mentioned, it is a very passive experience. And also it's very hard to get a large amount of shadowing hours, and shadowing tends to be like 100 hours or less, and it's not even really worth putting on your medical school applications because there's a lot of other stuff that takes precedence. You only have so many, slots to put your extracurricular activities. And so at the end of the day, as just echoing what Dr. Miller said, it really doesn't, it's not the best use of your time. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Dana.
There's a question in the chat. Stephanie, did you see about this example of active extracurricular activities?
Yeah, we can do that. And there's a quick one on pronouns. What if you don't know who the pronoun of the person? In other words, the name, I'm assuming, and that is from Sharia Owens. I'm assuming if you haven't seen the person and they have one of those names, you can't tell what's the pronoun of the person. How do you address that?
Yeah, I think that's difficult, particularly in this day and age, unless you've seen an email from them or seen something where they have put their pronouns up, you are sort of taking a chance at assuming a miss or a Mr. Or a sir or a ma'am. And so that's a good question. I don't really have.
I have a response for that.
How about this one?
How about this one? Google is your best friend. Google their name. And if you know something about the person, like they're at Stanford, And their name is, let's see, what's M Brown, and you don't know, then maybe M Brown at Stanford, and you know what they do. You go, and usually a photo will come up or something will come up. Use Google before you start doing this, and you need to put in something. The other thing is that if it's a doctor, always put DR in Google, and those doctors will come up with that name. And then if you know if they're at UCSF or Stanford, I do it all the time because I don't always know everybody, and there's so many doctors. So I'll put their name in and go, oh, okay, this is what it is. Sometimes I'm not sure what their specialty is, and that's how I find out. Google is your best friend, so use Google. Okay, go on. Anybody else on that? Let's see. You had another one, Dr. Carey, you mentioned.
Yes, some examples of some active extracurricular activities versus passive shadowing. And
Okay.
I would say some active activities would be to get involved with things that are happening, like if there's health fairs that are happening that your school or organization is participating in, being a part of, organizing or participating at a health fair or a health event. Would be something that could be more active, and maybe you'd actually get some hands-on experience versus just shadowing a physician. Shadowing, I never did a lot of shadowing because it was just quite honestly boring, as I don't want to just follow somebody around. And I can't see anything or do anything. So I might have shadowed once or twice. If it's just in someone's office, there's only so much you can see. And now these days, they're not just allowing anybody in the operating room. Like when I was going through the process, we could go into the operating room and then you would actually see some really cool things as a pre-medical student. But now I would say that more active things would be like trying to get involved in like organizations and doing events like this, like your in-person Doctors on Board in April. That's active, right? You're going to be doing something that you can put on your resume that you did a suturing workshop, or, that's active. And participating in health fairs and other active things like that. So those are some active extracurricular activities that you could get involved in versus passive of just shadowing.
One question, a point, Stefana.
Yes, that's Dr. Brooks, you guys.
I've had, in the past, I've had students work in my office in the summertime. And this was, pre-COVID and a while back, but I did it probably for more than 20 years. At least every summer I had a student working in my office, and whether that was helping with filing. And it was an opportunity once we had the student there to spend the summertime, and it was usually a good time of the year for them because they were off from school. And many of these students, several of them went on to become doctors. And so every now and then I get a letter from a student who worked in my office, and it was just one more approach to seeing what happens, because a lot of these students wanted to know what it's like to be an OBGYN doctor. And when they were working in my office, they saw me leave to go do a delivery and come back, and lots of times they had questions for me about the process and everything. So, and they actually did filing in the office, and they got to see some of the conditions, etc. And many of them had asked me questions. So this was very useful for these students who, like I said, some went on to become physicians.
Let me just add to what he just, in addition, and I see a question Marcella mentioned about research. One of the things that what Dr. Brooks is saying is that, sometimes you need to learn the I call it the infrastructure of what's supporting this whole thing called healthcare delivery. And so there's a lot of administrative stuff too that goes into it. And sometimes if you understand that, what's behind a little bit better than just from the I perspective, I need this, it helps you in terms of crafting your questions and your asks. And we at PMF try to offer opportunities for students. Like when on the mock clinic, there'll be at least 4 students who are applying for medical school or who have just applied for medical school that will be assisting the doctors in the mock clinics. And they will be doing suturing on the surgery side with pig hearts and bananas, and on the primary care and specialty side, they'll have real patients. We also give them research projects. And there's a lot of different things. There are organizations that you can do research. They would welcome, and sometimes they have stipend. They would welcome some things. Maybe you guys are real good in communications about something that they've needed to draft for their patients. And if you can write, maybe you can help do that. But the key is for you to outreach and try to make sure that your extracurricular activity is valuable. It's valuable and it's making a difference. It's got something important connected to it. Okay. And what's important is not just you want to go to medical school, but what you're providing the information and the extracurricular activity for.
Can I make can I make one comment?
Yes.
I mean, I agree pretty much with everything everyone has said.
Mhm.
I just don't want to just go by shadowing as something that's not good. I think you have to weigh your opportunities with respect to shadowing, because we're here right now as mentors, and we try to mentor people, and so shadowing is a proximity to someone who is like you, who is doing something that you want to do, is important with respect to mentorship. So I think the physicality of shadowing promotes and enhances a mentorship relationship that we as physicians have with the students. So I wouldn't just pass it by. I've had, like Dr. Brooks, I've had multiple students, high school students, and college students and postgrads in my office shadowing me. And probably the most important thing they got out of it was just seeing how we do things, and recognizing, number one, that they can do that too, that they're capable of that they're able to do it, and confirming that this is what they want to do. They get to ask questions personally. They get to have an intimate relationship with a practitioner, and I think that enhances their ability to see, to have a vision. Wow, this is great. I can do that, and I think it's all a part of mentorship. So I don't want anyone to go away from this discussion thinking that shadowing is not a good thing, and you shouldn't use your time doing that, because I think that can be time well spent if you use it well spent. I've had several students in my office that have gone on to be family practice doctors, OBGYN, pediatricians, and orthopedic surgeons. And they say that it was integral in the office what they were doing, because we don't just allow people to be shadows, just to stand around. We give them something to do. Here, you do this. Here, you try this. Here, you do this in the office. And I think that's very important for us. So, overall, I agree with what everyone's saying, but I just don't want any of the students to go away thinking that shadowing is not a good
important.
thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. My point exactly. If you listen very carefully to what Drs. Brooks and Dr. Strudwick said, they turned their shadowing experience with their students into an active participant activity. That's what they did.
Right.
And so you have to, just think about the goal of shadowing. I just really want to point that out. They took shadowing to a different level. So just, remember that.
I think my comments when I mention that is blanket. Do not know the person, do not know anything, just a blanket person from somewhere in the state asking about shadowing. And can they shadow someone? They no information. Again, this goes back to the communications. And so you just got to make sure that you communicate what you're asking as well. Because we get lots of emails about that. Okay. All right.
There was also a really good question I think we missed. Somebody said, how do you articulate your needs and ideas through email without sounding like an opportunist?
Okay. All right.
I would say most folks, when you're reaching out to them, know that you're moving along the pathway. And so, you know, it is appropriate to just, we've talked about your email signature, introducing yourself, talking about who you are, what you're about. And as you see, just from the presence here from these are icons in the San Francisco Bay Area, these physicians. This is an honor for me to be here. And you all don't know this yet, but you will if you don't already. And so many folks want to help. They want to connect you with a good resource. Demonstrate that you're a good person, you know, one of the things that I have a deep interest in is connecting folks with their authentic career, whether it's medicine or not. Because if you're connected with your authentic career, you're going to do great things, and you will have a passion about the work that you do, even when it gets difficult. And in the ways that you are able to communicate that, you know, I mentioned Nisha because she's one of your peers in the Doctors on Board program this cycle. That went a long way for her to say, you know, this is wrong. This is wrong the way LA County treats people having these experiences. And I believe there's a better solution out there. That went a long way for me to connect with her. She never asked for anything. She knows that she can reach out. And so this, again, it is about relationship building and connecting with folks. I'm not a speed dating kind of person. So I will tell you, you know, the reason that Ms. Bello can reach out to me anytime is because we've known each other a long time. So if she called me yesterday and said, I need you tomorrow, if I'm available, I'm going to do it. But when I'm connecting with folks for the first time, it's a relationship building process. You don't meet somebody today and say, hey, will you marry me tomorrow? So sometimes there really is that time that you need to establish with folks in building your timeline to say, I'm going to start reaching out to people now. I'm going to conduct some informational interviews. I'm going to ask that person then, do they have 30 minutes to talk with me? I advise all of my students, right or wrong, it's just my personal style. Don't do the cold call asking for shadowing, because everyone's doing the cold call asking for shadowing. And the reality is, you may find that the provider that you're shadowing is not really doing something that you want to do, or their style is not in alignment with the kind of physician that you want to be. So one sure way to reduce that likelihood is to take the time and build the relationship.
Great. Thank
Can
you.
I add to that, Stephanie?
Of course.
So when you are reaching out to someone, you should have two things in mind. You should know why you're choosing that particular person. So you're choosing that person because do they have the same interest as you? Or are they someone who's in your cultural ethnic group, and you're like, hey, you know, I'm Native American, you're Native American, and how is it like for you in the world of medicine? You should know exactly why you're reaching out to that person, and specifically, and you should know a little bit of something about that person. Like Ms. Bello said earlier, Google is your best friend. So if you know that you're interested in reaching out to a particular person, take the time to go do some research on that person, see what their interests are, go to their LinkedIn page, go to their, go to Google, find out something about them. And then if you find that you have a common interest, or they're doing something that you're interested in, or you just want to get to know them personally, then you would send an email something like this. Hi, Dr. Miller. My name is Donna White Carey. I am a post-baccalaureate student, and I'm interested in becoming a pediatrician. I see that you are a pediatrician at UCSF, and I would love the opportunity to speak more with you. Do you have 20 to 30 minutes to speak with me These are some dates and times that I'm available, and I hope that you are available during this time. If not, please propose dates and times that you are available, and I will match your schedule. Thank you in advance for considering talking with me. Have a fantastic day. Sincerely, Donna White Carey. That's how you would send an email where you don't sound opportunistic, but it is clear that you want an opportunity with that person, but you have told that person why you've chosen them specifically, because the common interest is that you're a pediatrician and I'm interested in becoming a pediatrician. So can we connect?
Very good. Well said. Well said. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all. This is really good. Okay, we have a couple of questions. We had a couple of hands up. Carolyn said, do you know who they are, Carolyn?
Yes, Alania West.
Alania. Can you,
There you go.
Hello, that's me. My name's Elena.
can you spotlight her, please?
Yes, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
So currently I'm a student at Grambling State University. I'm a freshman, and I was just wondering because the past few days I got accepted into the Meharry Medical School for the summer program. And I was trying to see, is there like, do y'all know what can I expect like when I'm going up into that program? Any advice for me to utilize?
Yeah, I don't have any specific experience with the Meharry program, but I would say that for any program that you get accepted to, every single door that opens to you is not a door that you necessarily need to walk through. So because you are accepted to a program doesn't mean that you should attend the program, unless when you read the program description, it aligns with exactly what you want. What do you want to, this is an opportunity for them as much as it is an opportunity for you, because they need to fill their medical school class at some point, right? And you're a potential medical student. So don't go into the situation like, oh, this is just them helping me. No, this is also you helping them. So you want to read the program description carefully and see if that's what you're looking for, if that's the experience that you're looking for, what they've outlined in the program description. And then I always, before I accepted a program, if I was interested in it, I always reached out. They'll tell you, if you have any questions, contact Miss Bello. Well, I contact Miss Bello. Hey, Miss Bello, what is this program really like? What can I expect to get out of it at the end of the program, at the end of the summer? What will I walk away with? And once you have that information, then you can decide if this is the way you want to spend your summer. If not, then you can look for another program. But go into the program with what it is that you would like to get out of it, understand the program, and make sure that the program matches what it is that you want from your summer program.
Yes, ma'am.
And then it also can add to that, if you have an idea of your goal, ultimately, your ultimate goal, if you have a vision, I always say there's something called vision, mission, goal, purpose, strategies, and tasks. If you understand those words, most people start at the strategies, but where they are ultimately trying to go, they haven't quite thought that through. So maybe you haven't thought it through, but at least you know that you need to keep focusing on what your ultimate vision is of where you want to be. So what Dr. Carey just explained should help you very much so. By the way, we have about there are kids from 16 states, including California. So we welcome all of you. And even though we're in California, excuse me, we know that you are looking for relationships and information from all over the country. So, and we are here to try to provide it, even though our real focus is California. So we welcome all of you. We also know some of you are from California, but you're in college or university out of the state. So I just want to say, I'm glad to see everybody from all the different states. Okay, we had another question.
From Shariah Owens. I hope I pronounced your name right.
Yeah, you pronounced it right.
Yay. Okay, there you go.
My name's Shariah, and I just want to say first, I'm super grateful to see so many like Black doctors, first off, because I feel like that's really rare.
She said weird, huh?
Oh, not weird, I said rare.
Rare.
Okay, all right.
To see more people in the field that actually like look like me. So for me, I'm kind of interested in being a midwife doula. I'm more like, I'm into health, but more from like a holistic standpoint. So for me, I've been doing a lot of volunteer work. I work at the Hayward Library as like an adult tutor. So I work with a lot of people that are like immigrants and
Shariah, what's your question?
my question was basically like, is volunteer work as well? Do they like take that into consideration when you're like applying to like nursing school, for example, or even medical?
Okay, so question, we can speak about pretty much, medical school, but somebody may be able to address nursing too, okay?
Okay.
Who wants to take a stab at it?
Well, I will first of all say that you can be a holistic physician as well. So being
Right.
I consider myself a holistic pediatrician,
Right.
holistic physician. So I would say volunteering activities are excellent opportunities. So if you're volunteering, again, you want to volunteer with your end goal, your ultimate goal in mind. So the activities that you're volunteering for should in some way be involved directly with what it is that you're attempting to be at the end of the day.
Okay. All right. And just keep in mind, Shariah, that our program primarily addresses medical school. Okay. So this is a part where, and I hope you don't mind me using this, okay? It's okay. It is not meant to mean anything. So you're in a program for medical schools, but you mentioned nursing, okay? So everybody's here is in medical school. So this is the kind of communications you want to make sure that you're on top of, okay? Okay. So just, and so you're talking to us so we can address it easily, but if you were writing that, it may be a different story. Do you follow where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And we wish you all the best. And by the way, as all the doctors will say, they believe in holistic, like Dr. Carey said, even though they're MDs, they believe in that. So you got to watch that language. Okay. Okay. All right. And it helps to have someone to just straight up talk to you about that. If you can find a mentor that helps you develop your dialogue, it would be really good. Okay. All right. All right, sweetie. Okay. All right. Anybody else got their hands up?
There are several. I just want to do a time check. And that this was the Communications 101 workshop. So I just want to keep us on program.
Yes, keep us on program. Okay. Let's do this. Wait a minute. We got 3 more things and then we'll take more questions.
Okay.
Let's see. So update your LinkedIn. Do you guys have LinkedIn profiles? Everybody should have a LinkedIn profile. And this document that we are looking at, it's also going to be online on our website, pmfmd.com. Remember, we are the Physicians Medical Forum. The program that you're in is the Doctors on Board program and Community Health Internship. It is not, our organization's name is not Doctors on Board. Our organization name is the Physicians Medical Forum, okay? And then you are in one of the programs that we have, okay? So in your LinkedIn profile, you need to make sure that you update it with a good picture with no distractions in the background. And a little bit, guys, about LinkedIn. And is there anybody that doesn't know what to do with LinkedIn? Just want to make sure, because LinkedIn is a great way for everybody to look for you or to know something about you that you may also be trying to communicate with, okay? Is there any questions on that? Anybody want to add anything about LinkedIn?
Just that LinkedIn is more of a professional profile. So
Right.
you might have a Facebook or Instagram or TikTok account. Those are more social media kind of fun accounts. LinkedIn is a more of a professional account. So everyone on there is professional. There's lots of networking opportunities. People post other professional opportunities on LinkedIn. So this is not where you're going to share the picture of what you did last night. Okay. You
Right.
save that for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. This is not where you're going to make a funny video. This is where you're going to post your professional. This is your professional face. Your best face forward professionally will be on LinkedIn.
Okay, thank you for that. And Dana, last question, last comment, I think, so we can close. The comments about LinkedIn versus what to do, and all of you guys for that matter, and what not to do on social media, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, since Donna led us right into it, or Facebook, what to do and what not to do, and maybe some things you should take down.
Do not have a public profile. That's number one.
Start out with that. You got to repeat it.
Not have a public profile. If you're on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever it is, do not have a public profile, especially if you're applying within that cycle. They do check. They absolutely do check. Like it just can come across. Not saying that they're going to look out for it, but it might fall into somebody's lap. Don't upload anything that you wouldn't want, say, an admissions board to see or know about you. Again, you don't know whose lap anything could fall in. LinkedIn, I know somebody said, what do I or don't I put on LinkedIn? LinkedIn is strictly professional. And, you can have stuff about your educational trajectory, about your professional experiences, etc. But you don't use it like your Facebook wall. I'll let somebody else go ahead and chime in.
Okay, somebody else want to chime in on that, because I've heard all kinds of stories. Anybody else got anything to say about LinkedIn or social media and how to not use or to remove or don't do? Everybody got that? Are you guys all clear on that? Anybody not clear or need another further explanation? Okay, all right. Okay, I think we've pretty much covered. This sheet will be on the website again, and you are more than welcome to if you got any questions, to email me, or some of us are emailing. We'll get it to the right person if you have any more questions, or chime in later on. Or if you're going to be at April 2nd, you can ask us real quick. We noticed in the chat that there are a lot of personal, direct questions that were not necessarily about communications. We're in a communication workshop. You want to deal with that workshop, okay? So remember, everything is recorded. So you guys keep in mind, if you're on other Zooms, how to use Zoom and how to use your chat, and be thoughtful, be mindful. You're in the moment right now. So be mindful of that. Anybody want to speak as a closing remark about?
I do want to acknowledge the two young ladies who had their hands up, Andrea and Shariah, again. If we don't come to your questions by the end of today, we can stay on a little longer and address them if they're related to one of the topics that we have shared today.
Okay, just one question. Andrea, was your question about communications?
Yeah, she had her hand up for a while.
Yeah,
yes, was your question? That's why I'm asking her. Was it about communications?
Somewhat, yeah. I wanted to know, when you're approaching a physician to seek out mentorship versus sponsorship, how should the communication differ? Like, what should I be asking to either of those requests?
You said sponsorship?
Yeah, I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Yeah, what do you mean when you
So
say sponsorship?
my current level of understanding right now on the difference is that a sponsor would be creating more opportunities for leadership, and the mentor would be more of like just the guidance, feedback on what not to do, what to do on the journey. But that a sponsor would be creating more opportunities to advance within your career.
Okay, Ms. Anthony, would you address that? Do you have any comments on that?
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. It's wonderful that you already understand what sponsorship means. That's relatively new in the arena of medicine. I think one, I personally believe in the triangulation process. I don't follow the school that one person is going to be all things. So it's appropriate for any potential mentor or sponsor that you're communicating with to talk about your goals and to solicit feedback from them about what ideal next steps would be, to get a good sense of whether or not that makes sense and aligns with what you're interested in doing. But I don't necessarily feel that they're that much different. However, if you're in the position where you actually need someone to lend sponsorship, then your communication should be reflective of that and not necessarily as a mentor who's just going to give you advice. So for example, if you're saying, you know, Marcella, there's this opportunity at Stanford. We've known each other for 2 years, and I know that you're connected with this specific program. I'm curious if there are ways that you could help to broker a relationship so I can, and I have done that for our alumni all the way up to graduate level, PhD and MD level. This person's applying to this faculty position. How can we support their application going through is very different from, oh, I'm thinking about my next steps and you know, what sorts of things I can explore. It will be up to you to communicate to your mentor and or sponsor, depending on what you need, that you need what you need at that time, if that makes sense. And I'm happy to talk offline. I know your hand was up for quite a while.
Okay, sorry we missed that, Andrea. Does that help?
Can I just add something just really quickly in that?
Oh, okay.
As a physician, when someone approaches us to be a mentor, we kind of understand that you want us to assist you in your trajectory, right? That and we recognize that at the end of the time that we're meeting and mentoring, that you're going to probably ask for a letter of recommendation, right? At a minimum. So I would say that for most physicians, they understand that they're your mentor and sponsor. The second thing is, you don't have to have just one mentor. You can have multiple mentors who provide whatever it is that you're seeking. So you can have a mentor because you're interested in pediatrics, but you can have a mentor because you want to go to a different particular medical school. So you have a mentor in that medical school program. So you have multiple mentors to actually give whatever it is that you need in any situation. So don't be stuck on the fact that you can only have one mentor or one sponsor. Get as many people on your team as you possibly can.
And again, it's the way you do the ask and the way you communicate them. And so I hope this was helpful to everyone. Okay. And I think we got all the folks that had their hands up, and I see some of the questions about LinkedIn. You guys can find out about LinkedIn. LinkedIn explains exactly what they want on there, and you know what you should be putting in on your LinkedIn page. So I think that's pretty clear. So is there anything else that we need to add or missed? Okay.
I just want to finally say congratulations to all of you for being here this morning, for paying attention, having your cameras on, for asking all of these questions. Congratulations, you're on the right road, and I wish you the best of luck to each and every one of you.
Right. All right. And Dana and Mark, why don't you go and then closing out with you, Miss Anthony. Dana?
Thank you all so much for being here. I always say this is really the first step in, developing those relationships, mentorship, and even developing relationships with your peers that really act as your support system as you go throughout this process. And just all of you being here on a Saturday morning shows your dedication. So keep it up, and thanks for being here. And feel free to email me if you have any questions. I put my email in the chat.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Anthony?
You are the future. You are tomorrow's physicians. And so I want you all to today at some point look in a mirror and say, I am the physician of tomorrow, but I need to start today. So you all did a wonderful job today. You have great questions. Stay curious, stay humble. Know that whenever you're coming to an event like this, that we're providing you guidance out of love and support because we want you to succeed. So not everyone's going to have that perspective. Not everyone's going to be in your corner. So when you come to events like that, know it and trust it, and please reach out. The last thing that I'll say specifically related to communication is if you email someone and you don't hear back from them, email them again. Now, that doesn't mean I emailed you today and I didn't hear from you by tomorrow. But if 5 days have passed, 5 business days, if a week has passed, it makes sense. Send another email. You've heard a lot of folks say, you know, we get a ton of emails, and that is absolutely true. Here's something that you can do today, though. If someone said something that spoke to you, if someone is practicing in a specialty that you have an interest in, they will know that you were at Doctors on Board today. That means you have an obligation in the next 72 hours to reach out and say, hey, Marcella, it was really great meeting you on Saturday. Is there any chance that we could spend some time and maybe talk about my path, my trajectory? Now, if you wait for 2 weeks from now, guess what? You'll still get a response, but am I going to remember? Probably not. So I am so excited for all of you. The first time that I came to Doctors on Board, it was in person. And to the person that said, you know, I saw so many Black and brown faces that I wept. I literally started crying. We do this because we enjoy it, because you inspire us, and because we want you to succeed. So good luck to all of you.
Then she's right. When she said that, she was just like, oh my God, it was just amazing. So, okay. And I just want to say, and she did not ask me to do this, but Donna Carey has a podcast. Okay. And I just want to, I don't tell them where it is, but I'm asking you to tell them. She's not asking me to do this. I'm asking you to tell them about the podcast real quick.
Yes, thank you. So it's on YouTube. It's called Talking with Dr. Donna on YouTube. So just go to YouTube, Talking with Dr. Donna. I talk, basically my goal is to build generational health within the Black community so we can end the cycle of premature death in our community. That's my goal and the purpose of the podcast, so, or YouTube channel. So check it out.
And Marcella, do you have any? You know, Dana, either one of you guys got any communications? Okay, all right. Thank you guys. And let's see, I think we are 10 minutes behind. So if you guys want to take 2-minute break, go to the bathroom or whatever, and then we'll kick off our next panel. Okay, thank you. Is everybody back? Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. All right. Wonderful, wonderful dialogue. Good questions, good comments, good listening. So now we're a little bit behind time, but that's okay. Our next panel, you definitely want to pay attention to and take notes, because they will be discussing from Princeton Review the whole notion of your SAT, ACT, and then your MCAT. And we did the SAT, ACT first, because we know some of you guys are post-bac and in college, so you're really looking at the MCAT. So you may want to listen and share that information with others that you know are in high school. But we understand, please know we understand if you may not want to listen to the whole thing, but we recommend it since we're starting with SAT, ACT. And with that said, I'd like to introduce our good friend and partner, Tiffany Sladek, who is the managing director of Princeton Review, and she's with Outreach and in the Pacific and Northwest. Please know that Princeton Review has been a partner with us and for many years, and offers some wonderful resources. And sometimes we even give stipends for the students in California, and particularly in Northern California, and particularly those who have worked with us. Sometimes we give stipends to those programs. So it's very selective, and we don't know exactly, because we haven't thought this whole process is new now that we're back into the in-person thing. So don't email me yet till we get it figured out. But with that said, Ms. Sladek, would you please join us, and welcome.
Hello, thank you, Ms. Alfano. I appreciate that introduction. I am just waiting for my PowerPoint to kick up here. Carolyn is working on it. Hang on 2 seconds. But I give you a little bit of background on myself first. I am with the Princeton Review, I guess going on 8 years now. So it's been
Right.
quite some time. I am very fortunate to get to work with students all over the Pacific Coast, from high school through medical school, law school, graduate school. My primary focus is high school students. So those of you who are in high school, I'm looking forward to speaking with you. I do want to say, I hope that you were all on earlier listening to the communications conversation, because they had some very insightful tips for you that you can start using now. Like, you don't have to wait for your medical school application to be thinking about LinkedIn or thinking about your email communications, right? You can be practicing those skills when you're talking to your teachers and have to, write them about something that's going on in high school. So just be thinking about it now, and it will become second nature for you by the time you're actually ready to do your medical school applications. Okay. Let me see here. Hang on 2
Tiffany, for
seconds.
some reason, I'm having a problem making you a co-host, so
Oh.
I'm working on it.
That's okay. So in an effort to keep us going and on time, because we are working behind a little bit of time, I will just start talking through my presentations. I know you won't be able to see the visuals. I will talk you through them. And then if we can't get them up during our talk here, I will send them to everybody. Stalfana can post them to the website so that you could get a look at them. But in an effort to keep us on time, I'll just start walking through my slides on my end and just give you guys a talk. So today,
And wait a minute, and Tiffany will make adjustments for the time for you. Don't worry. Okay.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
got you.
Okay.
Yeah, it just says host disabled screen sharing. That's okay. Hey, wait, maybe 1 second. Let me check something really quick before we get started, just to see if it's something on my end.
I think I have you. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Sometimes I have to accept being
Yes.
a co-host. I'm wondering if that's on me. Sorry, everybody. I appreciate your patience here.
Yes, thank you.
It's still
Oh,
not.
you got me. You got me. Yay, I see it.
Okay, everybody, get your notes ready. Okay. And
Let me
this
just
will,
get into
Tiffany,
my-
will this be posted on the website too?
Yeah, I can send it to you and we can post it on the website for
Okay.
sure.
All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Let's get moving. All right. So our agenda, we're going to talk about some truths and misconceptions around testing and test optional. I know that for those of you who are maybe sophomores and juniors, you experienced the world before COVID when all the schools wanted you to take all the tests. And now, kind of post-COVID, things have changed. So I want to help you get educated today on what those changes look like so that you can make the best decisions about what you're going to do as you get ready to apply to college and then on to next steps, whether that's graduate school, nursing school, law school, whatever you end up doing, hopefully medical school for everybody that's here. We're going to talk about the similarities and differences of the SAT and the ACT. I'll just give you a high level overview. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the digital SAT as well. So I'm not sure if those of you who might be sophomores who are on the call, next year when you're getting ready to take the SAT, it's actually going to be in a new digital format with some new changes. So I'll give you a brief outline on that. And then we'll just talking about things that you can do to improve your application so that you can stand out when you're getting ready to apply to college, regardless of what it happens around testing. All right, so let's start here. I want to make this one clear because this has never changed, that the top factors for first-time freshmen, regardless of test scores, has always been grades. So if you're thinking about one thing that you can be doing right now while you're in high school, if you're a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, a senior, paying attention to your classwork, keeping up on your homework, doing the best you can, making sure you follow up with your teachers if things go missing. Your grades and the curriculum that you take at your high school is the number one thing that any school, regardless of whether or not they require tests, are going to look for you, right? So when we talk about high school curriculum, you really want to think about what kind of courses your school offers and how can you challenge yourself in the path of those courses, right? So I know that some schools might offer a STEM specific program. Some schools even now have pre-health or pre-med paths for students, right? If you go to a school that have those kinds of opportunities, and that's something that you want to do when you get older and you're going to apply to college programs that are around those fields, you can start thinking about curriculum to showcase that that's your area of interest right now, right? There are some classes, of course, that everybody has to take. There's some things that you have to take, oh, so many years of math and English and science and social studies and PE and art. And that doesn't change. But if you can challenge yourself in your curriculum to show that you've been interested in this, that goes a long way. And then the last area that have always been the top factors for freshmen are essays and extracurriculars. So if you can start working on your English skills now with your essay writing, you know, making sure that you're practicing your grammar, doing work while you're in class to build up your language so that you can speak eloquently when you get ready to write those essays for college. That is definitely one of the most important pieces that they look at for students. And then you're looking at your extracurriculars, right? Things that you do in school and outside of school to show your level of interest, right? So if you're applying to UC Berkeley, I'm based here in the Berkeley area, so that's a top school for me. And you want to go into the biology program because eventually you'd like to go into pre-med, and that's a great path. Think about extracurriculars that you could showcase that you're interested in that field. And you don't have to do 20 different extracurriculars, right? Think about extracurriculars that you love, that you're passionate about, that you could do leadership with so that you can showcase your level of interest. That's really the critical components that colleges are looking for, regardless of all the extra pieces, right? Right. So then the next step to talk about is test optional admissions, right? So you heard all about this during COVID and post-COVID. A lot of schools decided that they were no longer going to require the ACT or the SAT. The news I would tell you is that this has been around for a long time. It's new to summer schools, to some schools, excuse me, but a lot of schools have always been test optional. The reason for that is that they want students to apply in a way that showcases themselves to the best light possible. And if a test is not something that is a strong suit for you when you're getting ready to apply to college, they would rather see the other pieces, right? So let's talk about the difference between test optional and test blind. So for those of you who are in California, who are thinking of applying to a UC or a CSU program in the next couple of years, right now they're what you call test blind. That means they don't want you to submit your SAT or your ACT score at all in the application process. They will not look at it if you send it to them. That's what test blind means. Test optional is a little bit different. Most schools are test optional. Most private schools in California, some of them have gone test optional permanently. Some are still in a trial period with it. A lot of schools across the country are test optional and decided permanently. If you're thinking about the University of Washington or any of the Oregon schools or Colorado schools, the Arizona schools, they are all test optional, which means that if you feel like you have an advantage to submit a test score because you did a good job with your testing, do so, right? It's not going to hurt you at all. They'll use it for weighing out your overall application, and they'll also potentially use it for your leveling of classes that you'll take when they get you in. Some schools also use them for merit, but the UCs and the CSUs, most important to know, they're the one school system that currently is not wanting those tests at all. So I tell you all of that because it becomes a little bit more tricky for students now, right? You have to think a little bit further in advance about the schools and programs that you want to apply to. You need to get a look at their information so that you know, are they optional? Are they blind? Or do I have to take a test, right? If one school on your list is requiring those test scores, then you need to be thinking about your process as not test optional, right? You want to make sure that you follow the path to prepare for your test, that you get it done in time, because the last thing I want for any of you who are thinking about that is to not have that done, right? You want to have all the tools in your tool belt when you're getting ready to do your application. So make sure that you take a look at that. A lot of students, a great way they've done it is to make an Excel spreadsheet or a Google Doc sheet, put in the schools that you're interested in, make fields for all the different things, right? When's their application due? Do they require an essay? Are they personal insight questions? Do they need a test? And when's their deadline? So that way you can keep track of all the schools that you're interested in. And then I cannot see the chat, so if anybody has any questions, feel free to put them in there. I can touch on them all at the end, or Carolyn or Julie or Christine, if she's still on the call. If anybody wants to jump in and ask any questions as we go, I'm happy to answer them. All right. So let's talk about the standardized testing and admissions. This is just kind of a recap of what I was just telling you, with an added component about scholarships. So a lot of us need help to pay for college, right? That's something that doesn't change regardless of, you know, how much money you might have or which school you're thinking about going to. So make sure to look if there are opportunities at the programs you want to go to where those test scores could equate to scholarship dollars for you. Pay attention to that too, right? So that's another opportunity for you. Miss Carolyn, you're off mute. Did you have a
Yes.
question?
Your screen, your slides aren't moving. Are you changing your slides?
I am changing my slides.
Can you stop sharing and reshare?
Sure.
And see if we
What
can
slide are you
connect?
stuck on?
You were stuck on the first one for me.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's try that again, everybody. Let's try that again.
Okay, and can you put yourself in presentation mode?
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, hang on 2 seconds. It doesn't seem to want to go into my presentation mode. Maybe that's why my PowerPoint doesn't seem to want to start my slideshow. Oh. Can you see me moving them right now, Carolyn?
Yes.
But it won't go into my slideshow.
That's
here
fine.
for
As
some
long as
reason.
you move along, that's fine.
Okay, I apologize, everybody. Let's
No
keep
worries.
going. So you can see them from here. For some reason, it doesn't want to go. Oh, wait, maybe I can resume slideshow. Nope.
No, it's not.
No luck. Okay, we'll keep going. It's more about what I'm telling you than what's on the screen. Don't worry. We'll share all of these with you. These are just highlights so that you can keep up. All right. So we were just here. This is the one I was talking about with scholarships and test scores, right? So it's just important to know and think about your path, what you're going to be doing, whether or not you need to take a test. That's kind of all of this tidbit for you. All right. And then remember, like I said, lots of merit scholarships with the SAT or the ACT. Make sure you look around and kind of plan your journey to high school and college based off of what you want to do to pay for college. All right, so here's just some examples of some of the scholarships that are out there. ROTC scholarships that sometimes are requiring SAT or ACT scores. Of course, there's national merit. I know that a lot of you who might be sophomores and juniors experienced the PSAT this year. That is tied to the national merit. So depending on how you score on your PSAT, there may be opportunity for you to become a national merit scholar and thus receive some college dollars when you get into college. And then state funded scholarships. So depending again on which state you're in, where you're thinking about going to school, some of those scholarships might be available based off of your SAT or your ACT score. So just putting that all together and thinking about how that's going to look for you. All right, so let's talk about similarities and differences of these tests, right? So for those of you who aren't sure exactly which one's a better fit for you, and maybe they're talking about, oh, everybody in my area takes the SAT, so I should just take the SAT, or everybody in my area takes the ACT, so I'm going to do that. What I can tell you is that colleges do not have a preference. What they really want to see, if they are looking at your test scores, is that you did your best job. So you need to think about which test is a better fit for you based on your skill set, your knowledge, how fast you read, how much math you have, how comfortable you are taking tests, and then take a practice test of both of them and really decide whichever one you score higher on is the one you decide to prepare for and go take. There's nothing that says you have to do either one. And remember that it's not an IQ test. It's really just a test that's a baseline for college. That's what they're looking for. So don't take it too personally, right? Do your best and then prepare and you'll be good to go. So let's talk about the differences. All right, so this is currently as it stands. After this slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about the new digital SAT, just to give you guys a heads up on what's coming because that will roll out next spring. All right, so the SAT and the ACT, they're very, very similar. They're mostly multiple choice. The ACT is exclusively multiple choice. So if multiple choice is absolutely the way you need to go, you might prefer the ACT. They do both cover reading, writing, language, and math. The ACT also lists a science section. However, what I would tell you about the science section is that it's just a lot of reading and extrapolating information from graphs and charts. So you do not need to know meiosis and mitosis. although I would imagine that all of you probably do, being thinking about pre-med. So science might feel really comfortable for you, but do not go into the ACT thinking that, oh, this is great. I'm really good at all of my science. I'm going to, ace this section, as long as you feel comfortable reading charts and graphs. And then the scoring. So this is different. The SAT score is 400 to 1600, and the ACT score is a 1 out of 36 per section, and that gives you an overall composite. So just know that the scoring is a little bit different, but there are charts that schools will look at that'll show like your percentile, which is what they're really concerned about, is where you fall, along with the other students at your school that also took these tests. And then the SAT currently, as it stands, 3 hours. The ACT without the essay is just about 3 hours. And if you do take the optional essay, it's a little over. Both of them have lots of questions. The SAT has 154 questions, and the ACT has 215 questions. What you might be wondering is, why does the ACT have so many more questions? The reason being is they expect you to be able to go a little bit faster because of the way they ask the questions, a little bit more straightforward. And you can also use a calculator on all of the math on the ACT, whereas the SAT currently, as it stands, has a no calculator section where they expect it to take a little bit longer for you. So that's kind of the similarities and differences. And I know I'm going really fast through this, but I will share the slides. And if you are interested, you can always reach out to me and we can talk offline. And I can introduce you to lots of other strategy sessions and things like that if you are thinking about these. All right. Let's talk about the digital SAT, which will be starting next year. So those of you who are currently sophomores, you next year will take the digital PSAT in October, and then you'll take the digital SAT for the first time. All of the students will be on the digital SAT come spring. Now, know that if that process seems daunting to you, the ACT is not changing next year. So if you feel like, you know what, I really just want to go and sit down and have a paper and pencil test, this is what I'm used to, this is how I feel comfortable, the ACT is not changing at all. So you can definitely decide that that's the path for you and kind of prepare and plan to do that test. But if you're undecided currently, think about the digital SAT. So what does it mean that it's digital, right? It's not going to be a take-home test. You're not going to do it at home. It's still going to be offered at a testing center or most likely at your school. I know a lot of you currently take lots of tests digitally, so this shouldn't be a super surprise to most students today. I know that you use a lot of digital systems at school already, so you should feel pretty comfortable with the new digital SAT. One of the beauties of it is that it's shorter. It's going to become about a 2-hour test instead of a 3-hour test. So a lot of students previously with the long test would fall off by the end, right? You get fatigued from doing it so long. Like we don't usually sit down and take 3-hour tests. And it would become really daunting, and students would generally start to have less opportunity to score correctly towards the end because they were getting tired, right? So that's one of the great things about the new digital SAT is that it's going to be streamlined. It's going to have shorter sections, fewer questions, and be shorter overall. So that's meant to help reduce the fatigue of taking a long test for students. So bonus on that one. And then just more streamlining. So shorter reading passages. So I don't know if anybody's already taken the SAT or those of us who took it at one point in our lives, the reading passages could feel quite long. And by the time you got done reading the passage and you had to go take a look at what the actual questions were about the passage, you're like, wait, I have to go read the passage again. So a lot of the training and skill building that we would do around that is how to read those passages and be able to answer the questions, but they're going to change those and make them a little bit shorter. There's fewer word problems in the math. I don't know about you guys, but that's great news to hear from me. And then there's also a built-in graphing calculator. So currently you have to use your own calculator. And if you're not super familiar with using that, it might take you a little while. One of the things that they're doing with the new digital SAT is building the calculator in. And so the great thing I think about this, for those of you who will be future medical students and taking the future MCAT, which Christine will speak about after me, you will be using a calculator that's on the digital screen for your MCAT as well. So it's good to know that in advance, you'll learn about that as a high school student and you'll move forward. If you take the GRE, the GMAT, the LSAT, whatever, and you have to use a graphing calculator in a digital way, you'll be experienced with that already. So one of the cool things about that. Now, the newest thing, that's the biggest change, I think, with the new digital SAT, it's going to become an adaptive test. So if you're not experienced with that, which a lot of high school students aren't, it can be a daunting process for you. So you will want to practice with the new digital SAT, some free practice tests, once you decide if that's the path you're going to take, so you can get familiar with how that works. So computer adaptive just means that all the students start out with the same few set of questions at the beginning of the test. Depending on how well you do with those questions, you will go into one of two buckets. One bucket gets harder, meaning that you can score higher. The other bucket gets a little bit easier, meaning that it will be harder for you to score in the top percentile. Students won't know what kind of questions they're getting until after they've completed the test. So that's probably the biggest change that I see with the test. And one of the things that myself and all my colleagues at the Princeton Review are working really hard right now to get students lots of practice so that you can see what types of questions and come out really strong so that you can go into that higher percentile bucket. So that's a little bit about the digital SAT. I'm just going to check our time. Whew, all right, I'm going to speed it up. All right. So there's still time, as I mentioned to you, if you want to do a paper and pencil practice test, the SAT is going to stay that way through the fall. It will turn digital in the spring of 2024. So a year from now, a year from March, from today will be digital, but anytime before that, you can still do paper. And the ACT, like I said, is not changing. So you can continue to prepare for that if you feel like you want to get started now and not have to worry about it. But if the prospect of taking it in a digital format excites you, then next spring you're going to be in luck because it's going to go totally digital. All right. So let's move on to a really critical juncture of the application process. How do you stand out in a test optional world, right? If nobody's submitting test scores and everybody's just looking at the same things from the school, how do you, as a student, showcase yourself in the best way so that you are sure to get an application review and get one of the spots at whichever school you decide to go to? Those pieces of the puzzle that I was telling you about before are going to be your best bet, right? High school transcript is the number one thing that the colleges will look at. They're going to look at a couple of things when it comes to your transcripts. They're going to look at how'd you do over your entire high school career, right? Did you challenge yourself with the courses that you took? Did you take any AP or honors classes or IB curriculum if it was offered at your school? And if you did, how much did you take and how well did you do, right? So those are kind of the critical components that they look at as you as an overall student. And they will compare that against other students from your same school that applied to their college and see how you all stack up against each other, right? So that's one of the things that they look at, the 13-point critical components is how you did against other students at your school. And that's the best way you can showcase yourself to stand out, right? And it's okay if your school doesn't offer 20 million AP classes. That's totally okay. Not a lot of schools do. But if they offer 3, and those 3 are things that you could get into and that you feel like you could do strong at, think about challenging yourself. If there's one AP class that you're interested in or an honors class and you feel like that would be a challenge to yourself, try it. What they really want to know is that you did what you could to challenge yourself, that you enjoyed your high school experience and that you worked really hard over those 4 years, because then that's going to show them, hey, we're going to accept the student into our program because he or she is going to work really hard at our school, right? They're trying to build a class of incoming students. They're going to thrive, graduate from their colleges, and eventually become alumni of their programs. That's their goal. So think about that as the most critical component. And then you're looking at your essays or your personal statement. So depending on which schools you apply to, there may be an essay or there may be personal insight questions, which is what the UCs do. If you're thinking about applying to Stanford, they have their own set of questions that's based off the Common App essay and then another set of questions. So just make sure that when you're thinking about your essays that you pay attention to how many there are, what they are, and get started well in advance of when you're going to apply, right? So you have time to edit it and have somebody review it and be able to submit the best version of yourself. And then letters of recommendation, or LORs as they call them. Not every school, again, will require these, but if they do, you want to set this up in advance with the teachers that you're going to be asking, right? Don't wait till the last minute on your letter of recommendation, because the chances that they're going to have the time to write it well will be slimmer, right? If you know, I'm going to ask my science teacher from my junior year and my English teacher from my junior year and my math teacher, let them know at the beginning of your senior year when you're getting ready to do your applications, hey, I'd love to have you write a letter of recommendation, so that they have plenty of time to think about it. And then the second piece of advice on the lures is to ask teachers that know you. Don't go and ask the most popular teacher that everybody else is going to ask if you don't have an already strong relationship with them, right? Find the teachers that know you, that can speak to you in the best, most positive light and in relation to why you're interested in that school, right? And then the last piece is those extracurriculars. If you can get into leadership roles with any extracurricular that you do, if it's band, if it's drama, if it's an athletic sport, or if it's through your church youth group, that's really what they'd like to see, that you were passionate about it, that you were invested enough to take a leadership role. They're not so concerned with you having 10 of them, but rather 1 or 2 that you really were active with. So when it comes to extracurriculars, and then your SAT and your ACT, maybe, right? Think about that and what that's going to look like for you based on the path and the school that you're interested in doing, and make sure you leave yourself plenty of time. Okay, I'm going to try to kick up some faster time. Give me 3 minutes. So I know that a lot of students on this call are not in California necessarily, so I won't spend too much time here, but here's a note for you. If you are a California student or thinking of applying to a UC school and you're from outside of California, these are some of the critical components that you want to make sure that you are taking care of when you're in high school. So hopefully you all have counselors or parents or mentors or friends who can help you make sure that you're on track with all of these, because these are the core things that they're going to look at. They want to make sure you had 2 years of history and social science, 4 years of English, 3 years of math, 4 years recommended, depending, 2 years of a lab science, 3 years recommended, depending on, obviously, if you're thinking of being a pre-med, that 3 years would be great to show. 2 years of a foreign language, 3 years recommended, a year of visual and performing arts, and a year of a college prep elective. So you want to make sure that you're on the path with all of these if a UC is in your future. If you stay on this path to make sure all these things are done and done well, you'll also be eligible for the CSU, because theirs are right in line here as well. Again, I'll share this with Safana and she can post it on the website so you can double check all of this for yourself. And if you ever have any questions, talk to your counselors at your school. That is what they are there for. They are there to help you with this. You can walk in with this and say, hi, Ms. Sidlick, I'd like to make sure that I'm on track because I'm thinking of going to UC Berkeley. I want to make sure that I have all these pieces done, right? Like, don't be afraid to go in there armed with the information that you have, so that you can advocate for yourself and make sure that you're doing what you need to do, right? That's one of the things that's important as you get ready for college, right? It's advocating for yourself and knowing that you're on track. All right. I'm going to end with a little bit of resources and a timeline. So for those of you who are juniors, the timeline is most critical in your junior year, because that's when you're getting started with all of these things, but it starts with sophomore year. So most of you probably took a practice PSAT in 10th grade. That gives you an idea around the tests of what you think you might be doing. And then you don't really have to worry about it too much at that point. What you really want to be thinking about sophomore year is your grades and your extracurriculars and having a good time in high school, right? Making sure that you're on track with all that stuff and starting to think a little bit about your future and what your plan's going to be. So when you get to 11th grade, at the beginning of 11th grade is kind of when all of the pieces really start. So the beginning of 11th grade, you're going to sit for the PSAT most likely in October. Your school will probably offer this to all of you. That will put you into the National Merit Scholarship contention automatically. So there's nothing you have to do. If you take the PSAT as a junior and you do really well, they'll let you know. They'll let you know about all those opportunities that come with it, but they'll also let you know how you did. And that kind of gives you a baseline of what next steps you might need to take if testing is part of your path, right? And then up next, you want to start thinking about your AP tests in the spring, if that's something that you're going to be doing, so that you can time everything out so that you're not trying to take your SAT and your APs and write your essays and, you know, finish your volleyball season all at the same time, right? You kind of want to sparse it out if you can. And then when you get towards the end of your 11th grade, that's when you want to start thinking about what colleges really, like, would you like to apply to? Do virtual visits over the summer with them, or physical visits if you can. You know, join any student or college admission sessions that they might offer for you to learn about the school, right? So that's when you really want to be thinking about narrowing your list of schools that you're interested in, so that by the time you start 12th grade, you have started your college applications, you know what essays you do and don't have to write, You know what lures you need to get, and that'll be kind of your mission in 12th grade, is to keep working on your grades and kind of wrap up all of that application pieces in the beginning of 12th grade. So again, this timeline will be up there for you. And again, it leads with if you're not taking a gap year. So if you decide after high school that you want to take a gap year because you need to travel or spend time with your family, or you need to work, you need to do something to get ready for college, that's okay too. You would just parse this timeline out a little bit later. And then the last thing, just so you know, we do help students with all of these things. All of this information will be on the website. I will put my contact information up there as well. And then if you need anything or you have any questions, you're welcome to reach out to me. I am happy to help you with anything that I can, because I really look forward to seeing all of you thrive in the future. And it starts with high school and it goes to college and then it goes to medical school. So I'll talk to you 10 years from now when I can come visit you as my physician. So I appreciate all of it. I wish you luck. And that's for high school. I'll stop sharing my screen. And as I mentioned, Ms. Bello, I'll send this to you. Apologies for the technological hiccups, but that's it. And then any questions or anything? Oh, I see a question on here from Ms. Hill. How would the selection process affect students who currently attend an independent study academy who do not have access to accelerated programs and academic courses? Absolutely. So the thing to know, Ms. Hill, is that the colleges are going to look at where you go. They're going to look at your school and they'll know based on your school what opportunities you had, right? So if you don't have all these AP and IB curriculum, that's okay. If there's things that you can do through your school that your school specializes in, like a lot of students go to religious-based schools and part of their curriculum is religion-based classes or religion-based trips that they take to help with leadership in the community. They know that about that school and they look to see if you participated in those kinds of things. So in your independent study academy, if there are opportunities for you to do different things that would show a different level of commitment to your schooling, try to take advantage of those. And they'll know that about you. They'll know that about your application. They will not be necessarily comparing you to a student at a totally different school that had the opportunity to take 10 AP classes, right? They're going to look at you as an individual and base you off of all of those things. That's the only question I see. That's great. So I either did a really good job or nobody was paying attention. No, just kidding. My PowerPoint will be up there. You can ask me any questions. Don't be shy. Oh, Ms. Hill, same for the IVs. So yes, same for the IVs. All of the schools compare you against other students at your school, and then they will look at their whole class. So the thing to remember about colleges is they want diversity in their curriculum, right? They want diversity in their student group. Every year, their freshman class, they're looking for lots of different types of students. So you have just the greatest chance as a student who maybe had a totally different path because they're uniquely looking at you, right? So you never know what bucket you might fill. So don't ever be afraid to apply somewhere because you never know what they're looking for at that given time. Don't let it scare you off because the process seems really daunting, right? I encourage you to apply where you feel like you really are passionate about and where you think will be a good fit for you.
Listen, Tiffany, there's a question, and please clarify this because I need to know what's going on.
Of course.
What's the update on UC schools at SAT score? And please distinguish between the Cal State universities and the University of California's, those schools.
Sure.
And then how does affirmative action play a part in the selection? Okay.
Great questions, both of them. Let's start with the UCs and then we'll talk about your second question. So the UCs are currently test blind. So that means they don't want you to take a test. They don't care. They're not looking at it at all. They're not going to use it for any scholarships or merit or look at it for your application purposes. They are blind to it. So what they really want to see is your curriculum, your leadership, your personal insight questions, or PIQs, they call them. They'll give you a list of them and you'll select 3 and you'll be talking about those 3 things in relation to yourself. And that's what they're looking at. They're really paying attention to the school that you go to as well and what kind of opportunities were available to you at your school. So that's the UCs.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me add to that. On the SATs and ACT scores, that's the UC. However, my understanding is that if you apply for all these other scholarships, not at UC, they may look at SAT scores.
Correct. You
So
are
you
correct.
guys have to make, the key is you have to make a decision about taking the SATs, because other scholarships may ask them and then you may get booted out. I don't know if you know anything about that, but is that
My
something?
advice would be to prepare for them and take them and have it in your pocket if you need it for anything, right? The last thing I want is for you to not have done it thinking you didn't need it and to miss out on an opportunity because you didn't have it, right? It doesn't hurt you to try your best and do it and have it with you to pull out whenever you need it, right? That there's no harm in that. But if you do not do it at all and it does, an opportunity comes up to go to a school that maybe you didn't think you could get into, but now you can, and they require that and you didn't do it, that would be a little bit of a sticky situation, right? So that's my advice. I cannot tell you how to, go about your journey, but my best advice to students is just to keep that as part of their process. And if you don't do well, that's okay. You can keep that to yourself, right? Like
Okay.
if testing is not your thing, that's okay too. That's why they made this world optional, right? So that you could showcase yourself in the best possible light, regardless of the test. So
Okay.
that's kind of my advice around it. And
Yes.
the CSUs are the same as the UCs.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Carolyn's
That's good.
running us off. No, I'm just kidding.
No. It's okay. It's okay. How
Okay.
does affirmative action play a part in the selection?
So it depends on the school. And I don't know that affirmative action in that format is really a thing everywhere. I know that it's a conversation, right, in lots of different places. And schools are looking for different things. They're always trying to increase diversity. I will tell you that is something that's really important, especially to the UCs and the CSUs. And it will play a part against, I would guess, the other students at your school and the other opportunities in your community. But it is not like a top, they wouldn't pluck that out and say, hey, this is the reason a student's going to get in, right? But they are always looking to diversify their incoming freshman class from all different types of groups, right? So it could be advantageous perhaps for some scholarships. There are always unique scholarships for different things. So you could look into it in that way.
Go on.
Go ahead, Salfani. Do you have something on that?
No. I was just going to add to that. I thought you had a break there. No, finish your thought. You finished?
Oh no, go ahead. I was just going to go to the next question.
Yes, some of the students that I knew, including my grandkids, they waived this, but they went on and took all the scores. And there was one scholarship I know particular was 10,000. They wanted those SAT scores. So yeah, so they wanted. Somebody asked, who was it? Ivy? Oh, Ivy League. We never referred to them as Ivy. So, but anyway, I went to Cornell. So, but is this the same for the Ivy League schools too? Okay, that was.
So that one, the
Lucille.
IVs are unique. So you need to check which school. Each of them are doing something different right now. I wish I had like a more straight for you, but Stanford's doing something. I know they're not a traditional Ivy, but
they
an
are
Ivy in California. Okay, so Stanford's doing their own thing. Cornell is doing something. Columbia is doing something. Princeton's doing something. Yale's doing something, and they're changing things. So I will tell you that you make sure and check for your class and your application cycle what it is they want, because they keep changing things. And I wish it was easier for me to tell you exactly how to do it, but just take a look. They'll post them usually August 1st. Their application cycle's open for the UCs, for the CSUs, for the other schools. Get a look at what they're going to want from you, and that gives you time to get it done.
Okay, and just keep in mind, so many students apply outside of California because you have the HBCUs, and a lot of them do look at those scores, some of them don't. So just keep in mind that. If I take the IB exam, okay, do I need to include my test scores?
So it, again, depends on the school. So the IB is the International Baccalaureate Program, which is similar to AP programs or honors programs at some schools. If you take the test score and you do well, sometimes they'll let you use it for college credit, right? Which will save you money, just like the APs do, right? If you take an AP class and you take an AP test and you score a 4 or a 5, you can put that into the school and they will basically say, great, you took English 1. You don't have to take English 1 anymore. You just saved yourself some money. And now you can, come in as a sophomore. So yes, if you take the IB test scores and you do well, include them because they'll help you in the long run. If you don't do well, it's okay. Just say you took International Baccalaureate classes. That's going to help your GPA. You're going to be okay there too. And the same goes for the AP classes. If you take them, but you don't take the test, that's okay.
All right. I think that was all the questions
Yep.
for you. And I
Mhm.
think we are now ready to, any more questions? If not, if you can put them in the chat, we'll look at them. Thank you, Miss Tiffany.
Of course.
And you guys, if you want, put your email or whatever
Oh, sure.
communications about
Yep.
Princeton Review in the chat, they can copy it. And then this presentation will also be on the PMF website at
Yes, I'll get it to
pmfmd.com.
you.
Okay. All right. And with that
That's my email.
said, it's time to go to Miss Christine Catherine for the MCATs.
Thank you so much. And before I begin, can I make sure what my stop time should be?
Let's see, about 1 o'clock, I think.
Yeah, 1 o'clock's your stop time.
Great.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Apologies.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
all
1
good.
o'clock to 1 o'clock to 1:05 is good. Yeah.
All good. And then because I wasn't here from the beginning, can you give me just an estimate on how many high school students versus how many?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
Don't know. Okay, all
Okay.
good. All good.
It looks like they're 90 on, so everybody's interested in this. Even if they are not in high school, they should be interested in it. If they're in high school, they definitely should be interested in it. Because they ultimately will have to do that. So there you go.
Excellent. And are you seeing my slides? And I'm
Yes.
going to go
Yes,
to the
we
next
see your
one.
welcome slide.
Perfect. And I'm going to the next one. Did that change?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to go back one. My name is Christine Cather. I am so happy that I get to work underneath Tiffany for one more week. After this, I'm going to be switching to a new role. So any questions, please feel free to direct to Tiffany so we can get your questions answered. We are going to be talking about the pieces that you need to have in place before you apply to medical school, and then the resources that we can provide to you. And at the end, we'll talk about different courses or different ways that you can supplement any weaknesses in your application. And from my understanding, we are allowed to give a 20% off discount for event attendees. So all of that information will be sent your way following the event. If you are in high school and listening to this and you start feeling overwhelmed, just know that, take a breath, slow down. You have time to get all of this done. If you are an undergrad, you're going to feel your heart beating a little bit as you see all the different slides here, but the same thing. Just know that it is challenging for everybody, but the more you know about what is needed, the more you can address the pieces that you need to do so that you position yourself when you are ready to apply. So a lot of different moving pieces need to work together to put together a strong application. Your grades and your MCAT scores will typically be the initial thresholds that schools will take a look at. In order to determine what are average grades and average test scores, so you can start putting together your different school lists, there are different tools. One is MSAR, M-S-A-R, Medical School Admissions Requirements. This is an online database that breaks down the schools, average GPAs, science versus overall, average MCAT scores, males, females, in-state, out-of-state. A 1 year, it is a paid subscription though. So this is not through us, but it's a 1 year is $28 and then a 2 year is $38. But that can be a great way where you can start comparing different average science scores, average MCAT scores and such. So you get a better sense of the programs that will fit within your range or schools that, or know your target so that if you are really looking to get into a specific program, you at least know what you're up against. If you don't want to subscribe, you can always do your own research, put together your own spreadsheet, which I highly suggest you do. So on the spreadsheet, get the grades. So the average science GPA, then the average overall GPA, put in a column where you had the MCAT scores. Add extra columns, and this will become important. So as you are honing the things that you need, you are not neglecting different pieces. I highly suggest adding a column for how many letters of recommendation you'll need. And not only that, in the next column, write in who those letters should be from. So if you are an undergrad, you can start building those relationships and you're not stuck at the end, right before you're applying, thinking, oh my gosh, I don't have these particular people and this was highly recommended or it was mandatory. So the schools will differ. You'll see minimums, you'll see maximums in terms of the number of letters. Your program might do one joint letter from your school in particular. So it might be a committee letter. So just get a sense of what is needed now so that you can really build those relationships, find people that can speak to your strengths, and just alleviate any last minute surprises at the end. And then another piece that I think is really important is while you're on the website anyway, take a look at the mission and vision statement of that program. It will give you a great sense of what they're hoping to see through your activities and experiences. What are those other core competencies? What are those other skills that they want to see that your GPA and your test score might not reveal? The mission and vision to me is such an important piece for you also finding a good fit for yourself. And this will help guide, how you are articulating the activities and experiences, how you're telling your story in your personal statement. And it could help you really figure out throughout all of this, where it's very stressful, like, what do I need to do? It'll give you some guidance as to what the programs are looking for, but make sure you're not doing things just to fit into the program. They have to be genuine passions for yourself. So the whole thing is finding a good fit both ways. So grades and test scores are the initial thresholds. From there, activities and experiences, and there's room on the MD programs, DO programs that each have their own platforms, but you'll see room to list out those activities and experiences. And when I talk about activities and experiences, please know I'm not saying to do them as a checklist, like, hey, I've done the shadowing, I've done this, I'm just checking it off. It really is how you are articulating the growth and the impact. So there's going to be a space under those activities and experiences where you can really express those reflections. And that's what's important. So as you're doing your clinicals, as you are doing your service, I highly suggest getting a journal and writing down those reflections as you're in the moment, or if you haven't started it, do it now and just catch up. Write down different stories, write down different people, who has impacted you, what impact have you had, what connections have you made? And writing them in the moment will just keep it really genuine. And when it comes time to describe and articulate those activities and experiences on your application, as well as when you're trying to prepare your personal statement, all of these reflections will just help you really craft a polished piece and help you really pull that reader into the setting, into your story, and can just bring that authenticity that sometimes gets washed out when you are trying to hurriedly just type away and just submit something. So activities, experiences, leadership service, letters of recommendation. And when we talk about the letters, make sure that it's someone who can really speak to your strengths. And if you can ask your letter writers in person or at least through Zoom, I highly suggest doing so you can read their body language. You need to be able to feel comfortable saying, hey, I'm going to be applying to medical school at this, this date. Are you comfortable writing me a strong letter of recommendation? If that person through their body language is telling you, hey, maybe I'm not the person, then maybe, plant more seeds. You want to make sure that the letter writers feel comfortable writing you strong letters, because generic letters can work against you, because the admissions committee has seen so many generic letters and they know when somebody is not wholeheartedly behind you or behind the prospect of what you can accomplish in medical school. So be really thoughtful about who should write these letters. And then lastly, your personal statement. We're gonna go through a timeline in a couple of slides where we make suggestions as to when you should start your drafts, when you should continue polishing that. The personal statement, you wanna make sure you're not leaving it to the end. You never know when it's going to be the piece that might push you over the edge. Getting into college is competitive, but you take all of these highly skilled, trained, passionate, service-oriented people, and now you're taking it to the next level with applying to medical school. It becomes even more competitive. So that combination of the metrics and then the person behind these metrics all really come into play, and it just becomes a sharper focus on, like, who is this person? What's this person's story? Why do they want to become a physician? If it's not clear, then there are so many applicants who are clear on that, and they have demonstrated throughout their activities and experiences why they want to pursue this. So just think about these different pieces, how they'll work together, where you can strengthen your application. If there's a piece that's weaker here or there, you know that, hey, I need to start supplementing in these areas. All right, this slide is not meant to scare you. It is meant to prepare you. When we're doing in-person workshops, this is typically where I see the students like start to look fearful. It's the deer in the headlights. Just know, you just need to be aware. There are a lot of applicants to medical school. It's gone down a little bit after the pandemic, but there's still many applicants, and about 10 to 17,000 applicants per school. About 300 to 500 move on to the interview phase. And in the interview phase, some schools will use traditional interview methods. Some will use the multiple mini interview, which is more situational. Some will use a hybrid. And then from there, 100 to 200 get accepted. So what do you need to do to be one of the students that makes it down to the bottom of the funnel to get accepted? And keep in mind, we have a lot of students who have great grades and great test scores who don't make it to the bottom of the funnel. So we want to make sure that you are aware of all the different pieces that come into play when an admissions committee is reviewing your file. 3 pitfalls to avoid are here: missing components, applying at the wrong time, and not packaging yourself well. I don't know if the students are able or unable to unmute, but can somebody, if you are able to unmute, or you can throw it in the chat and maybe someone can yell it out, what is an example of a missing component on your medical school application?
Maybe a letter of recommendation.
Absolutely, thank you. The letters of recommendation, if they clearly state we want to see 3 to 5, and you don't have those, or they're not from the right writers, the right people who have viewed you in action, then that would be a missing piece of your application. Absolutely. One more, Miguel, you have your hand up?
Clinical experience.
Absolutely, clinical experience. With so many people applying, they want to make sure that you've rolled up your sleeves and you've had that patient-facing experience. In a couple of slides, we'll also talk about a pre-med management tool. Thank you, Miguel. We'll talk about a pre-med management tool because it can be overwhelming to think about all these different pieces. How do I organize my activities? What activities should I be doing? Again, it's by no means a checklist, but this will just be a good roadmap for you to make sure that you're considering different pieces as you are going through your journey to the application, to the actual submission of your application. And then applying at the wrong time. Many students might miss out on an opportunity despite great grades, or despite a great MCAT score, because they are applying at the wrong time. And I mean this in 2 different ways. Can somebody give me an example of when is applying at the right time for medical school?
Would that be early as possible?
Absolutely. So the medical school so the AAM or the AMCAS and ACOMAS, those are the different platforms for MD and DO. They typically open in May. So early May, you can actually start keying in your application. And then there's another date where you can actually hit submit. So it used to be early June. They pushed it forward a couple days, so end of May, but May, June, you should be submitting your application. Once you submit your application, it takes 4 to 6 weeks to verify the application. From there, they'll typically then send out secondary essays. So you could be writing 3 to 5 essays per school within a 2 to 3 week turnaround. And then from there, they have the interviews. So it does become a long process. If you wait too long, your other colleagues could be turning in their secondary essays while you are still trying to finish your personal statement. While they're doing their interviews, you're just writing your secondary essays. While they're getting their acceptances, you are just getting interviewed. So you want to make sure to stay on top of a timeline to give yourself that best chance of success. And then the second way that I mean applying at the right time is actually when you're ready. We have so many students who think, oh my gosh, I just don't want to take these gap years. Gap years are great if you are making the most of the gap years and you are gaining the experience that will help you become a better applicant and a better physician in the future. So the average age of medical school students it's not straight out of undergrad. So don't feel like you have to rush through if you're not ready. However, we have students who feel really ready. They've done great patient-facing experiences. They know they want to be a physician. They've done everything they need to do. This is not to discourage you. Then you are ready. So it really is a personal journey for yourself. When are you ready to apply? And when can you confidently submit that application knowing you've done everything you need to do to be as successful as possible? And then the last piece is not packaging yourself well. That's that third pitfall. If you say you've done everything, you've had great clinicals, you've done service, you've had leadership, you have great grades, great test scores, but if you aren't able to articulate that in your activities and experiences section or your personal statement, you might be missing out on that opportunity. So don't rush through the preparation before you actually apply, because you want to make sure that you are packaging yourself as well as possible and telling your story. All right. Okay, so your journey will have lots of different moving pieces. So your academic career, your experiences, service, leadership, and social. And I'm not going to go, I have way more slides and way more detail. I just wanted you to have them because I want to make sure I get to the end and share some of the resources that we have. But you will have a PDF of this deck. So you will see different examples of different things. Again, not a checklist. It's just a way for you to have an understanding of some different things that you could be doing, but really follow your passions and be able to articulate your growth and impact through the experiences. One place that students think, oh my gosh, this isn't really as important, but social is also one of the activities and experiences you can also talk about. With the social piece of it, you know, can you make connections and build trust? Do you bring diversity? Will you represent this program? How do you relieve stress? The years ahead of you will be very stressful. Do you have other outlets for yourself? Can you relate well with colleagues? Can you relate well with patients and families? So all of those different pieces are opportunities for you to tell who you are and why you are ready to be a physician and why you want to be a physician. The personal statement piece is a piece where you finally get to inject that humanity into what was otherwise metrically driven through your MCAT scores and your GPA. So with your personal statement, we want to make sure you allot enough time to really think through the story you're telling. You want to write it, rewrite it, let it sit, then rewrite it again. Many people have gone through lots of different drafts because they've had time to do so. So we want to make sure you have time to do that, or even pivot if you feel like it's not really telling your story. And don't be afraid to share this with trusted people. But my one caveat is make sure that they are not trying to edit and polish it too much where they're editing your voice out. You want to make sure your authentic voice still rings through the tone of your story. Overall, keep in mind that a typical reviewer will take away 3 to 5 key points from any part of your application, whether that's activities, your personal statement, or your interview. So you want to make sure you're giving enough time and thought to each of those pieces so that the reviewer has great information to work from and they see you as a good fit for that program. Stay on topic. Your reason is your theme for choosing a career in medicine. So stick to it and support it with those specific examples. Good writing is simple writing. So good students and good physicians use clear, direct language. Keep in mind when we saw in that funnel that there are 10 to 17,000 applicants per school, a lot of students are going to have very similar themes, very similar experiences. So it's kind of like Netflix when you see all of the different options out there. What is it about those top 10 trending that make those stories stand out? Well, on the top 10 trending Netflix, typically it has, you know, a great character arc. The characters are rich with a lot of depth to them. There are conflicts, there's a journey. They keep you captivated through the storytelling. So just think about if there are 10 to 17,000 applicants, how can you tell your story in a way that cuts through all of that while staying true to who you are, giving concrete examples, demonstrating why you want to become a physician, talking about your experiences, telling your story. And that takes time to really to craft. So have people read through it, ask them what they think you're trying to say, because a lot of times when we write something, we spent so much time on it, your eyes can't really see it anymore. You're not hearing your story, your message, but have other people read through it and tell you what they think you're trying to say. And if that's not the message, you might need to revisit it again and clarify those statements. All right, so Now to the timeline. I've talked a lot, and okay, I'm just keeping my eye on the time. Similar to what Tiffany shared on the high school timeline, this is a sample of a medical school application timeline. Gap years are phenomenal for getting more experience, preparing for the MCAT if you didn't do that during your undergrad years. However, for purposes of keeping us all on the same page, just for this, this is somebody who is it's a sample of someone based on the end of their sophomore year to junior year and then going into their senior year. Again, gap years are great, but for purposes of this, to keep us all on the same page, at the end of the second year, if you've taken the classes covered within the MCAT, then we have students who typically prep the summer between their second and third year, their fall of the third year, or they cram it in the winter. So during the winter break is the last kind of like winter boot camp, because we definitely suggest taking the MCAT by spring, because like we said, you'll be keying in your application in May. And if you take it in early spring, if you didn't quite hit that score you wanted, at least you still have some time to sharpen some of those skills that you might need to work on after you've taken it the first time, and then you have an opportunity to take it again. All right, so that's the MCAT prep piece. In October, pay attention to AAMC's Twitter or their website and look for MCAT registration opening. I know you are from all over. However, in California, it is kind of like getting Coachella tickets. It's really difficult. You might have to wait in line for a long time online. So you want to make sure that you know when MCAT registration opens so that you can pre-create your account and try to get that test date and location that is most convenient for you. November to January. Now, this is your third year, your junior year, if you're not taking a gap year. You start drafting your personal statement and start planting the seeds with your letter writers. In February, you want to have a great first draft of your personal statement and start drafting and crafting your activities and experiences. In February is typically the second MCAT reg opening. So in October, you typically have a certain number of months that are open. And then in February, the last 3 months will open. And we'll take a look at a calendar so you get a better idea of what those dates look like. February to March, you continue revising the personal statement, your activities and experiences. March, April, you finalize that, take the MCAT by spring, remind your letter writers. And for the letter writers, help them out because they're probably writing a lot of letters if it's a popular professor or supervisor. Help them out, give them a copy of your personal statement if it's in good enough shape. You can share your CV, your LinkedIn, your resume, your activities and experiences. And then in May, early May, you can start keying in your application and just know that it will take longer to key it in than you anticipate. So don't wait until the last minute. One area where students' applications get kicked back is when they're entering their coursework and then their coursework doesn't match their transcript. So you can download an unofficial version of your transcript, just make sure you're entering your coursework in correctly. Takes 4 to 6 weeks after you submit to get your application verified. From there, your secondary essays will be set. And with the secondary essays now, it will be more specific to different essays specifically for that school and that program. So while some of the questions can be similar in theme, it will be very specific for that program. And just note as well that many programs will automatically send secondary essays regardless of GPA and MCAT score. So just something to think about as you're making your school list and you're trying to figure out your different costs. Your fourth year begins. In August, interviews can be granted, although August is very early. August to January, you can be interviewing. And like I mentioned, some schools will use a traditional type of interview. Some will use an MMI, the multiple mini interview, or some will use a hybrid of both, or a hybrid. And then mid-October, again, that is very early, but first acceptances can get sent out. And just know that many people with great GPAs, great MCAT scores, fantastic experiences, they might not get a seat that first time around, but you can get some help from, maybe you have an advising team on campus that can help you craft those, or we have a medical school admissions counseling team as well with the Princeton Review who helps you dive into that personal statement. It helps you craft those activities and experiences. Don't feel like you have to do this on your own. Get help from people who have been through the process or friends who have gone through the process successfully. Start looking at samples from students who did not get in versus who did get in. And a lot of times you'll see those 3 pitfalls we talked about come into play, where they're not applying at the right time, they're not packaging themselves well, or they're missing components on their application. All right, so the MCAT, how does it fit in? And I'm gonna look at time. Oops, okay, so 21-22, you can see for the applicants, the mean MCAT score was 505.9, whereas for the students who actually went on to medical school, it was 511.9. GPAs 3.59 for applicants versus 3.74 for matriculants for MD programs. With the DO programs, the averages for the MCAT and the GPAs was slightly more forgiving. So do your research, find out about the different paths that are ahead of you, talk to people. If you do have, I jumped in partway through the communication piece. I heard you talking about LinkedIn. If you have your LinkedIn polished, then you can start doing that professional networking, do informational interviews, try to talk with people and find out about these different paths. Get into those hospitals, do those clinicals, roll up your sleeves, have that patient-facing experiences so that you know when you are applying that this really is what you want to do and why. And you can demonstrate your actual interest through what you've done. Coursework, again, you're going to get these. This is the coursework typically that students will have prior to preparing for the MCAT. And then let's see, the 4 sections of the MCAT: Chem, Phys, CARS, Critical Analysis and Reasoning Skills, Biochem, and Psych Soc. So for CARS, it's straight passages with questions related to those passages. For the science sections for Chem, Phys, Biochem, and Psych Soc, you'll have a combination of passage-based questions as well as freestanding questions. And really doing practice tests, doing drills. Remember that you do get 20% off of the test prep course with us, which includes the books. I oftentimes have students like, they want to get a head start and they'll buy the books. I'm like, no, just wait. If you are planning on taking a course at all, your books do come with that. And also online resources come with it. So even before your class starts, if say you register for a course, 6 months in advance, you can start dropping into our topic focus sessions, which are 90-minute focus sessions where an instructor will walk through specific topics for 60 minutes, and then you get to go through MCAT questions together for the remaining 30 minutes. So those topic focus sessions, you can drop into those even before your class starts. So just little things. I know I'm saying a lot, I'm laying a lot on you, but I want to make sure things are at least familiar so that if you come back to us with questions, we can refer back to, okay, this is what you were asking about, or this was what you want to learn a little bit more about. The MCAT is a marathon, so you don't just go out and run that marathon without training. You have to build up those muscles. You have to have that training plan. Not like I've run a marathon, but from friends who have, it seems like that's what you do, which is very similar to the MCAT. Practice tests, drills, reviewing the content, but not just that. You have to have the strategy to be able to fit all of the information within that the time frame of each section. So it goes by fast. So the strategy of which passages will you start attacking, which order will you do those passages in, so that you can maximize the number of points. There is so much that goes into the prep, but it's doable. There are people before you who have gone through this, who are as stressed as you were. Just know this process is stressful, but knowing what you have to do can help you at least put a timeline in for yourself, so that you can be as disciplined as possible and just focus on the piece at hand, so that you can take control of the situation and manage that stress for yourself. All right, MCAT Reg, this is just an example from this last year. So you will typically see in October 2 dates. So this year it happened to be October 25th at noon Eastern time is when these states opened, and then October 26th. Keep in mind, caveat, they normally say noon Eastern time, which on the Pacific, then set your clock. That means at 9 a.m. you've got to get in there and get your spot. And then this year, the second date was February 22nd, when the remaining MCAT test dates opened up. So when I talked about the MCAT calendar, you can see here we have students who, if they prepped The summer between their second and third year, we typically have students taking the August or September test date from the year before, or if they're prepping in the fall or the winter, we have students taking the January or March test date. And then maybe if they need to take it again, can still have a little bit of time before those applications are submitted and reviewed. So these first 6 months, keep in mind February is typically not a test administration month. These were opened then in October, and then July, August, and September, those dates and locations were open in February. And when I talked about setting up your account, like the Coachella tickets, prior to that, the MCAT Reg opening, go into the AAMC's website and complete the first 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Complete the first 5 tabs, which is time consuming. So complete all of that so that the day of MCAT Reg, you can just get straight to the schedule panel. And then another thing I just want to make you aware of, if you are looking to apply to UC Davis Medical School, UCLA, or University of Hawaii, pay attention to the AAMC preview exam, which are hypothetical dilemmas, which hopefully you shouldn't have to prep for because it's based on your own judgment and experiences. But the list is growing. However, the AAMC preview, last I checked, was required at these schools, but recommended for most other schools. This was an old 2022 test date, but you can see that the test dates are normally after you've submitted your exam, and it is 75 minutes, multiple choice. It's much shorter. An example of what they're looking for are what you've honed and crafted and developed through your activities and experiences, through your clinicals and such. So service orientation, social skills, cultural competence, teamwork, ethical responsibility to self and others, resilience, adaptability, reliance, dependability, capacity for improvement. These are the things, in addition to what they tested on the MCAT, that these schools do want to see. So we don't have a lot of time, but just so you know, the slide is in here. This is an example of a AAMC preview type of question. I'll be quiet for a moment before I move on.
Okay, can you hear me, Christine?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you moving on? Are you
Moving, you're
okay.
also going to get a link to this pre-med management tool, which will help you start learning more about and organizing your activities and experiences. We'll send a link to that. The first tab is a messages tab, and students typically stop at messages and think, I don't know where to find the good stuff. The portfolio tab is the second tab in this pre-med management tool. In the portfolio tab, expand your blue eye info button, and then you can see suggestions. It's not a checklist. Suggestions as to what types of activities might be beneficial or helpful to you. And then also you can start entering these in, you can start entering the information into our portal, which will be similar to what you will be entering in on your application. If you've taken the time to enter information without any formatting effort on your part, you will hit a print all button and your information will be put into this PDF document for you to use for a number of different things. I call this the Cheesecake Factory menu. It's everything that you've entered in here, but now you can start pulling pieces out. Which activities and experiences do you want to highlight for your application? What do you want to share with your letter writers? What do you want to put onto your LinkedIn profile? So lots of great information there. We want you ready to submit for opportunities, be ready to talk with your advisors, be ready to ask for those letters of recommendation, be ready to draft your personal statement, be ready to take the MCAT. You do get 20% off as an attendee here, and be ready to key in your application. Again, PDF, you'll get all this, but MCAT flashcards by TPR is a free tool for you. So MCAT flashcards by TPR on your app. TPR is just short for the Princeton Review. We have homework help if you want help with improving your GPA. We also have different practice tests, private tutoring, self-prep online, prep books, and instructor-led courses. This is an old slide, but I love this. Our course used to be called a 510 plus. We've actually upped it, and now it's a 513 plus with a 13-point increased score guarantee up to a 513. The reason why we upped it from 510 to 513 is because our students were averaging 514. So there is a money back guarantee if you don't increase your score by 13 points. And we want to make sure you know that you can reach out to us. Again, I will be transitioning next week, but Tiffany and the rest of my team will be here to help guide you through the resources that you have and through the process so that you are comfortable and confident, because we're excited to see that you will be the future physicians for all of us. So thank you so much. I know it was a lot. I hope it was helpful. And I hope you are able to take away at least 2 nuggets that you can make actionable for yourself.
Okay, thank you, Christine. Well, I didn't see very many questions in the chat because I think everybody was writing. So, but if there is anybody, I'm looking at the clock, if there's anybody that has a specific question about testing and the MCATs that you would like to ask, please do it now. We'll take a couple of minutes to do that. Anybody? Everybody was clear? And
I'm sorry, we have a hand raised, Andrea.
Okay, Andrea. Yes, and it just
Hi, I just have.
Yeah, specific on your question.
I'll be very quick. Okay. In terms of when applying to multiple medical schools of medicine, does that make you more competitive if the schools know that you are applying to other schools as well? And then the other question is, when you are applying to multiple schools, is it appropriate to use the same letters, personal statements in the same essays, or should you not?
The first one, I would love to throw back to my med admissions counseling team. If you don't mind emailing that to me, we'll do that in the follow-up because I want to make sure you get the best answer. In terms of the same personal statement, activities, and experiences on that primary application, yes, they will all see that. And then the secondary essays is where you really get to deep dive into those specific, what is really important to them.
Okay, and listen, I want to add, when you send her that email, if you know the schools that you're going to apply, put those in the email. Okay? Okay. All right.
Sabrina has her hand raised.
Yeah, we can see. Sabrina?
Hi, everybody. I just have a really quick question about the MCAT. So you said that when you're taking the MCAT and let's say you didn't do really well and you want to take it again, I have heard that sometimes medical schools will combine MCAT scores to like one average MCAT. How likely is that with medical schools? Do they look at the new MCAT or they look at the older one and also compare it?
I really think it depends on the program and a lot of time the trend as well. So, did you vastly improve? And that leads me to one more piece where sometimes students will get the score, they didn't feel good about it, but instead of giving them time to address those areas of weaknesses, they'll just go ahead and retake the MCAT. Whereas like, hey, you really need to address the problem before you take that again. So it really depends by program, and I would look into the program specifically just to make sure, because it could always change as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
thank you.
I just want to add that I see Kennedy, just a second. Christina, I've seen that happen. Is maybe the score wasn't as high and then they immediately take it and they didn't do any prep in between that gap and the next time. So you guys be sure at least to talk to someone or advisor or whoever is close to you about that, okay? Because that's really very important, because the MCAT is like your real roadmap, okay? So, okay, Kennedy Parsons.
Hi. So I've been doing research on like the MCAT, and I saw that some schools don't require the MCAT. What do you do in preparation for that? Like, do they look at other things like internships, experience? I just wanted to.
Oh, okay. And also, Kennedy, your phone says iPhone. Is that right, Carolyn? Is she the one that has iPhone?
No, it's someone else.
Okay.
Oh, it's Tiffany.
Okay. All right. That's good. Okay, Christine. Okay.
Most programs will require it, but if the program you specifically are interested in is not requiring it, that's when those other puzzle pieces really do come into play. So your grades, your transcript, the strength of your courses, the trend, your activities, your clinicals, the letters of recommendation, the personal statement, those other pieces become even that much more important because that piece isn't a requirement. If it's optional, if your grades tended to not reflect where you think you are academically, if it's optional and you are able to take the MCAT and that can show your competence in those sciences, then great, you might want to still consider doing it if it's optional. If it's blind, as if they're not looking at it at all, then those other pieces are really important considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just one more question. Christine, personal statements. We have, okay, where she's at. You there, Christine? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there she is. Okay, so we see a lot of different types of personal statements. And I think that the two, from what we've seen, is 2 weak points are: who do you ask to write the letter of recommendations? And what are you putting in the personal statements? I saw one young man put a personal statement that had to do with his background because he was biracial. And it was all about that, okay? I've seen others, oh, my daddy was sick or my grandma was sick, and that's why I want to be a doctor. But then they go in and tell you all of the things about disparities, which the people that they're talking to already know about these disparities. So my question to you is, when you write your personal statement, shouldn't there be a good portion of that about why you want to be a doctor, not the cause and effect of it, but why you want to be a doctor? You want to be a doctor because you want to be a cardiologist, for example, and the heart is vascular, and you want to deal with vascular issues, and that incites you or something, versus my grandpa died of cardiac, you know what I'm saying? I see this all the time.
Absolutely. And sadly, so many
It's the biggest mistake.
Yes, so many of us have had a family member in the hospital, and the admissions committee reads those same types of themes over and over and over. And just like when there's too many Lord of the Rings, I cannot watch Lord of the Rings anymore, even no matter how great it is. So you really need to, yes, talk about why you want to become a physician. If it's not clear as to your purpose and your drive as to why, then it's questionable, because we have a pile of other people where it is very clear. But through that, you've come up with a polished theme, and you're able to incorporate the experience and the reflection piece and bring in those other stories of the patient you worked with or the family you worked with, which helps drive why you want to become a physician. So the whole piece works together to tell a really compelling story. But absolutely, Stefana, those are 2 big pitfalls.
Big pitfall. And the other one is that, oh, I want to be because I'm African American or because I'm Hispanic. That's your ethnic background, but that's not why you want to be a doctor. Explain that, because they can see all of that. You already done checked the box and told me.
Yes.
This personal statement is supposed to be why you want to be a doctor. And explain that the people already know about disparities. The
Yes.
admissions committee, the colleges know. You can, I'm not saying not reference it, but not a whole long thing about the disparities of various groups and what is lacking in health delivery, health care, and health and wellness. So it's very important, from what I understand, to talk about being a doctor.
Yes.
Is very, very important. Why you want to be a doctor. And if you don't know what type, just why you want to be a doctor. If you don't know what specialty, you can just speak to that too. Is that, I just don't know.
And paint that clear picture, bring that reader into your journey with you, and use that journal, the journal pieces that you had written to craft that story for yourself. But it has to be clear. We've had so many people who were so qualified, but their statement made them sound like they weren't sure if they wanted to be a teacher or a doctor.
And now we say that, just to add, so there is social science and then there's medical science. And a lot of the statements that I've seen are social. Not there. What I mean by social science. So you want to be a teacher or you want to be a social worker, not the medical doctor. So anyway, just wanted to address that. The other one is the letter of recommendation. Okay. And who to ask and how to ask. Can you expound on that? Because, I get asked to write letters of recommendation by people I don't even know.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to think, although, okay, when I talked about making that spreadsheet, who those letter writers should be and how many, those people have to be able to speak to your strengths, speak to your skills, speak to what you will be able to do as they've witnessed you in action. If somebody doesn't really know you and they're writing a generic letter, it is clear as day to the people on the other end. They have to be able to speak even comparatively about what they've seen in terms of what you are able to do and what they've witnessed you do, whether that's through research, in the classroom, whatever that might be. Read their body language, because one of my friends is a professor at Davis, and one of the students who she did not feel comfortable writing a letter for asked her in the middle of class in front of all the other students. And I'm sure my friend's body language was like, I don't believe that you would be a good fit. So read the room, read the body language, be self-aware, and set yourself up for success. So find the people who can really speak to your strengths. Ask them point blank, will you be comfortable writing me a strong letter? If their body language doesn't say so, find other people who have witnessed you really being the amazing person you are.
Have you seen, is it okay to mention the specialty in your personal statement?
What is your thought on that, Stalfina, from the ones
I don't know that answer.
You know what, think of it in totality. So a lot of times too, if you're young, you might think you know what you want to do. You can mention it, but what have you done? What clinicals, what shadowing, what research, what have you done to support that thought? Have you done enough to make that an educated thoughts for yourself? What insights do you have? What have you gotten to see up close and personal?
Okay. So yeah, and don't forget the extracurricular. Okay. Let's see. In your personal statement, should you include names of people, patients?
You don't have to, as long as you're not divulging confidential information, you can put that name to it so that it really tells that clearer story. Paint the picture, bring in those stories, but don't divulge confidential information.
Yeah, it's really important not to do that, okay? Because this one includes name or people, patients, etc., that you have interacted with, or limit it to a student or a patient. For a personal statement?
If you're telling a story about a certain service that you've done, or a situation when you were doing clinicals, yes, but make sure it's not something that could divulge personal information specific to a person. You can rename that person, or first name, last initial, but because that is important for the person on the other end to feel that interaction that you've had by attaching the name to it. However, just be careful about saying too much that would cut into breaching confidentiality.
Yeah, and remember, you can always use Jane Doe. All right, okay. Does that answer those questions for those, for Fatu? That was a great question. Sabrina, and I guess that was it. Oops, it's flipping, okay. Okay. Oh, go on.
Stalfina, I forget, because not everyone is ready to prep for the MCAT right now. We normally get asked, what else can I do? I'm a first year, second year undergrad. We do have a CARS skill builder. I always forget to mention this, but student scores tend to dip in the CARS section because they're so focused on the sciences. The CARS section, critical analysis and reasoning skills, which is all passage-based. We do have a CARS skill builder, and our discount for you guys also applies to that class, which would be a great way to start enhancing that piece of it before you really dive into the sciences, because across the board, if you look at the scores in every state, they dip on the CARS because people focus so much on the sciences.
Could you put that in your chat too, so we can have that? Okay.
I'll email that to you to share out.
Okay. All right. And just put it in the chat because it'll help us too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wow, Christine, you got through it. You did an excellent job. Let's give a big hand of applause for Christine and Tiffany previously.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck to you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now, I hope you guys got a lot out of that, because I know they crashed, both Tiffany and Christine kind of crash course that, but I hope it was helpful for you. It means a lot, because this is so important in terms of your MCAT and your application process for admission. So, again, we'll put a lot of that information up on the website, and you could always at least get in touch with Tiffany for sure, and she'll point you in the right direction. And even if you're in another state, she may can help. And if not, then I'm sure there's some way or another they can try to help you. Okay.
Dr.
Okay.
Before we go on, do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Do you guys need a 5-minute break or you want to continue? I was going to do that afterwards, but okay.
You know, one
You-
comment I would make is looking at that process that she outlined in the Princeton Review steps. That's an awesome tool, and so I just would advise you guys to take advantage of it. Just, and you know, especially if you're applying, you know, to college or medical school. I know if I had to do it, I don't know if I could have done it, but there's a lot of tools, and you need tools.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks. Thank you. Okay. All right. You guys want to move right ahead, right? Okay. Or do you need a break? If not, okay, let's move ahead. Okay. So this final workshop is one that we thought we would add to this 2023 because, you know, we've all gone through so much with the whole COVID pandemic and our relationships and so forth. And normally all of the programs that you hear about focus on, you know, your mentors and networking and the relationships that you have with the person that's writing your letters of recommendation and so forth. Well, we also know that all of us have personal relationships that are very important in our journey to become doctors. It's very, very important. And that can be, of course, your parents and your family, but that relationship may also be about the person that is your roommate in school or your significant other or your best friend. Becoming a doctor and the time that you spend with this network that is not in the medical field can be somewhat challenging. And from somebody who's done coaching for a lot of students in medical school and going to medical school, I've seen this more and more, and particularly since COVID. So we decided we would add this workshop related to building healthy and strong relationships and essentials, that some things that you guys may need to pay attention to. This is very important because as well as it is and all this other information we just gave you, your other relationships are important too. And many of us have challenges in our personal relationships and our friends and our significant others. And even if you get into medical school, the relationship that you may have with your advisor, or you face someone that you thought was dismissive and didn't have your best interest. So this next person is wonderful at this, and she is Tracy Broadhead. She is the executive director of the One Love Foundation, and I would like you to give a warm welcome to Ms. Broadhead, and please ask her any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Miss Bello, who, full disclosure, is my mother. She is the most amazing mother on the planet. Thank you to Physicians Medical Forum. This is such an important program. I absolutely love this program, and it's an honor to be here to talk about what can be kind of a difficult subject. I'm going to bring up a PowerPoint to kind of guide us through the whole conversation here. So pardon me as I get it going. And we're going to have a nice little conversation here, okay? I want everybody to just start thinking about kind of relationships, right? You've talked a lot today about communication. You've talked a lot today about planning to become a doctor. Dr. Carey was here, Ms. Anthony was here, Dana was here. I heard like a lot of people have talked to you, but I want you to just start thinking about something you did to show recently, to show someone you care. Don't drop it in the chat, just start kind of thinking about that. And as you're thinking about that, I'm going to kind of walk through what we're going to cover today. So we're going to introduce you to One Love, and I'll tell you all about that. We're going to do some learning in a really safe, inclusive space. We're going to learn about 10 signs of healthy relationships and 10 signs of unhealthy relationships. We'll watch a few short films that talk about unhealthy connections and have some discussion, and then we'll reinforce some key teaching points. So we'll cover these topics and it'll be about an hour. Our goal is for the training to be interactive, so feel free to ask questions throughout at any time. And if there's any part of this agenda that makes you a little nervous, just let me know. You can drop it in the chat, and I can suggest some additional resources to follow up with. So One Love. One Love is actually a foundation that is dedicated to improving relationship health for future generations. It's a nonprofit organization. We have educated over 2.3 million young people through workshops, both in person and online, by teaching them the signs of healthy and unhealthy relationships. Those signs are behaviors. They're not feelings, they're behaviors. That's important. We'll get to that in a minute. One Love was founded in honor of a young woman named Yardley Love, who was a 22-year-old college student whose life was tragically cut short when she was killed by her ex-boyfriend. Her family learned during the trial, and he is in jail, that her death could have been prevented if they had recognized the signs of an abusive relationship. And that's when actually the 10 signs of healthy relationships and the 10 signs of unhealthy relationships were created by One Love in collaboration with a doctor at Johns Hopkins University. The statistics around relationship abuse are staggering. You see them right here. Over 1 in 3 women, 1 in 3 men, 1 in 2 transgender and non-binary people. For Black women, for Indigenous women, the numbers are even higher, 44, 46%, right? So it's really, really important. One Love helps to change the statistics around relationship abuse, similar to the way that Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MADD, changed the statistics around driving under the influence. Okay? The big idea here really is that 100% of us are in relationships of all kinds, right? Romantic relationships, professional relationships, roommates, all different types of relationships. 100% of us can improve our relationship health, and we all deserve healthy relationships. So friends, families, partners, classmates, teammates, classmates, just everyone, colleagues, we all experience and we all also do unhealthy things from time to time. This doesn't mean we're bad people, but it does mean that we have the opportunity to learn about and bringing healthier relationship behaviors to our lives. Everyone deserves healthy relationships. And if there is one critical lesson I want everybody to take away from this session is that you deserve healthy relationships. So before we dive into kind of the discussion, I want to quickly review some tips to set up our workshop to be engaging and impactful. And just talking about healthy and unhealthy relationships can be a little bit heavy, but it can be fun too. And so we're going to have some fun here, okay? But to establish just a few norms, let's just make sure we're using I statements when we're speaking, right? And we have lessons that leave, but stories that stay. So if anyone shares something very personal, let's leave it right here, okay? I don't know if there's any other norms, if anybody wants to come off mic that they feel are important. Okay, then why don't we dive into 10 signs? So here they are. Why don't you take a moment to read through the 10 signs of healthy and unhealthy relationships? And I'll just pause for a few seconds. As you're looking through those, which of the unhealthy signs, the ones on red, which one of those kind of stick out to you? Which ones have you kind of witnessed in relationships? If anybody wants to drop those in the chat. And then on the other side, let's do the same for the healthy sides, because it's critical that young people can identify signs of a healthy, unhealthy, or potentially abusive relationship. But it's just important for young people to be able to understand the building blocks for healthy relationships. After all, these are all skills that anyone can build and practice. Good stuff. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for sharing those. All right, I'm going to now kind of stop this sharing, and I'm going to pull up a short video that goes in depth about the 10 signs, more in depth about the 10 signs. So here we
go.
One Love teaches the difference between healthy and unhealthy relationship behaviors because everyone can benefit from learning how to love better. 10 signs of an unhealthy relationship. If you're seeing any of these 10 unhealthy signs in your relationship, don't ignore them. Understanding these signs can help identify a toxic relationship before it becomes dangerous or abusive. Intensity. When someone expresses very extreme feelings and over-the-top behavior that feels overwhelming. Possessiveness. When someone is jealous to a point where they try to control who you spend time with and what you do. Manipulation. When someone tries to control your decisions, actions, or emotions. Isolation. When someone keeps you away from family, friends, and other people. Sabotage. When someone purposely ruins your reputation, achievements, or success. Belittling. When someone does and says things to make you feel bad about yourself. Guilting. When someone makes you feel responsible for their actions or makes you feel like it's your job to keep them happy. Volatility. When someone has a really strong, unpredictable reaction that makes you feel scared, confused, or intimidated. Deflecting responsibility. When someone repeatedly makes excuses for their unhealthy behavior. Betrayal. When someone is disloyal or acts in an intentionally dishonest way. 10 signs of a healthy relationship. A healthy relationship does not mean a perfect relationship, but we can all strive to love better by practicing these 10 healthy behaviors. Comfortable pace. When the relationship moves at a speed that feels enjoyable and comfortable for each person. Trust. Confidence that your partner won't do anything to hurt you or ruin the relationship. Honesty. You can be truthful and candid without fearing how the other person will respond. Independence. Having the space to be yourself outside of the relationship. Respect. You value one another's beliefs and opinions and love the other person for who they are. Equality. The relationship feels balanced and everyone puts the same effort into the success of the relationship. You feel like your needs, wishes, and interests are just as important as the other person's. Kindness. You're caring and empathetic to one another and provide comfort and support. Taking responsibility. Owning your actions and words. You avoid placing blame and you can admit when you've made a mistake. Healthy conflict. Openly and respectfully discussing issues and confronting disagreements non-judgmentally. Fun. You enjoy spending time together and you bring out the best in each other. The best way to learn about love is through One Love. For more information about One Love and the signs of healthy and unhealthy relationships, visit joinonelove.org.
All right. So those are our signs. I'm actually going to drop them in the chat just because the next rest of our conversation is really going to kind of focus on the 10 signs, but really kind of illuminating them through different parts of our conversation. I'm going to bring back up my deck, and I've got a couple of questions for you here. So on the unhealthy signs, anybody have any questions about any of those? Because sometimes people don't actually understand what they mean. So if anybody wants to come off of mute, or Kennedy, got a question?
I had just got a little confused with the isolation part. I took it as like if I'm talking about something that I'm going through and the person kind of just writes me off and makes me feel isolated, kind of like no one understands like what's going on or not even trying to understand. That's how I took it. But after watching the video, it made a little bit more sense. It was just a clarification.
Yeah, we're going to watch a really short little kind of film that we actually released as a PSA. Well, you'll see actually the character's name is Stephanie, where her partner insists that she blocks her other friends, right? That's kind of isolating her, trying to accuse her of not being a good friend because she's being friends with somebody that her other friend isn't, right? So that's kind of isolating. Yeah, you got it though. Miguel?
When you see one of these behaviors, is like the appropriate reaction just to cut them out? Is it to address it? How do you respond when you see them?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit more, but I think that probably it's a good idea to talk about them because again, it doesn't mean that they're a bad person, right? It just means that they're exhibiting a behavior that's not healthy. And so you want to kind of explore that and say, you know, well, why do you want me to block my friend, right? This is my friend. I understand you have a problem with this person, but I don't. That doesn't impact our friendship. And you can kind of see if your friend will kind of come around. So I think it's about understanding and having a conversation about the behaviors. And then you can kind of see if that relationship or that person is going to right size and move over to a healthy kind of space. But what we know is that these signs are the portal that we see relationships, particularly romantic relationships, escalating to physical violence. So they're signs, they're warnings that something's not right, and it's a conversation. But we'll again talk about that a little bit more later on. Andrea.
Hi, I just want to say how much I appreciate this presentation. And I just wanted to piggyback off of what you were saying about talking about it. I've been doing psychotherapy now a little over 6 years. And with the confronting in a non-judgmental way, I always try to pinpoint that confrontation isn't a bad thing. It's really just calling attention to something, which is just an expression of your needs and exercising healthy communication, healthy assertiveness, and setting clear boundaries. And so I just wanted to add that to what you already so beautifully and graciously stated.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, just in the interest of time, I'm going to go on to the next slide, which is a question about the 10 signs that are healthy. Like, which one do you think is the hardest to practice? Andrew, you just kind of talked about healthy conflict, right? Like that can be really tough for people. But that is a sign of a healthy relationship because you're not always going to agree. Anybody else have another thought on a healthy sign, a healthy sign that's hard to practice? I think that's the one we usually see come up most because healthy relationships really just bring out the best in you and make you feel good about yourself. A healthy relationship does not mean a perfect relationship. And no one is healthy 100% of the time. But again, these are the behaviors you strive for in all of your relationships. So taking responsibility. Yep, that's a tricky one for a lot of people, right? But it's really important. Honesty, that's one where you get like all the way cut off in my life. Like I have no tolerance for lying. Trust, core of so many good relationships. Independence, yes. Like I want to be able to. Last night, my fiance wanted to kind of hang out, but I had plans with one of my girlfriends. He was like, "Go do you. I'll see you later." Beautiful, independence, no problem. So good stuff. All right, so now we're going to actually jump into kind of the films that I was mentioning to you. And they're short films that we're going to watch that depict examples of unhealthy relationship behaviors, both in romantic relationships and friendships. And sometimes this can be a little bit hard to watch. So please do what you need to do to take care of yourself, even if that means you need to turn your camera off or take a little bit of a break. If you need any additional support, we have some resources that are available, national resources right here. So you can screenshot that if you want to. I'm happy to connect you with these folks if you need the help. Unhealthy relationships are an issue amongst all types of relationships, no matter race, gender identity, sexuality, social economic class, level of ability, religion, geographic area, like it's everybody. All of us have challenges with it. And these short films are intended to be conversation starters. So I'll encourage you to bring your own lived experience and discussion after the film. There's 4 short films. One is about Stephanie, one is about Ruth, and one is about Mario. When we think of abuse, we usually think about physical violence, stuff that we can see, actions that leave a bruise, right? But abuse can happen in a lot of different ways, including things that are done and said over text, comments, DMs, and it's harder to see those markings, right? For the behaviors that those behaviors leave. When unhealthy behaviors happen on our phones, it can feel really lonely and overwhelming because other people can't see what's going on and offer support. But in these 4 films where we watch these 4 characters, if I could say anything to each of the characters, it would be you do not have to suffer alone. We all deserve healthy relationships. And when we can recognize the signs of healthy relationships and unhealthy behaviors in ourselves and in others, we can better choose how we want to and how we deserve to be treated. So if someone continues to treat us in an unhealthy way, we get to choose what kind of role they play in our lives or not. Right? So after we watch the films, we'll have some discussion to learn a little bit more about how the 10 signs illuminate. So think about that as you're watching them and how they show up for Stephanie, Ruth, Mario, and Kayla. Right? So I'm gonna stop sharing this and then I'm gonna go to sharing our signs. Oops, not that one. Sorry, please hold. Let's get back. No. Exit here. Oops, sorry. And sorry, just getting back to it. Here we go. And here we go.
I don't like when you get like this and just I'm not flirting with her. She's like, it's hardly 1 minute to walk away. Like, it's not fair. You can't even understand. Even when they happen on your phone, unhealthy behaviors can still hurt. Learn the signs before things go too far. Visit joinonelove.org.
All right, so that is Stephanie. Okay. Let's go check out Ruth. Sorry.
Can we just talk? I don't know if I would. I just want to assume I wasn't this anyone. I irregular something. I'll do it. Even when they happen on your phone, unhealthy behaviors can still hurt. Learn the signs before things go too far. Visit joinonelove.org.
Okay, so a whole different kind of abuse happening in that situation. You know, they're on their phones. Like, who thinks that this is happening? When we show these films to parents, they are blown away because they don't think that these things are happening on the phones. And that's why the videos were really designed to be kind of, you know, each one you're seeing is kind of down a hallway and you think it's a conversation or argument that's happening behind closed doors. There's one more that's like that. Let me show you the one with Mario real quick. Here we go.
Hello. Hey. Oh my God. What? You always ignore me. I'm sorry. I just don't. So, I can't see you anymore. Even when they happen on your phone, unhealthy behaviors can still hurt. Learn the signs before things go too far. Visit joinonelove.org.
So it's really, really important to show.
சில பேர்
Oh, sorry.
நம்மள பிடிக்காத சில பேர் நதியில கல்லெறிஞ்சு விளையாடுவாங்க. நதி பாட்டுக்கு போயிட்டே இருக்கும். அந்த நதி மாதிரி தாங்க.
I don't know who that guy is, but that's not who we went to talk to. It's really important for us to show that these relationships and abusive behaviors, it's not just happening because young men are doing this to young women. Young men are demonstrating these behaviors. These behaviors exist within LGBTQ plus relationships. They're everywhere. They're in private relationships. They're in professional relationships. Just super important to kind of demonstrate all that. All of the examples that we've shown you so far have been kind of an individual on a phone. The last one that I'm going to show you, this one is Kayla, is happening at a party. Okay, so let's show that one real quick, and then we'll get to a discussion.
Why can't I be here? I'm with my friends.
They're not your friends.
How did you even know I was here?
Your location, obviously.
I'm just having fun.
No, you're just desperate for attention. You're leaving.
Even when they happen on your phone, unhealthy behaviors can still hurt. Learn the signs before things go too far. Visit joinonelove.org.
Right. So that's the last one to show. So there's a lot happening in all of those films, and I'd like to start a little discussion about kind of what you saw and what behaviors you noticed that were unhealthy in these relationships. And I dropped the signs in the chat. Here, I'll drop them again so you can take a look. So what unhealthy behaviors did you notice in these relationships? Yep, possessiveness, really, really strongly there for almost all of them, right? Finding someone's location, right? That was just weird. Right? Lack of trust, all of those, right? Mario might be reluctant to open up at first, especially with the pressure of our culture puts on young men to be tough and not talk about what's bothering him. But as a friend, we want to make sure that the conversation is friendly and supportive and to be able to be there for him. Guilting, intensity, manipulation, all those. When Kayla's partner tells her she's just hanging out with her friends, he immediately says, they're not your friends, right? Like that is definitely trying to undermine the relationship by making her doubt whether or not her friends and family care about her. That's isolation. That's another really good example of isolation. All right, next question. How might unhealthy relationship behaviors show up differently in LGBTQ plus relationships? If anybody wants to come off or drop in the chat, you know, sometimes there are more social norms, guidelines, expectations kind of associated with heterosexual relationships than non-heterosexual relationships, but communication and consent are important to all relationships, whether it's intimate or just a general relationship. So while you may feel pressure from social expectations, always make sure you're moving at a comfortable pace. People don't take domestic violence seriously because it's usually two of the same sex. Yeah, but as you saw before, the statistics are higher. It's 50%. Half of all people in a same-sex relationship or a non-binary relationship will experience domestic violence. Denying affection and connection in public setting, the secrecy, transphobia, like all of that can really have a lot of really challenging issues that are come up. They may feel like they don't have support of their friends and family, right? So really important to be conscious of that. As a friend, what would or could you say to Mario, Stephanie, Ruth, or Kayla to support them? Anybody want to come off mute and talk about that a little bit?
I actually had a question. So
I know I'm in college, so most of the time, like a lot of my friends' relationships, like me and my friends will talk about it, but I know like from experiences that, my ex-boyfriend didn't really like me talking to my friends about the relationship problems. And then anytime they would give me advice, it would be like, oh, they just don't want us to be together, or they just don't like me. So what is an appropriate way to approach your friend to like, let them know that you feel that they're either in an unsafe, you know, relationship, or that their relationship isn't really working out?
Yeah. I mean, you might not feel like it's your place, right, to insert yourself in your friend's unhealthy relationship. But as a friend, it's really important to talk about what you see is happening. You might be assuming that the relationship was bad, and your friend would leave or maybe come to you. Maybe that's what you think your friend would do, but it's really, really common in unhealthy relationships for a person not to realize they're in an unhealthy relationship until they left. So asking questions and talking to your friends about what's going on in their lives builds a supportive, trusting kind of space for them. And you could actually save your friend's life by starting a conversation about their relationship. And if you notice something in a friend's relationship or a change in their behavior that worries you, it's almost always better to bring it up and talk about it, or talk to an adult or a trusted adult about it, than to say nothing at all. Trust your gut. If you think something is off, and you can help your friend understand what they're experiencing isn't normal and it's not that their fault, that's valuable. Kennedy?
To piggyback off that, like, what do you do in a situation where they ask you for advice, but continue to go back and then come back to you with the same issues? Like, you want to be there for them, because I've been through that. Like, I was that friend that they would come to me for advice, but then completely disregard everything, and then 2 weeks later they're saying the same thing.
I got a whole plan for you on that. That's going to be at the end. I got a whole plan for you. That's going to be at the end of this presentation. And then on our website, everything that I'm sharing with you will be available, and we'll make sure you have that as well. But I got a whole plan for you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Comments? All right. Let's get back to the we did as a friend. What would you say? What do you think might cause someone who's what we think in an unhealthy or abusive relationship to actually stay? Like, we see it, like, why are they still there? They should just leave, right?
Fear.
Fear is a really big one. Yeah. Catherine?
They actually, I think a lot of times people can be very emotionally dependent on others. And so they can feel like if they leave, they're going to feel so alone, and then they're not going to be able to like continue living their life.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good one. Andrea?
Both of those combine, like fear of retaliation, but then also if they've been isolated over a certain period of time, and then like the previous young ladies were saying, they've gone to their friends multiple times and feel like that's burned out, then they won't feel like they have anybody to turn to.
Good point. Lauren?
So it could be two factors. One, it could be like, dependent on like, their happiness basically. And you believe that if you were to go into a relationship, then most of like, your problems would be solved, and like, you can rely on someone. But if it I don't know how to explain this, but yeah, like basically just like depending on that person to just like make you happy, and just, be at ease with yourself, basically.
Yeah. You gotta be happy with yourself before you can be happy with somebody else, right? Cassidy?
I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that people can see potential in others. Therefore, they don't want to give up on their partner, because they feel like, because at the end of the day, the person that started off being abusive to you, so you know that they can be a different person. So they're relying on that and like putting hope into somebody else, or not somebody else, putting hope into that person to change and go back to what they used to be.
Yeah. Morgan?
To piggyback off of what Cassidy was saying, I think also it's the potential, and then also the I'm so sorry, I just lost my train of thought. But it's comfortability. I think, like she was saying, like that person wasn't always that person. And when you're in an abusive relationship, you don't always, you take those good times and you hold on to them. And when you leave them, you're losing comfortability, you're restarting, and you basically have to reset your whole life. And I think people are honestly very scared of that. They like comfortable, they like staying where they know they're going to be okay, I guess.
Yep. Yep. Andrea.
I just want to add like 3 more things. So one, lack of education, right? So like not realizing where that that what they were saying, like holding on to someone else, someone nicer that they once knew, where that is in the cycle. And then also thinking shame, guilt, right? Like not realizing that how common it is to be in an unhealthy relationship. And then also what was modeled in the home. What did they look at in terms of how to navigate healthy or unhealthy relationships is important.
You guys are hitting it. You guys are hitting it. That's great. Lauren.
I don't know if this was mentioned already, but maybe it could also be like the environment they grew up in, like, you know, seeing like relationships that are like maybe unhealthy or even abusive, and they don't really see like good positive relationships, so they don't know how to differ, like, you know, like treat themselves right rather than like, you know, I don't know. Sorry, I lost my train of thought right now, but something like that.
Samuel.
I think a lot of people stay in abusive or unhealthy relationships because they have like this core belief that they don't actually deserve it. Also, I'm sorry, my name is construction right now for whatever reason. But yeah, I think it kind of stems back to low self-esteem, the belief that they don't deserve happiness or a stable relationship that's fulfilling to them.
You're right. There are so many reasons why people stay in unhealthy relationships. Safety, we talked about that. Finances is another one. Logistics, love, like so many different reasons. Maybe there are still some good things, like you guys have said, that Kayla and Mario and Stephanie and Ruth all see in their partner and are hoping to get better, and that it's their job to save them. Like sometimes people feel like that. Maybe they're afraid of what will happen if they try to leave, believing their partner's behavior is their fault, or they feel embarrassed to admit what's happening. Maybe they want to leave, but don't know how, right? And they're just afraid and they don't want to be alone. A lot of you have mentioned that. But no matter why someone stays in a relationship, they are not asking for abuse. Nobody goes into a relationship asking for abuse. An unhealthy and abusive relationship can often follow a pattern. And I think somebody was talking about that a little bit earlier. The cycle reinforces why someone might not leave. And it's why it's important to recognize those cycles, because watching it unfold from the outside is easy to kind of see, or it's easier to kind of see. But we as friends have to be kind of careful about making a statement that can be victim blaming, right? Like they should just leave. That shifts the blame from an unhealthy action to Mario, to Ruth, to Stephanie, to Kayla in their decision to stay. So we just have to be careful about that. Andrea, did you want to say something else? All right.
Oh, I saw Miss Bello put in the chat to talk about different types of relationships. So I was just going to add, like in familiar relationships, maybe not wanting to hurt someone, or like in a relationship with your colleagues, fear of like job retention or competitiveness.
Exactly. All right, next slide. If our characters decided they do want to break up with their partner, how can they do it in a safe way? See, I promised you I was going to get to this. So here we go. Right. So here we go. Safety planning is really it's really important. If you're leaving a relationship that is abusive or unhealthy, the most dangerous time in an abusive relationship is during or post breakup. In the event of Yardley Love, she and her ex had broken up 2 weeks before he killed her. During this time, a partner might escalate their aggression to keep you from leaving. So taking the time to plan a breakup is always, always, always a good call. Spur of the moment breakups can lead to unhealthy and potentially dangerous off and on again patterns. I think we were talking about that, like people who keep going back. But if the breakup is planned, it is much more likely to last. So safe breakups involve looping in other people, like friends, family members, school resources, or even trained professionals. And there's a few tips that I'm going to give you now that are also on our website. So I'll make sure you get the link to that. So one, you want to let your friends, family, school, staff, trusted adult, the adults know that you are ending a relationship so that they can be your eyes and ears to help limit your partner's access to you. Two, if you don't have people who support you, you can consider calling a hotline, like the National Domestic Violence Hotline. The number there is 1-800-799-7233. It's on a slide. I'll play it again later. Hotlines are there for so many reasons, including when we're feeling confused or overwhelmed by a relationship and just need to talk it out with somebody. So if you don't have someone that you feel you can talk to, you can always call them. If you don't feel safe, do not break up in person. Sometimes the safest way to break up is by phone or social media, even if it feels unprofessional or impersonal or cruel. If you break up in person, always do it in a public place though. Have your friends or a trusted adult waiting nearby. Make sure you take your cell phone with you so you have it with you. Change your ex's access. Your ex might be following you, location sharing, online passwords. Take steps to limit and end in-person and social media contact. Really important. And then finally, remember it's normal to miss your partner after a breakup, even if the relationship was unhealthy. You got to write down the reasons for ending the relationship and keep them, right? Keep them, write it down and keep them for a reminder later when you start feeling soft about that person who you were unhealthy with or who was unhealthy with you. Give a copy to a trusted friend who you've identified to be part of your support team. And if you're in an unhealthy or abusive relationship, you should know that the abuse is not your fault, that you deserve to feel safe. And asking for help to leave a relationship that no longer makes you happy or threatens your safety is a sign of strength. There's no weakness in leaning on people to help you and the resources around you. You don't have to be, in an immediate crisis. You do not have to be in an immediate crisis to use the resources that we've talked about. And again, I'll put it up on the screen later, but preparation is really the key for planning a safe breakup or ending or whatever you want to call it, to remove yourself from or help a friend remove themselves from an unhealthy relationship. Again, we created a guide to break up and safety planning. It's on the website. If you're looking now, it's under Learn and then All Learn section on the joinonelove.org website. Okay. All right, let's transition over to healthy relationships. Like, what does a healthy relationship look like to you guys? Samuel, I'm not sure if your hand is up for this one or.
I'm sorry, I forgot to lower it, but I can take advantage of it.
Okay, great. Go for it.
It goes from the list, like mutual trust. I think for me, something that's really important for me personally, I would say would be support and just feeling like the things that are super important to you aren't belittled by your partner, but rather they make an active, attempt to build you up and make you feel like you have somebody in your corner.
Great. I see a lot of good communication. Andre, you want to add?
Yeah, authenticity is good. Transparency and vulnerability is good. And being interested in your partner is good.
Yes, definitely. Kennedy.
I would say being able to provide a safe space to be like yourself and being able to be vulnerable. I noticed that everything tends to follow suit when someone feels comfortable, like, oh, I can be myself. I'm heard, I'm seen. and respected. So I feel like providing that safe space includes everything else. So being able to be that person for someone.
I love it. You guys come up with some really great ones. I see a bunch in the chat too, really good stuff. I mean, one of the things I think Maria actually addressed is so many unhealthy relationships romanticize, right? In television and movies and lyrics, right? And sometimes even the people around us, like it can be hard to know what is a healthy relationship, like what does that actually look like? But people don't let feelings of jealousy, insecurity, anger get out of hand and lash out when they're in a healthy relationship. They talk about the source of their feelings without making their feelings their partner's responsibility or fault, right? I'm gonna say that again. In a healthy relationship, people talk about the source of their feelings without making their feelings their partner's responsibility or fault. Both people in a relationship need to feel comfortable and safe expressing their thoughts and boundaries to the other person. When they feel heard and respected, I heard that come up a couple times today too. Even if their partner has a different perspective, they work together to find a compromise or mutual understanding. So thank you so much for sharing all of these reflections on the unhealthy connection short films. I think that was really, really good and really, really helpful. What I like to do next is kind of hit the five, like summarize kind of the five key teaching points that we've talked about today. With each one, I'm going to show you a short video. Hopefully this will go smoother. And I'll ask a question and we can kind of get through that. So know the signs, spot the signs, right? Like we talked about the 10 signs ad nauseum. Let me see if this is going to work for us. There we go. Can you see my screen? Can you see the film?
No, we can just see the know the signs and spot
Okay.
the signs.
So let me stop and then reshare.
From the time we were children, we have been absorbing information about relationships and what it means to be a good friend or the ideal partner. Whether it's our friends or pop culture, what we see and hear shapes our own relationships, positively or negatively. We all deserve healthy relationships that bring out the best in us and make us feel good about ourselves. Understanding the 10 signs of a healthy and unhealthy relationship can support us in living out increasingly healthy behaviors in our lives and spotting the unhealthy ones too. Healthy behaviors include trust, honesty, independence, respect, equality, kindness, fun, healthy conflict, taking responsibility, and comfortable pace. Unhealthy behaviors include belittling, betrayal, deflecting responsibility, guilting, intensity, manipulation, possessiveness, sabotage, volatility, and isolation. Let's see this in practice. Oh, excuse me.
Hey, I couldn't wait to see you. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just thinking about you. I was just trying to be sweet.
You're right. It was sweet. This scenario shows unhealthy behaviors like manipulation, possessiveness, and intensity. Zoe's body language and response indicates that she is overwhelmed or possibly scared by Will's actions. Is Will surprising Zoe to excite her? Or is he showing up to check in on her because he thinks she's ignoring him? Trust your gut. If something feels off or unhealthy about a relationship, don't discount it. Take time to analyze how you're feeling and speak to your partners, friends, or family about it. Ask yourself, is this a relationship I want to be in? Is this really a healthy relationship? Don't forget, we all deserve to be in healthy relationships. Know the signs and spot the signs.
Right. So know the signs and spot the signs. I wonder if anyone here has ever felt like they were ignoring a feeling, that someone was manipulating them or being possessive or volatile, like, oh, I'm just gonna play that down a little bit, right? Anyone ever felt like that a little bit? Like, I'm gonna brush that off. That's what we mean when we talk about know the signs and spot the signs. Like, identify it. Like, hey, that didn't feel good. Like, when you did that thing, it made me feel this way. And have the conversation. So knowing the signs and spotting the signs just gives you language around kind of healthy and unhealthy relationships, so you can have conversations about it. Some key takeaways on this particular learning objective. We all deserve healthy relationships. Like, we keep saying that over and over. I'm gonna say that every time I see y'all, right? If it feels off, trust your gut. Like, ask for help, have a conversation. If you feel like you're not getting a response from someone, talk to your friends, talk to a trusted adult. Ooh, social media. I mean, we all know this, like, people can make it look like they are living the best life, right? And a lot of times they're not. So just because it looks good doesn't mean it is good. That video that you saw, that clip with Zoe in it, that's part of the One Love film database. We've got about 17 full-length films that we use in classrooms and with different organizations to really kind of lift up the 10 signs. That was just one of them, and we'll see a couple others throughout the next few videos. And then finally, use the 10 signs to, label the behaviors, right? That's why they're there. Learn how to love better. Okay. All right, number 2. This one we're not going to actually have. Let's go. There we go. Practice healthy relationship behaviors. This one's kind of obvious because we've been talking about it, but I still want to show you the video. There's not going to be a question after this one, but I want to show you this video because I think this one is also really super important. Let's get out of this, get out of that. Exit. Oh, I'm sorry. Why aren't you letting me exit out of this computer? There we go. Okay, that's not Oh, I know why. I'm sorry. I have to click the link to open it up. Sorry, didn't have this one queued up to go. Just one moment. Okay. Okay. Now I got you. Let's see. There we go.
We can all agree that everyone deserves healthy relationships. A healthy relationship doesn't mean a perfect relationship, and no one is healthy 100% of the time. But the 10 signs of a healthy relationship are behaviors we should all strive for. Be open about sharing the values and expectations you have for a relationship. For example, if independence is particularly important to you, you'll want to take time for your hobbies. That's something that your friend or partner should know about you. Similarly, think about things you're unwilling to compromise on, your deal breakers. These may be different from your friends or partners, and that's okay. Respecting one another's boundaries is crucial. Let's look at an example.
You should stay at my house for the long weekend. We can spend 3 days straight together and not see anyone else or leave each other's sides for even a minute.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. But I'm visiting my grandparents this weekend, but sometime soon for sure.
You said in class that your grandparents are away for the whole winter. If you don't want to hang out with me, just say it. You don't need to lie. Do you want to stay at my house for the long weekend? 3 days of video games and movies.
How about one night? I really need alone time to chill out. Maybe you can come to my house sometime soon.
Definitely. Your family's so nice. And you have the best snacks.
There's no doubt Amaru values their friendship with Zayn. However, they want some flexibility over the weekend so they can have some alone time. Zayn totally understands and respects their decision. Relationships naturally grow and change over time, and so might your values and expectations. So take a bit of time to think. Be honest with yourself about who you are, what kinds of relationships you want in your life, and where you can improve, whether that's being more respectful or taking more responsibility. The journey to build a healthy relationship with yourself can be a long and hard one, but no matter where you are in the process, know that you are worthy of love from others and yourself.
Right. So that's another one. That little kind of animated version is part of a series we use in middle school, because the earlier we can start this education, just honestly, the better, right? Like young high school is great, but man, if we can get into middle school, because we all know what happens in middle school. So there's a whole series there. Here's the kind of takeaways from this one, that engaging in conversations about healthy and unhealthy relationships is just hard. It just is. But the more you do it, I promise you, the easier it gets. And it's just important to start having conversations as early in the relationship as you possibly can. Just sets a really strong foundation. And pay attention to where the 10 signs are showing up in relationships around you. Be it on social, be it in your real life, on television, just pay attention to it and talk to people about it. Like the more we can talk, the more we can normalize the conversation around healthy relationships. And that's a good thing. All right, let's go on to the third one. Really engaging here in healthy conversations. This one is a cool video. So let me pull that one up and oops, sorry, stop sharing. And then we're going to reshare.
As humans, we are consumed by relationships. Those we experience firsthand or through movies, music, or books. They can take many forms: healthy, unhealthy, and unfortunately, sometimes even abusive. The 10 signs of a healthy and unhealthy relationship give us the knowledge to have open and honest conversations with our friends or loved ones about relationships, especially when we suspect something may be wrong. It can be difficult to talk openly about our concerns because we may feel unsure how the other person will respond. But knowing when to take action is the most important part. Let's look at a scenario that shows concerning behavior.
Yo, what's up, guy? Sorry I'm late. The professor from hell decided that now was a good time to send out the formatted document. So we all had to stay after and rework our.
You
our
were
statements.
working with your group just now?
Yeah.
What kind of pizza did you get?
Barbecue chicken. What cheese?
I didn't know they made that. Oh.
Why are you lying to me, Dave?
Yeah, I think they used the leftovers from the lunch special.
Well, then you should be able to take a picture of where you are and send it to me.
This guy got issues, man.
I don't know, man. He's just a little intense.
A little. You say a little intense.
Chase is intense, volatile, possessive, manipulative, and clearly isolated Paige. Even though Chase's friends recognize these behaviors, they are quick to brush them off. They joke that he's just a little intense. If they recognize that these behaviors are reflected in the 10 signs of an unhealthy relationship, do you think the situation could have played out differently? Ideally, Chase's friends could use the opportunity to start a conversation with one another about Chase's behavior. Together, they could come up with a plan for how to talk to Chase or Paige, or even seek additional support from a trusted adult or professional. It's hard to talk about relationships, but it's important. Most of us have not been taught how to do this. It takes practice to feel comfortable having these conversations. Check in with your friends when everything is going well too. It helps build trust and will make it easier to connect when things aren't going great. Let's all do our part to have conversations about healthy and unhealthy relationships to make sure that we and our friends are in healthy, caring relationships that we all deserve.
So engaging in conversations. Have you ever brushed off a friend's behavior as just a little intense, right? But your gut is like, hey, something is not right over there. Like that scenario is from one of our films that is probably one of our most intense films. It's called Escalation. And it is a model of what actually happened in Yardley Love's life. Volatility is what you saw kind of happening there, right? And if you have a partner or see a friend whose anger confuses or intimidates or scares you, that is a big problem. It's not just a little intense. That's not okay. That's something to call out and talk about. And it's a behavior. So it's not, just that person and who they are. And hopefully it can come down, because anger is a normal emotion. That's not something we're never going to have. It's just what we or our partner does with it when they're angry that can become unhealthy. Okay? So when a person regularly lashes out physically or verbally using anger as an excuse, that's abuse. Okay? So takeaways here. Said it before, I'll say it again. Love takes practice, practice, practice. Healthy relationships are not perfect relationships. They just take work. So making sure you're paying attention to the signs and practicing healthy relationship behaviors is super important. All right, next one. This is number 4. We got 2 more to go. Number 4, communicate boundaries and practice and consent. Let's take a look at this one. And I am, again, going to do my best to make it go fast. But that's not happening. Okay, here we go. Oops, sorry. There we go. Oh boy. Okay. Share screen.
Boundaries are essential to all types of relationships. Boundaries help us understand what we are and are not comfortable with. While sometimes our boundaries align to someone else's, there are going to be instances where our boundaries are unique to us. Setting boundaries is an ongoing process that takes guts, patience, and most importantly, practice. If something makes you feel hurt, disrespected, uncomfortable, or angry, try setting a boundary next time you're in a similar situation. We can set digital, communication, financial, and physical boundaries, just to name a few. It can feel awkward at first to express our boundaries to someone close to us, particularly if we are worried about hurting their feelings or upsetting them. But the more we have these conversations, the more comfortable we will be with practicing consent. Let's look at an example. In this video, Tori shares her boundaries with Issa after Issa kisses her without her permission. Listen to their discussion.
Whoa. What the heck, Issa? You can't just do that. But you're bi. Does that mean anyone can just walk up and kiss me whenever they like? Of course not. I know that. I'm not anyone. As my friend, it goes double for you. Just like when you take my picture, that doesn't give you the right to post it. What if they're super cute? I thought you liked me.
Girl, I love you, but not like that. We're best friends. Doesn't mean I want to exchange saliva with you.
Sorry, I shouldn't have kissed you, at least not without asking.
No, you shouldn't have.
Like Issa, sometimes we may cross a boundary even though it isn't our intention. It might cause us to feel embarrassed, frustrated, or some other emotion. In these situations, make sure to apologize and validate the other person's feelings. It is important to recognize and take responsibility. We figure out our boundaries through experimenting and experiences, learning what we're okay with and what we're not. Remember, everyone has their own boundaries, and yours might not line up with a friend or partner's. Boundaries can change at any time. So it's important to be open about them so they can be respected. Now keep in mind, no boundary is too big or too small. You should never have to justify a boundary. So determine what matters to you.
Right. So I got the 5-minute warning, and if Ms. Bello, do we need to wrap this up? Because I probably have another 5 minutes, but we need to wrap up now.
We're close to it, but go right ahead.
It started about 15 minutes late, so I
I
wasn't.
know it's been running late all day, but go right ahead. Go
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay, great. All right. So for boundaries and consent, I just want to kind of get back to this one, and it's important, right? To set boundaries. And I'm going to just skip kind of the conversation part and just really go to the takeaways, because you can read all this, but I think the upshot here is just to remember the golden rule. I know all of your parents taught this to you. Mine taught it to me. You want to treat other people the way that you want to be treated. So when you set boundaries, or if someone else set boundaries, even if you don't agree with them, it just means you need to respect them. Okay? That's boundaries and consent. Helping a friend. This is the last one, okay? And it sounded like there were a lot of questions about this one, so I think this is really important that we kind of hit this one. So I am going to get out of here, and sorry, if I had a little bit more efficacy in how I actually share, that will go a little faster. Apologize. All right, helping a friend.
Have you ever witnessed a disagreement and felt uncomfortable? Maybe it was the tone or body language that made you feel uneasy. This is a really tough position to be in. Recognizing that a friend may be in an unhealthy relationship is concerning. Realizing that it could be an abusive relationship is even more scary. You might feel like it's not your place to insert yourself into a friend's unhealthy relationship, but as a friend, it's important to talk about what you're seeing. Use the 10 signs of an unhealthy relationship to identify troubling behaviors, and seek advice from professionals or loved ones before talking with your friend. Let's see this in practice.
Is everything good with Jess? You want to talk about it? It's all right, man. I'm just busy. Okay. See you tomorrow. Make sure you get some sleep, okay?
In this conversation, Dylan exemplifies 3 of the 8 key steps in helping a friend. 1, calmly and positively starts the conversation. They have a private discussion away from the situation. 2, offer support. Dylan proactively reaches out to Miles and emphasizes that he is there for him when he's ready to talk. And 3, focuses on the unhealthy behaviors. Dylan doesn't make assumptions, but focuses on the behaviors he witnesses. The other 5 steps Dylan should keep in mind for future conversations include: 1, keep the conversation friendly, not preachy. Be sure not to talk down to someone in an unhealthy relationship or tell them what to do. 2, don't place blame. Emphasize that any unhealthy behaviors are not their fault. 3, allow your friend to make their own decision. It has to be their decision to leave their relationship. We don't want to echo controlling or manipulative behavior they may already be experiencing. 4, offer solutions. Talk through their choices, but don't push them to make a certain decision. And 5, expect more conversations in the future. It usually takes multiple conversations to help friends navigate unhealthy relationships. So be prepared to support your friend long term. Remember, when supporting a friend, it might take time before they really hear you. Your friend is unlikely to immediately end their relationship after one conversation, and they may try to push you away or distance themselves. It is important to remember that they still need your help. So continue to remind them that they always have your support and friendship. Sometimes a relationship can escalate from unhealthy to abusive. If you feel your friend is in physical danger, please reach out to experts and professionals for help. such as local domestic violence organizations, the National Domestic Violence Hotline, or the Trevor Project. You could save your friend's life by starting a conversation about their relationship. But remember, take care of yourself throughout the process and ask for help or support when you need it.
Right. So that was the last one. That's the one that I think we all have a lot of questions about. And, you know, you're never alone when you are supporting a friend. There's lots of people who can help you. We all have people around us. I know my mother is a tremendous support in my life. My best friend is a tremendous support. My fiance. Think about those people who are supports in your life. These are the takeaways from this one. I encourage you, if you do have a friend, to make sure you're using a tool that's really important, not just in relationships with friends and family, but in your informational interviews or anything that you're doing in your pursuit of your career, is to ask open-ended questions. And just so we're clear, that means a question that does not respond with yes or no, right? It's something like, for example, how are you feeling about your relationship with John? If you're seeing something that's weird with your friend and John, or are you happy with Jane, right? Something that's open versus, yeah, I'm happy with Jane. Okay, but wait, how are you feeling about your relationship with Jane? Totally different. Or I noticed that, you know, you got a little scared, or I noticed that John was a little intense today, and that scared me a little. How did you feel about it? Right? So open-ended questions are really important, not just in this space of healthy relationships with friends and family, but in professional situations as well. If you're talking to one of these amazing people that you met today or will meet in the rest of the Doctors on Board program, you want to make sure you're asking open-ended questions that allow them to really elaborate and give you as much information as possible. So it's a skill that translates across all of your relationships. The resources we talked about, they're super important. There they are again. Also, all the resources that will be available on joinonelove.org. We'll send you those links. Just to quickly wrap up, I had 2 questions, but I'm not going to stick to them because we're so long, but I want you to think about, like, what is going to stick with you most about these films and the discussions we had today. And then if you had to choose one of the behaviors from the healthy signs, I wonder which one is the one that you would like to work on the most. We have these cool little cards that actually, well, a question. So if anybody has questions, you can drop them in the chat. But we have these cool little cards that we'll send out to you guys that have all the signs on healthy and unhealthy on both sides. It's a great tool to use when you're trying to help your friends understand what you've learned today. And so we'll be sure to send some of those out to you guys. But if anyone has any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I'll send you this as well later. This is a QR code for a survey. It just helps us. At One Love, we give all of this information away for free, but we want it to be relevant. We want it to mean something. And so feedback from the young people who go through our workshops is super important. So if anybody has feedback, just snap a pic and fill that out later when you have some time. And we really appreciate that. And otherwise, I'm Tracy Broadhead, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Let's give Ms. Broadhead a round of wonderful applaud. And I hope that wait a minute, let me get off a video here. Okay, I hope this was helpful for you guys. PMF decided to do this because we know there's a lot going on out there, but we don't know what it is, but we know something is happening. And we thought we would start out this time on this session to try to step away just a minute from the whole medical school and the whole college application process and just add something for you personally. And we hope that it was helpful. And thank you, Tracy. Thank you all. Okay.
My pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. All right. And again, she's going to send any of that information over and we'll put it on our website. Since I know you guys have all this other material that's going to be on the website, we can put that on there. And I know you guys visit those. Okay. All right. Anything else anybody want to add? Okay. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So, okay, we got through today. How's everybody feel? Everybody okay? Everybody okay? Anybody need to talk to anybody? Anybody, if you do, just send me something personally. If you need to talk to someone, just let me know, okay? You can just send it to me and we can go from there. Okay, we need to just wrap this up. Okay, so today I just got a couple of things I just want to go because I want to get you guys out of here. My goal was 2:45. You know, the 26th will be our last day and virtual, and that should be really interesting. And it's also designed to maybe to help a little bit with this whole networking and maybe to help you establish some new mentors, some new relationships. So that's why we set it up so that there are medical students panel and then there's a physicians panel. So hopefully we can introduce you to some people that maybe some of you can connect with them, and maybe there are some good things that can happen, whether you know, you find out about that medical school or you build another kind of relationship in terms of, you know, maybe a work or internship or something. So we just hope that that works. That 26 is really, really a good one for you to make sure you attend. Okay. And we're going to try to get you out early too. Okay. Okay. And then the last thing I really want to focus on is April 2nd. Okay. Oh, by the way, remember the 26 Zoom login is in that original login that I sent you guys for the 25th. They're both in the same one. So you got to find that email, and the 26 is in there. If I get a chance, I'll try to send it out again. But we tried to make it easy so you didn't have to go searching around for 2 or 3 Zoom logins. Okay. On the April 2nd, the ones that are attending on April 2nd, the in-person, we will send an email probably tomorrow, probably Monday, which will have some direct information, and that is at the Claremont. It will tell you what type of attire, for example, in the attire, because somebody has already sent me an email, I can't remember the name, but you know, for you can wear comfortable shoes, no heels, because you're going to be moving around. You know, slacks or pants and skirts or dresses are easy. Keep them because you're going to be bending and moving around. You will be having a white coat, so no hoodies, no holy jeans, no sweatshirts. Okay. We strongly suggest ladies and anybody else that carries a bag, no backpacks, but because you don't want to carry all that stuff around the whole day. So if you just got a little wallet or something, I think we have bags that you'll be able to put your stuff in. So make sure that you're traveling light. Your parents will be able to drop you off, or your family will be able to drop you off, or however you get there, Uber. Well, I don't know how you guys are getting to the Claremont. Everybody should know where the Claremont is. I think it's in Berkeley, right near the UC Berkeley. And if not, I'm sure you can Google it. Okay. Well, there is parking, but we do not pick up parking. Parking is $20. Okay. And if we had the funding, trust me, I would. Trust me, we would. Can I ask you something about something after this? Yes, Reem, yes, you can. Stay online, Reem, okay? Let's see what else. Oh, nails. If you got long nails, or if you got pop-ons, you may want, because you will be wearing gloves, and we think we're going to ask you to wear a mask. You know, we're pretty much, and you don't hear a lot about COVID, but remember, this is the medical community, and all these people have to take care of folks. But you will be wearing gloves. So the gloves can't go if you got real long nails. So kind of, I'm not, there's no judgment. It's just the fact that, you know, you got to get your hands in those gloves. One side, as I said earlier, will be the surgery side, and those people will be using needles. They'll be under the tutelage of a doctor or a medical student or a resident. There will be some models that will show hearts. There will be real pig hearts for you to suture on. So you got to have gloves on that. You can't be operating without gloves. And then there will also be bananas. We used to use pig feet, but the pig feet were, Dr. Brooks had said the pig feet are a little bit too hard for you guys to kind of manipulate.
And the good news is we've saved a lot of bananas' lives over the years.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
but you'll learn all of this.
It's
This
easy to sew, and it's not as tough as trying to get
right.
Frozen meat.
Frozen, yeah. So,
Yeah.
and then this is the kind of thing that when somebody asked about extracurricular activity and what did I put in, you can say, I was at this mock clinic for primary care and mock clinic for surgery. It's a great, great thing. Dr. Strudwick and Dr. Brooks will be, of course, in the surgery one. And then there'll be a primary care one where you'll have real patients. Where they'll probably give you, I think it's going to be a question. And you guys will be in groups and you'll discuss that patient. And the patient may be, you've all seen those family members that are not quite cooperative with the doctor. So, but you'll be able to do all kinds of things. You will have real stethoscopes. So this is why we're asking you to, what you wear is very important. Now, hopefully it won't rain and hopefully it won't be cold, okay? The other thing is when you get there, you'll be checked in. You'll have a badge, and then we'll have some speakers for the first hour, and then you'll have a lunch. So we suggest everybody eat breakfast. Eat your breakfast first before you come, and then we will have lunch around 11:30 or so. And then we'll go into the mock clinics, and after the mock clinics, we'll issue you those who will look, because Zoom gives us the attendance. So those who completed both sessions and the mock clinics will get the certificate that says, doctors on board and the internship. So you're essentially like a little intern in the mock clinic. That's if that makes sense. Okay. Did I see any questions, Ed? I did not receive an email. No, you haven't received the email for April 2nd. You'll get it. We wanted to get you through the first day because we didn't want to confuse everybody. I get a ton of emails. Which one? Okay. Okay, and how do I know if you'll be able to attend the in-person session? You got a letter. You got an email that says that you responded that said, I'll be able to make all three. Some of you guys didn't say that. So if you get the email, that's how you know, okay? Because we were very specific in our emails back to you. So if you don't know, if you did not receive one that says, welcome to the doctor's on board, and you said that you want to attend all three sessions, then you'll get that, okay? You'll get that because it's not a Zoom link, it's just an email, and then it's some information about what, when, and where, as well as a little bit about details about what's going to happen that day. Okay, Sunday. Yes, the Claremont is Berkeley, correct. Yes, the Claremont is
41 Tunnel Road.
Yeah, she just wondered was it because sometimes they say Oakland now, and sometimes they say Berkeley.
It's Berkeley, California, 41 Tunnel Road.
Yeah, it's right on the border. Actually, it's so close on the border.
But no, the border is Alcatraz.
No, you
Alcatraz separate Berkeley and Oakland.
Okay. Okay.
And it twists around through there, so it is close, but it's Berkeley.
Yeah. Wait a minute, let me answer this. No, you do not have to have an adult with you. Somehow or another, somebody misread that, I think. The adults were if you had parents or adult family members that wanted to go to the parent workshop. But many of you do not have either adult or family members that's going to the parent workshop. So no, you do not have to have adults with you to attend if you have already been accepted and signed up. Okay, is that clear, everybody? Okay. If your parents have not, if you got family members that have not accepted, we are filled. So maybe that a lot of students attend the Doctors on Board more than once, and maybe they can come to 2024, or we have some other programs throughout the year. Okay. Let me see. Did I miss any other emails? If anybody, am I missing this? Should my parents go if I'm under 18? No, your parents do not have to come if you're under 18. They can just drop you off, and then the pickup time, I would say 3:30 or so. But you can text them when we're in the certificate part. You can text them and let them know if you want, or email them, or however, call them and let them know that you're about to wrap up. We'll remind me, and I'll give you a notice of that. But if you're under 18, they do not have to text. Oh, this is the big thing. We are videotaping. So this is the first time since 2019 that we had real footage, because we haven't had it in live person. So in person program because of, obviously for COVID. So I just want to give you guys all a heads up. And remember, you guys all signed in your application. Yes, is okay. I give them permission to use my my likeness in a video or in a media release. And we probably will do a media release with this afterwards. Okay, let me see. What time will the Zoom meeting be held tomorrow? Okay, the Zoom meeting is the same time tomorrow. 10 o'clock, virtual login will be 9:30 to 10. Okay, so again, we'll try to start as close to 10 o'clock as possible, but you can log in advance. And a lot of people like to log in early to make sure everything is working fine. Okay. Okay, what's the difference between the parent part and the clinic? Okay, the parents themselves that are already signed up are in a workshop for parents. It's called the Guide for Parents of Future Doctors. And just like Ms. Bridehead was talking about relationships, one of the things that we at PMF want your parents, because they are very, very significant relationship to you, is for them to understand a little bit more about what you're going to go through, okay? That this is a journey, and we do say journey because it's anywhere from, 8 to 15 years for you to become a doctor, 4 years of college, 4 to 5 years in medical school, and 5 years plus in residency. So we talk to them about, this is a journey that you guys have got to go through. And so we need them on board. So we try to provide them with some information. Remember, 99.7% of all of us do not have a doctor in our family or anyone that we really know. We only know the doctors that we've seen as patients. So it's not like you got a lot of resources to go and talk to. That's why we do this. Okay. Does that answer that question? Michelle, does that answer your question? Okay. What time should our family ever? The family, we will say that in the email, but that workshop starts at 12:30. The parent and family workshop starts at 12:30, and it's in the schedule that I sent you guys. Remember, we talked about reading. So in the schedule that I sent you, and I'll attach another schedule, it says that workshop is at 12:30. So, they just want to come a little bit before. I think it's from 12:30 to 2. And you guys will be in the mock clinics from 12:30 to about 2:30, okay? And the reason there's a little overlap, because we always find the parents always, when they finish with their workshop, they always have a ton of questions to ask the panel, just one-on-one. So we want to give them that little half an hour while you guys are beginning to move over back to the main room for the certificates and closing ceremony. Does that answer that question? Okay.
There was a question about cost. Is it completely free, or will we have to pay a fee to attend the April 2nd event?
Okay, let me say this to you. You guys got to read. In the flyer, everything we sent out when you sign it, this program is free. There is no charge to you. All we ask is that you take care of yourself and try to go to medical school, be successful, and take care of the community in this country and wherever else you're going to practice. This is free. We, the doctors on the PMF, all the team and everybody, we work hard to try to make sure that this is free. We get grants. There is no charge. Okay. And that was on the e-flyers that we sent. It's free. It's free for the parents to come. When you go for lunch, we're paying for your lunch. Okay. So, okay, so just remember that. And remind me, Carol or Julie, to put it's free on the thing for them so everybody will know. Okay.
You pay by showing up.
That's it.
You show up, you pay us.
Well, you pay us by finishing medical school and taking care of health and wellness.
They got to start by showing up because they're not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He's absolutely right. Okay. What if it may be responsible? Maybe. Somebody, what if you're not able to attend the April 2nd event? Does anybody know right now that they won't be able to attend the April 2nd event? If you so, would you put that in the chat? If you were going to attend and had been accepted if you were accepted for both of these, then you were accepted for the April 2nd attend, unless you were out of state. Okay. And if some of the people from out of state said that they were going to come in for the April 2nd event. Okay. But if you know you're not going to be able to, let us know now, because we have to pay for the meals and everything. Okay. Do we pick between the clinics, for example? Okay. All right. So this is how the clinics. So what will happen is 50% of you and Ms. Strain, Julie Strain, and
the patient is undergoing treatment with physical therapy, chiropractic.
Go ahead. I muted him. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Ms. Strain and Ms. Washington, what they're going to do, and the others at registration, when you get your badge, you'll have a lanyard, and it'll be color coded with a dot. So everybody will go to both workshops, but 50% of you will go to the surgery first, and 50% of you will go to the mock primary care and medical specialties first. And then halfway through that time, you guys are going to swap so that you get an experience, because everybody in medical school always has to do a part that is primary care, even if you're going to go into some kind of surgery or other specialty. Okay. Let's see. Who would the email come from? If our parents, the email for your parents will still come from dob@pmfmd.com. Everybody is getting the emails from dob@pmfmd.com. Is that correct? Okay. And you're getting the attachments. Anybody not getting the attachment? The attachment will be the schedule, so you guys will see that. Okay. Where I think people had a problem was with the link to sign up. I think that's where the problem was. So that schedule will have that. Okay. Any questions on that? This is the time to ask them now. Who would the email come? So dob@pmfmd.com. Okay, great. Thank you. Good. I have in the past sometimes sent them, if I was worried that people weren't getting it, or I see them bouncing back, because at least 10 or 15 of you guys put in your email addresses incorrectly. When you typed them in, they were incorrect, so they bounced back. Or you were on an EDU at your school and the school won't let it go through. So sometimes I will send them from my personal email. So that kind of happens. So if you have a Gmail account, it went through. So if you get two, that's good. And that's just trying to make sure that everything went through, either from dob@pmfmd.com or from my personal email. And always you will know anything from us at PMF, you will know about the subject line, because we will make sure it says doctors on board, blah, 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 blah. And again, the parent workshop information will be in that email. Okay. Will there be any infectious disease? Wait a second, are we being together in the same space? Yes, you will be in one room in the Claremont. We will have masks. If you feel uncomfortable or want to go in a separate room, we will try to accommodate that. Okay. We are going to put in, and we're asking, I might as well say this now, if anybody has a cough, a runny nose, a sore throat, know that they're sick, please just email me and tell me that you're not going to be able to come. Okay. Because while we know that COVID is down and people are not dying, we know that there are things out there. And we're doing the best that we can. Again, this is a test and it's the first time we've done in person. So we're trying to work this through. Does that answer your question, Maria? Do you have something else you want to add to that? If so, put it in the chat. Okay, thanks. But yes, you will be. We are going to give you a mask at the beginning. I think that's right, Alan Warren, right? You guys, we are going to give the mask, but when you eat, you know, you can't eat with a mask on. And it's a buffet, and you get to pick, you know, what you want. And you'll be at a round table with 8 or 10 people. And it's a mentoring luncheon. So that luncheon will have either a doctor, resident, at least one doctor or resident or medical student there. This is again trying to build that connection and that networking for you so that you guys get to talk. Also, you'll get to talk to other people who are in that you're sitting with that may be going to a different medical school or in a different part of the state or even the country for that matter. So again, the idea is a mentoring luncheon. Use that and definitely talk to the doctor or medical student or whoever it is that and find out, maybe they'll have some tips. It's a connection building, relationship building, if you will. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Wait a minute. Thank you so much. Okay, hello. You specified that if we are responding to the email for accepting the spot in this insurance, we would be okay for 4-2. I did not see an email from anyone, but I still received information for this weekend. Cassidy, you didn't receive any email. That's because you are definitely in the email list because you wouldn't be able to sign in today. So it came to you, but I don't know whether you saw it or whether it went, if you were at a school. There were 2 or 3 people that went and signed up on an EDU and their emails blocked all of our emails, but it was only a couple of them. So if you got this today, then you got the emails before, okay? So, and then again, a lot of you, it goes into your spam and you don't check your spam and then the spam will empty out in your box, okay? So you have to check your spam boxes, okay? Because I don't have control over your phones or your computers or laptops, depending on what I do recommend that you look at everything on a laptop or a desktop, because sometimes on the phones you can't see attachments. Okay, Julie, you want to chime in on that one? Where'd she go? Oh, she there?
I'm here.
Okay, or Carolyn, either one of you guys, because that's what we found. Sometimes people say, and then they go back and look, and it was sent 5 days ago, or they couldn't open the attachment on their phone, but they went to the laptop or desktop and they can open it. So, Cassidy, I don't know what else to say. Am I still counting for the MyClass? If you got, are you in state, honey? Are you in state?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you got the email. If you got this one, and if you're in state, you got
She's
it.
on here.
Okay,
Cassidy's
she's
on
on there. Yeah, she's on it. You got to keep checking your email. We kept saying, check your emails, you know, and your spam. You got to check it. So we'll be sending this out probably on Monday for 4-2. We're trying to figure out whether to resend the email for the 26th because we don't want folks to get confused. Because the first email has both logins. The one you have today that you clicked into has the login for the 26th. So I don't want to get folks confused. So if you are not, repeat, on the list for the April 2nd, you will not get an email from us. Okay? And we have that, you know, we just copy those emails and we just go from there. Any questions on that? Just to clarify, to both of us and our parents will come tomorrow. Huh? No, your parents only come on the 2nd. Is that what you're asking, William? Just want to be clear. William? Just to clarify, the email to both us and our parents will come tomorrow or the next day. What is it? No, April. I'm a little, help me with that one.
When are we going to get the emails about April 2nd?
Okay. Again, I'm going to send the email for April 2nd, probably on Monday. Okay. I will not send another email for the 26th tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Is that clear? Because we didn't want to try to be confusing.
Yes, thank you. So-
Okay,
sorry.
all right. Thank you. All right. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. I meant the email. Okay. Okay. Let's see. You had to leave. Okay, I received email. Did I miss any of the other questions? There was a lot of them. Okay. Oh, dietary menu. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Just who the person is. It's the meal is like chicken and pasta, not like a non-meat. It's a salad and vegetables, that kind of thing. Is there anything dietary in that? Whoever wanted to ask that, I put it in the chat. Okay.
I'll show up.
Say, I think it was, is it Aluma?
She did.
Hello, sorry. My name's Aloma.
Aloma, okay.
Yeah, I think I can make that work. I might also just bring my own food as well.
You can't bring your own food into the hotels.
Oh, I won't be able to?
No, you can't bring, they don't allow, hotels let you bring in the food into the conference room. You can eat out in the lobby somewhere, but generally hotels don't let you do that.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so, but yeah, okay. I mean, if you got some chips or something, I'm not saying they won't do that, but like a thing with the salad and all that, you can't do that. So, okay. Thank you for sharing so much. I have to leave now. Excuse me. Okay, anything else?
I hit my chat.
What was that? Not in the chat? Did I catch everything?
Yes.
Okay, and so we're clear about tomorrow. You will not get an email for tomorrow, but you will get an email probably, I think it's on Monday, for April 2nd, which is a Sunday. Don't forget April 2nd is a Sunday. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. Let's see. You never got the message? Who is this that never got a new message? Oh, I got a new message. Thank you so much. Okay, all right. I think we're good for today. Okay, thank you guys. Oh, this is really good. Dr. Brooks, or Dr. Strudwick, would you like to say anything on closing real quick? Because they're chiming out.
Just very quickly, I'd just like to say, what a great program for today. Every part of it was top notch. I enjoyed the One Love very much. And the reason why is because even if you don't decide to become a doctor, even if you go into some other profession or something else in life, that will be important to you, learning how to deal with your relationships. And it was just so wonderful to see that, and wonderful to hear the emotions surrounding that. So good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you next weekend.
Okay. Anybody want to have a closing comment that they just want to share with us? No? Okay, and thank you so much, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Everybody awake? Got your coffee, your notebooks, your tea, whatever makes you jump up and down. It's been a hectic weekend, but we are so happy to be here with you. Thank you so much for the wonderful questions and comments from yesterday. We just absolutely enjoy supporting you future doctors. So what we wanted to do this morning is to try to make sure, and I see there's a few people missing, so hopefully they'll get in soon and we won't have to repeat this, or if you know some, maybe you can share the information. But thank you so much for just all of your wonderful questions and follow up. And I think I got to everybody that sent me an email. And if not, I'll try to address it here. This is why we did this little half an hour time before we go into the next panel, which is wonderful. And that panel is amazing because that's going to be the medical students that you guys hope to be soon one day. And I know that one of the things I want to make sure you guys understand, we got a whole range of ages, a whole range of students from high school to college to post-bac to gap year to applying to medical school this year to getting accepted into medical school this year. So it's a whole range of different people in this session, and we want you to know sometimes when we're addressing stuff, they need to get their information too. Everybody needs their information, so feel free to just ask or put it in the chat or send me something if you want something more direct for you. Okay, was that okay for everybody? Okay. So again, the welcome, we want to first also give Miss Washington and Miss Strain, who is trying to keep track of all of you. We want to give them a wonderful round of applause because Zoom has changed so many times, okay? So we are having a little bit of shuffling back and forth, but want you to know that. The other thing we want you to know that we noticed it previously, but some of you, your Zoom names are not your names. Somebody is named MJ. Is that Michael Jordan? So we don't know who that is, okay? So when you go on a Zoom, whether it's with PMF or anyone else, PMF meaning Physicians Medical Forum, make sure your name matches. And what we found out, and especially in this recent update with Zoom, is you may have to re-enter it, okay? So like Stephanie just has Stephanie. Well, all we see is Stephanie. We don't know who Stephanie is. Okay, we don't know if it's Stephanie's, whatever. A lot of you have your names in there, but most of you do. But some of you, we don't know who you are. Okay, and we don't want somebody photobombing us, okay, or Zoom bombing us, I should say. Okay, so I'm saying this not only for us, but in the future, make sure you look at your Zoom name, before you join some kind of session, so that everyone knows who you are. Okay. A couple of things I want to address. Yesterday there was a lot of dialogue about shadowing. Okay, and I want to clarify. You guys chime in. Let's see. Chime in if you. Okay, hold on just a minute. Okay. So why is this? I hope I don't get off. Okay, chime in if you want to about this, and just raise your hand or something. But shadowing, I think what Dr. Miller was saying was that in relationship to your application for medical school, you only have a finite space, a finite amount of time. You want to make sure you maximize it. So when you get to your experience, you get to your activities and your engagement, you want to have as much interactive engagement as possible. And that shadowing is passive. So if you, for example, are applying to medical school, and you can ask Ms. Green about this, the next moderator or someone there, that is a moderator for the panel that's at a medical school. If you have research, you've done research on a project, you've done a research for maybe clinic, whether it was volunteer or paid or research, or you were interactive with the SNMA, Student National Medical Association, or Latino Medical Association, or any of cardiology for women, or any of that kind of stuff, and you actually was engaged in doing something, then that gives you a leg up because you can describe that your activity and specifically what you did, versus shadowing is you're going there and you're watching someone. Not to say that shadowing is not important, but shadowing is passive. So does everybody get that difference? Can draw that line and that difference? We, however, at PMF, we don't do shadowing. So we get a ton of people writing us or emailing us saying, can you help us? I want to shadow somebody. And I want to tell them, you need to go get a research project, or maybe you need to go get a good writing course, okay? Because that's going to be the bang. I forget the percentage for your personal statements for medical school, but your personal statement is a huge percentage. That's why I said yesterday, really get in there and talk about why you want to be a doctor instead of the history of disparities, which we all know about, or, a family member, which we know is important. The family member can be the jumpstart, but you really want to talk about being a doctor, okay? And again, you can ask Charlene Green and some of the others in admissions. The medical students may not know specifically, they can tell you what they did, but you want to get to the source, go to the source is one of these admissions people or some of the doctors, okay? Okay, parent meetings. Somebody sent me an email saying that their parent didn't get in the Zoom login. I'm like, okay, I'm overworked, but the parent workshop is in person. It's not on Zoom. Okay, so we get all kinds of questions from you guys, and sometimes you guys just fire them off. But the parent workshop is in person, so you wouldn't get a Zoom login. Okay, okay. So everybody got that? Okay. One person, I think Ms. Drain, is that right? The parent was admitted to the parent. I think, I'm not sure who it was, but look at the email. We sent you an email back, I think. Okay. I think that's it. I want to know also the other thing that we wanted to ask, and I had a lot of notes, but I see I think you guys got it. How did you guys feel yesterday? And this is a little bit of a chat. I'd like to take a couple of minutes of a chat with you guys. Okay, so how did you feel yesterday, and how did that impact you in any way after the last workshop in terms of healthy, unhealthy relationships? Was everybody okay? Okay. Anybody want to chime in and say something about that workshop? Because I know you guys know about or were expecting to receive the information, about medical school, but maybe not about relationships. And what we didn't talk about was relationships in terms of work or in school. That was really focused on partners. So I just want to make sure everybody's okay, and if anybody needs us. Anybody want to chime in and say anything?
We have hands raised by Lauren.
Okay.
Andrea, and then Kennedy.
Okay, can you go in that order? Lauren first.
Lauren.
Hi, good morning. I just want to say it was very informative. It really taught us. The first workshop was about like the MCAT and SAT, which is vital in order to, for high school students to get ahead and start testing, and also for medical students to start preparing for the MCAT. And also it kind of took a dive into like your professional development, and also your I guess your also like a guide to your mental health as well, talking about relationships, unhealthy relationships. So like just basically taking care of what you need to do in order to get to medical school, but also like a little guide for yourself. So I really loved how it was both physical and also career development.
Okay, that's very important, because we weren't sure if it was picked up about your relationships for a career, but in you guys' cases, really for your whole journey through medical school, and from high school to college, to if you're in a post-bac or a gap year, it was really a journey. So it takes a lot, and she really focused, I think, on that part, but we wanted to make sure you knew to apply that to those other relationships too. And it's a little different in the workplace, because you can't always say everything. Or if you're in medical school and you get an advisor, or you're in college, I know you guys have all had that. where there's a instructor or a counselor or somebody you really want to say something to, but you can't do it. So how do you handle that? And we hope those tools were there. Okay, Kennedy, how about you?
Andrea was next. I'm sorry.
Okay. Let me go to Kennedy since I called her already. She started. Andrea, hold on, okay?
Oh no, I was just saying Andrea was next. I wanted
Okay,
to.
go on.
I think it was important because it humanizes us, the people who are going in the process of medical school, and because I think people tend to think that we're like robots and just go to school, do work, and keep going. So I think it was a nice like drift from the information that we got yesterday to kind of gather ourselves, and it helped me understand on how I can better treat like my friends who are in unhealthy relationships. Not saying that I'm a bad friend or I don't know how to treat them, but I know how to kind of approach them in a healthier way rather than them thinking that I'm attacking them. And then it'll further help me along with other relationships. But it was nice. I haven't had that type of conversation before.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Okay, and Andrea, just briefly, if you could just say that because we need to move, but your chance, okay?
Sure, I can make it quick. So I was just going to say that overall, the whole thing yesterday was an excellent presentation. I like that it was structured but not rigid, meaning we could go with the flow, and all of you experts were, answering all of our questions as they came up. In terms of the last presentation, that was amazing. I do wish that there was a little bit more specific about relationship dynamics within medicine. And maybe like real life examples that you all have experienced on your journey through medicine, or like research around relationships in medicine, or how going through medical school affects your primary relationships. That would have been helpful to know. But I do think a lot of the stuff she went over is applicable to your workplace relationships.
You nailed it. Very, very, very important what she just said. Just by the way, Carolyn Cyrus is in for Charlene. Okay.
They're all here. They're all
okay. Oh, they're all here. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that's very critical what you said, and very astute that you picked that up, because we do plan in the future to tweak that whole presentation to address relationships like in medical school or in college, and not just so much personal, but you can apply the same things, but how you maybe use it in a different way. So thank you so much for all of that. Okay, let's see. Is there anybody else got a burning comment that they would like to make before we move to the first workshop panel? Anybody else? Okay. All right. So with that said, I would like to welcome our first panel, and our moderator is Miss Charlene Green, Dr. Charlene Green from UC Davis School of Medicine, and she's Assistant Dean of Admissions, Outreach, and Diversity. And welcome, Dr. Green, and I'm sure she will introduce her panel. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Wow, so much of my face on the screen. Love it. Welcome, everyone. So glad to be with you all this morning. Really excited to share my esteemed panel with you today. We're going to be talking about just really a dialogue about medical school, the journey, what is the process like, and then when you're in medical school, what is that like? So as mentioned, I'm Charlene Green. I'm at UC Davis School of Medicine. And then I would like to invite my panelists as well to the big stage. And they will give a brief introduction of themselves as well. So Cyrus, if you want to go ahead and go first, please give a brief introduction of yourself, include your medical school and your current year. And if you are already narrowing down your specialty, include that as well.
Hello, thank you all so much for having me here. My name is Cyrus Bachman. I'm a third-year medical student at Stanford University. I am planning to go into surgical specialty. I'm still narrowing down which of the surgeries that I'll be pursuing. And I'm originally from Ghana, and so made quite a trip from Ghana to the US for undergrad, and now here for medical school. And great to be here with you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Cyrus. Jesslyn?
Good morning, everyone. My name's Jesslyn. I'm a third-year medical student at UC Davis, and I am currently interested in family medicine.
Carly?
Hi, everyone. I'm Carly. I'm a first-year medical student at UCSF. Since I just got here, I'm still kind of exploring, but interested in like physical medicine, rehabilitation, and maybe family medicine also.
Okay. Sophie?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sophie Schifferl, and I'm currently a first-year medical student at UC Davis School of Medicine, and I'm interested in pediatrics. I don't know if I want to do a specialty in pediatrics yet, but definitely pediatrics.
Thank you all. So as you see, we have 3 different medical schools from NorCal represented here. So we're going to go through some standard questions just to kind of warm everybody up. And then you'll have an opportunity to really do a Q&A with myself and the students represented here. So this is your chance to ask all the burning questions that you want to know about being a medical student. So first, I want to ask the panelists, why did you pick your medical school? Anybody can start.
I'll start. So I picked UC Davis. So it's really funny. I had interviewed at Davis later in the interview cycle. I was like so gung-ho set on going to a another school like in the Midwest. But then I went to the interview and I was just completely blown away at the sense of community that I found among the students there. The students actually looked happy. So you guys will notice in your journey as you visit these schools, hopefully, as things sort of hopefully move back in person from the virtual setting for interviews, it really makes a big difference when you are in person, really looking at the students. You know, if they look happy, if they don't look so happy, that's something really important to note. And so that was something that really resonated with me. You can tell that there was like the theme of collaboration was really important among the students and also upheld between the students and administration. And so that was also something that was encouraging. And then I also gained acceptance into a research track program while at school with a partial scholarship incentive, which also doesn't hurt. So those are some of the motivating things that really led me to Davis. And I can say 3 years later, I am so very happy that I made that decision.
Thanks, Justin. And I've told my UC Davis students, don't just say nice stuff because I'm here. So I told them keep it real with everybody. Anybody else? Justin will. Anybody else?
Yeah, I can go. So yeah, there's a few reasons why I chose UCSF. I think some like outside of school factors were just like location wise. I think sometimes that's something that's not really talked about, but I think it's like really important to prioritize being in a location like that you actually like and you feel like you can be happy with outside of the school thing if you have the opportunity. And then also I even before like my interview and just kind of before getting like more into the school, I had talked to some students and I know that they had mentioned how receptive like the administration is to students kind of feedback and student receptive student like feedback, which I think is super important. And that has kind of held true while I've been here. Not saying that like they're perfect, but I think just the fact that like they at least try to listen to us and I can see some of that feedback being implemented really goes a long way. And then kind of like what Jesslyn also said, like in my interview, there was like I felt a really strong sense of community among the students that were in like my student panel. And so I thought that was really cool. It was kind of different from other interviews that I had. And I was like, I just really want to be a part of this. So yeah, you know, hasn't disappointed so far also.
Okay, so Faneet, Cyrus, anything to add?
Yeah, happy to go in. Initially, when I was considering whether to come to Stanford, I think one of the apprehensiveness I had about it was that Stanford focuses on doing research, and I was thinking, oh, I'm not necessarily the wet lab research kind of guy. Do I have to be forced into sitting in a lab doing research while in medical school? And it wasn't until I had the chance to interview, met students, and realized that, oh, you don't have to be in a lab if that is not your thing. Stanford focuses a lot on research, but it could be clinical research. It could be something where you're out in the community, meeting people, gathering your data. And so that was, I guess, one of the early stages where my concerns were resolved. And then opportunities here, thankfully, have been a great deal. Think of any project, any research you want to work on, and you would find someone who can guide you and provide the resources that you need being there. And also West Coast, and this will apply to everyone on the panel here, the weather here is much better than it is on the East Coast. And med school can be hard as it is. And so if you can have that extra sunshine, something that lightens your day as you go through med school, definitely take it.
I'll definitely echo the location part. I'm originally from LA, and the other schools that I had been accepted to were like in the Midwest, and UC Davis was California, and I was like, definitely ranks it a bit higher just on that aspect because I can be a little bit closer to home. I think another thing that helped me kind of pick my medical school was talking to current students, because my class was entering in a new curriculum and only the students before had experienced it. So I think I made it an effort to talk to current students who were experiencing it and their opinions to really kind of have a better understanding of what I would be walking into. So definitely reach out to current students and ask them about what they're feeling and if they feel supported and kind of the environment there.
Thank you. I think that's a great segue into our next question, kind of touched on by each of our panel members, but can you talk a little bit about your medical school community and what is it like now that you're in, right? So you had a perspective as you were choosing medical schools and applying and interviewing, but now that you're in the thick of it, what is the community like at your medical school? And can you touch on community as far as like faculty and staff and then peer-to-peer?
Everybody understands for the students, just a minute, peer-to-peer, student-to-student. Okay.
Thanks.
Go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can start. So yeah, I mean, as far as like peer-to-peer, I really like the community that we have among my class. There's a lot of students from different places. We have a decent amount of Black students also, which is nice. And I feel like it's not, I think there's like a tendency, at least from, when I talk to like other pre-med students or like see things online, to kind of build like the medical school social scene up to like something like different, but I feel like it's not really any different than any other group of like people that you will have together. So, I think I get along with most people. It's easy to kind of talk to my classmates and like work with them. So I think that's like lived up to expectations. And then as far as like with faculty and staff, I feel like everybody here is really excited to kind of talk to medical students and like want to help us. It's been super easy to like reach out to any faculty members for like shadowing or to find research mentors. I haven't, run into anyone that's like, that kind of pushes back against that. So I think, yeah, it's been a great experience. Easy to kind of work with people, both faculty, staff, and peers. So.
I would echo similar sentiments to Carly. I would say with regard to faculty, I would say most of the people are pretty approachable and are excited to engage with students and learn what our interests are and how they can support us. So I would say when you are entering this space, it does serve you to be genuine and excited about the work that you want to learn more about. And I think that Davis has been, there's a lot that Davis has to offer with regard to research pathways and projects and things. And I have found support, I would say 4 out of 5 times. The other 1 out of 5 times, it's pretty obvious whether or not someone wants to engage with you for a lot of different reasons. But generally, I would say faculty is supportive of supporting what whatever it is that you'd like to learn, and when it comes to addressing grievances or concerns. With regard to peer support, I really do get a lot out of having a strong like peer network, and I do find that my classmates and other medical students are pretty collaborative. The culture there, and Davis has also made changes that I think kind of supports this as well, with sort of going from like our classes are pass fail, so there's no grades, pass fail. There's also I think starting next year our clerkships will be eliminating honors, so that'll also be pass fail. So that sort of, so that to me, that kind of promotes a sense of collaboration where people don't feel like they're competing or have to step on each other to get ahead or to stand out. And that has also been really really helpful, because med school is very stressful. You're entering a brand new environment. You're kind of placed at all these different sites, especially on the clerkship phase, your third year, sometimes 2 to 3 weeks. So it is nice to not have that added pressure of feeling that you have to, or someone's going to step on your toes to get ahead. So I would say generally, I've had a very positive experience with reaching out for help with both faculty and my classmates if I needed extra support.
I can add on to what Jocelyn talked about. I think I echo the sentiments that have been shared, having classmates that have been supportive, and also staff members who have been there to be responsive to student needs. Specifically with classmates, again, I'll tell you one of the concerns I had coming to Stanford. I thought of Stanford students as extremely competitive, and everyone is out to outdo each other, and I don't know if I'd survive in the environment. And like what was mentioned earlier, definitely speak with current students. So I spoke with people when I was interviewing, and then when I came in, to my pleasant surprise, we have a Slack channel, which is the group chat we would use in med school. And right from the very first class, someone would post in the chat to say, hey, these are the notes that I took for this class. Feel free to edit, add on, delete, all of that. And I'm like, well, people are sharing their notes. That's really cool. And this went on for pretty much all the time when our pre-clin years, having people offer opportunities that are available. You'd see an email saying, oh, I'm working with this mentor, looking to add students to the group. And that helped eliminate that sense of, oh, it's cutthroat, competitive. I need to try to outdo anyone. So that was great in that regard. That said, I would say that there's still a sense of imposter syndrome that can come from being in medical school. I felt it here, and several of you would feel it as well as you go through medical school, because it's easy to look around and see that one person in your class who has like 300 publications, and you're like, whoa, I don't even have that many. So those students would also exist, but hopefully we can talk about this more. You find ways to navigate those emotions and know why you are there, and realize that you don't have to conform to what other people are doing. And then the other thing regarding staff, I think I've had good support from staff members. I came in 2020, so this was height of COVID. George Floyd had happened, a lot of conversations regarding police brutality in this nation. One of the things that they did here to try to offer some of those support systems that students would need involved healing spaces where we would have some of our staff and faculty open up a Zoom room, because everything was online then. And it would be, hey, hop in, talk about whatever is on your mind, talk about the emotions you're feeling, the challenges you are grappling with at the moment. Those were some of the ways that early on I felt that sense of, oh, these are people who are ready to listen, to try to do something about what is going on. During the time I've been here, there's also been more staff that have been added to our confidential and psychological support teams to better mirror the diversity of the student population that are here. And that also came from feedback that students provided saying, hey, we need more support in the confidential services that are available. So there are several things that I could talk about, but I think being here, I felt that sense of support for students to grow in whichever specialties that they choose and help them along the way. And I'll shut up now.
I think everyone has covered many of the points, and I think Jesselyn really hit the point about the changes at UC Davis going to pass and fail, kind of creating a more collaborative environment. And I would say that the like supportive and collaborative environment is both academically as well as socially, because people are willing to give resources, or I really didn't understand this concept, I found this video, like it's 3 minutes, it'll explain everything, like this is what you should use if you were confused. But there's also just this social aspect of people creating like group chats and organizations for like board games or for pets, and if you need someone to like watch your dog for because you need to go for the weekend. So I think that it's very like supportive in like all aspects. It's not just like academic, it's also like socially.
Thank you. Thank you all panelists. And I just want to just quick define like what the common, which that's changing, what common medical school structure looks like. So for the first 2 years, so the first 2 years is typically like what they call preclinical. So it's like in classroom courses, basically, like you go to lectures and things like that. And then you take what's called step 1 typically, which is like your first big board exam where you can't move forward in medical school until you pass that exam typically. And then your second 2 years of medical school is what they call clinical clerkships. So you'll have like in our structure, there's like set clerkships that you take in the 3rd year, and then 4th year you can take what they call away rotation. So go do rotations at other hospitals. You could do electives. You can do different things as you go through the process of trying to get a job, match into residency and things like that. So if you have more questions about like that terminology, so panelists, just be mindful of like the language that you're using. If you talk about it, but then explain like what it is for folks who might be just starting this journey, not as familiar in this realm, because we want to also prepare them with the medical education language. So by the time they get to that medical school interview, they're right at home and they're not experiencing imposter syndrome, which I just mentioned in the chat, right? They feel a sense of inclusion and a sense of belonging because we've been talking about it for many moons, right? Okay, so we'll move on to the next question. I know there's questions in the chat. We'll touch on those in just a couple of minutes. So the pathway to medicine takes a long time. You did all of these courses, you took all of these exams, you participated in a year-long admissions process to get into medical school, and then you got in. So once you got in, what's really surprised you about medical school, even though you did all of this preparation and kind of were immersed in this world through the application process? What surprised you once you got there? And everyone doesn't have to answer, just if you're called to answer it.
I would say what surprised me, and this I'm thinking of kind of a few things at once, like the number of people who come from families with medical background. So their father or their mother was a doctor and grandmother was a doctor. So they kind of come from this lineage of physicians. And so with that, they did come with more insight to sort of how to navigate medical school very early on, whether it's with studying or specialty exposure, and just even just the politics. We have something called from my understanding, the hidden curriculum, and that's where it's sort of what's not being said in how you are evaluated, or like what you are to say and what you're not to say. And those are just things that you just won't know if you are the first generation in medical school, period. So those are some things that surprised me. And so I think that it's wonderful that all of you are connected to this platform for Doctors on Board to just sort of have that exposure into what to expect and where to reach out for support early on. I would say if I had to pick a tagline for medical school and just being as successful as you can, is just making sure that you are reaching out and connecting as early as you can and as often as you can, because you just don't know what you don't know until you encounter that. And so it's great to be connected with networks like this to help you figure that out.
Carly, did you want to add something? I saw you were unmuted as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna talk a little bit, I guess, about like the curriculum. I'm sure we've all heard that like, and it is like medical school is like really, really hard. And, there's a lot of things that are expected of us, and a lot of things to do. But I think something that I was pleasantly surprised by is the way that our curriculum is set up in kind of like ebbs and flows. Like, so we're in our block schedule, and there's periods where it gets really hard, where we have a lot of studying to do and a lot of content to do. But then usually after that, there's a lighter block or something where it's like less heavy science content, or something else that kind of allows us more time, which I've been really grateful for. Basically, like at any time it's, getting really stressful, I feel like I have a lot on my plate. Like there's always an end to that, like relatively insight, which I think definitely helps a lot. Yeah, so I was pleasantly surprised by that.
Thank you. Any others want to chime in? Sophie or Cyrus? Or?
I'm happy to add med school is hard, and this is not new, that's not surprising. I've had to retake exams in med school. I think coming into med school, there's that sense that, oh, I worked so hard to get here. Used to being a straight A student, when I get to med school, how hard does it get? I'll still keep up the grades. You'd be surprised to find out people are barely passing, and these are people who are straight A students their whole lives, and they come into med school and they realize, whoa, that's like a ton of information that I have to memorize in a short amount of time. And so when those moments happen, realize you're not alone. We all go through it, and at the end of the day, we all come out as amazing physicians. Great thing about the curriculum is that information is set up such that you see it over and over again. And so if there's a concept that you miss in your first semester of med school, very likely you'll see it again either second semester or like second year. And then that'd be another opportunity to refresh. And so by the time you get out of med school, you'll be prepared for whatever specialty that you want to go into.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up, just to take a quick detour to curriculum and admissions. So one of the things we look for in medical school admissions is we are not looking for someone who has done everything perfectly in their journey, because medicine is hard, medical school is hard. When you think about what happens in a clinical environment, right, you will see people pass away and expire. You will have to tell bad news to a family member. You will see sick children. You will make mistakes. So number one, it's important to understand the dynamic of the team. This is a team sport. This is not like all on you thing. So we want people who have experience with that, right? Working collaboratively to do critical thinking, to come up with solutions for patients. And then we also want folks who have failed. We want people who have failed and know how to get back up and figure out what their resources are so that they can move forward. We don't want the first time you fail is when you get to medical school, because we don't want you to fall apart. We want you to understand that this is a part of the learning process, and that you need to collect some tools and gather some things and some support to move forward and know how to do that very naturally by the time you get done with medical school. That's really important. The other thing I wanted to touch on is classes in medical school, because I heard like terminology like blocks and stuff. So it's not like undergrad where you pick classes or like, hey, here's a list of classes that we think you should take. Like your schedule is set. It's like they want you to be like this most organized, responsive person when you come into medical school. And then when you get here, you pretty much don't have control over anything. Am I lying? Am I speaking the truth? You literally, like, this is your schedule. Like, oh, we actually forgot to put this on your schedule, but it's there now and you have to come. So whatever you thought you was about to do with your friends or your family, like, forget about that and you better be there. So you are literally not in too much control. I'm sorry to say this, but I think it's the truth. You literally are in class all day and you are studying all night, which is why people pretty much live in our building, like pretty much their first year. Once you get into that groove, second year, our curriculum, well, all the lectures are recorded, but second year, there's more options and flexibility on if you want to come to class in person or just watch virtually. There's a little bit more flexibility in the second year, but first year, there's a lot more requirements. So just in thinking about that, so the blocks are basically like, they will have certain subject matters that will go from this date to this date. And that's called like block one, or like I don't know what y'all call it. I'm in charge of everything at Davis except curriculum. Let me just be real clear about that. But they'll be like, whatever, like, what do they call it? A wellness block, which people tell me is not about your own wellness. It is about like pictures of
Restore.
this.
It's called I
Yes.
Restore.
So we touch on that. Touch on that a little bit.
So, to what Carly was talking about, the ebbs and flows, our break time is supposed to be considered I Restore. It happens after our scheduled block, and it's supposed to be kind of a period of recovery before we move on to the next hard thing. But it's not exactly that, because we're required to be there and do activities and listen to people talk. And while I think some of them can be helpful, I don't know if all of them need for us to be there, because I think students feel that, well, I would like to restore in the way that I restore, if it's going home to family, if it's going on a trip or going on vacation. And so, but a lot of that time is already pre-planned. So it's a break, but you're still on campus and doing activities and taking part in things.
Thank you. Okay, 2 more questions before we are going to touch on some things in the chat. And this one actually came up in the chat already. But for the panelists, how do you handle balancing school and personal life, relationships, family, friends, personal interests? Can you talk a little bit about that?
I can go first this time. I think for me, and like in our curriculum, there's a lot of mandatory or like required in-person activities that are group work and collaborative, but a lot of it requires you to be like engaged and talking to people and in person. And so that leaves less time, I guess, or less free time in a way to kind of do what you're interested in, or just talking to family. So I think for me, it was the most important thing to like figure out that balance was like, what were my non-negotiables? Like for me, that's like family. Like I'm really close to my family, so I always make time to talk to them, or play. We're on FaceTime and just like play a game over the phone, or like do something together, because that's really important to me. Also, if it's for some people, it's like exercising, going in the gym, and like making sure that you incorporate that time, so that because that might be your way to restore, to relax and recover. So making sure you figure out like what those are for yourself, and kind of making sure that you highlight that and make that important in the time that you do have available was pretty important for me. The organizing part is not where my strong suit, but I'm working on it. I think it's also like a constant trial. You figure out what works and what doesn't work. And I think that you have to kind of be adaptable, because as we talked about, we have these different blocks and they focus on different parts of the body, different systems. And sometimes you find something easier or something harder, and kind of like adjusting to that. And again, figuring out what you're like, if you know your non-negotiable is like, okay, maybe I won't be able to do this, but I'm gonna make sure to have time to do this, because this block sucks and I don't understand what's going on.
I can add on to that. How do you keep the balance? Truth is, sometimes you may not be able to keep the balance. A good part of it is having honest communication with people you care about, with family, with partners, with friends, letting them know that, sorry, I can't be here at this time. And I think in med school, you'd have to learn how to say no, because there's many different things that are happening at a time, and you need to be honest with yourself, honest with the people around you. And the truth is that the people who matter in your life, who understand what you're going through, they know you're in med school. Medicine is supposed to be hard. They would rather that you're learning how to be an excellent physician rather than sitting at a bar with, I don't know, random people that you don't really know. Definitely still take breaks, but with relationships and friends, be honest with them and let them know what you have on your plate, and they would understand to help you as you go through.
Charlene, can I get a refresher on the full prompt one more time? I just want to make sure I touch on everything.
Yes. How do you balance school and personal life, relationships, family, friends, and personal interests?
Okay. So it's a lot to that. I agree with no, I'm just thinking, thinking back, go through a lot and you need a lot of support. Sometimes when you think you need it, sometimes when you don't recognize that you need it. I would say for me, it's just sort of like there are times in medical school when sometimes I would be honest, you don't know if you're coming or going. You're going from one block to the next. You're going from one placement for a certain clerkship to the next. And then there's times where you're like, oh, I think it's similar to what another panelist said, where if you have a particular strength in a subject area, things may not be as rigorous as the previous one or the next one coming up. So I think recognizing that time and really sewing back into yourself as much as you can. Medical school can deplete a lot of energy from you. And it can be challenging physically, emotionally, mentally. And I think sort of the best things for me is, I just speak for myself, is really just checking in with my family, checking in with my husband. And because those are the relationships that really matter. I tell people, and it is very similar to what Cyrus was saying, the people who really understand your journey and understand your passions and your commitment to medical school will not take certain things personal. If you're, I think Charlene, you said this before, how flaky medical students can be. And it's true, because you may commit to something 2 weeks ahead of time and you're so excited about it, but then this test comes up, or you're taking your own assessments and you're like, I'm just not ready. And you just have to drop everything. And sometimes it's not even something you have to do. Sometimes you just need to sleep. You need to recoup. And it can be very difficult in that way. I would also say, while it does demand a lot from you and it does take a lot, and there will be sacrifices that will be made socially, also interpersonally with your relationships, I would say that if there is something that you can make, and I don't know if this is 100% like politically correct, but medicine will always be there, but sometimes your family won't, your friends won't. My grandmother passed during my second year, and so this was all during the COVID height of COVID. So I went back home, and that's like some of the in the midst of everything being really crazy, I really value that time that I had to spend with her, because I still have medicine, but my grandmother's not here anymore. And so I think when you do get wedding invites or weddings, funerals, parties, celebrations, if you can carve out that time, even if it means, I'm speaking for myself, taking a red-eye flight and taking a red-eye back where you're just completely exhausted the next morning, that's an experience that you'll never have a chance to do again. There's always an excused absence or an unexcused absence that you take advantage of. We try to minimize those, but like I said, life keeps moving forward, and you don't want to get 4 years out or wherever out from your training, and you've missed so much. You've missed so much connection, because those are the things that are going to sustain you on this hopefully 20, 30, 40, 50-year path as a physician. So hopefully that touches on most of it. I'm happy to clarify anything if people have questions. I'm not saying to skip school and, just bail out and do your own thing, but if you can carve out space to allow for the things that fill you up to keep you going, I would encourage that.
Yeah, I'll just add like one short thing. I echo everything that my panelists have already said, but just like on a more like week to week basis, I guess, like if it's one thing that I've learned from undergrad that I've taken with me is that I can't study forever. I can't just go for hours on end, days on end without doing anything that refuels me and things that like I enjoy, and things that kind of serve me as a person, not so much as a medical student. So I think I have really prioritized trying to build in time where I'm not studying and try to get as much as I can done in the time where I am studying, just so that I have time to like maybe like one day off a week, to, if I just need to rest, like to whatever, talk to friends, family, my partner, do activities that I like. And that always, I feel like, helps me come back to studying with like a clearer head and like actually absorb more information.
Love that, love that. So I always say pick 2 to 3 broad themes of things you want to carry into medical school from who you were pre-medical school. So, right, you're a whole person before medical school. Broad themes could be time with family, time with friends, going to the library every Saturday or something, and just like rummaging through books, shopping, being outdoors. Like pick 2 to 3 broad things that you want to take in medical school that are who you are, and try to prioritize that, right? Because you can't do it all. You can't do 10 things, but pick things that are really going to keep you, and that are really going to bring you wellness and balance throughout this challenging process. Okay. Last question, I'm gonna ask the panelists to keep it briefer, more brief, because then we're gonna hop over to the chat. Can you talk about the extracurricular activities you're involved in? So I think Cyrus might have mentioned learning how to say no once you get to med school, for lots of things involved with the institution and other students and projects, as well as things with family and friends. Learning how to say no and maintaining some boundaries are important. I always tell students, like, first block, like, just chill, like, see what's out there, because you can't sign up for everything. Dip your toes in a couple little things and figure out what you're going to really commit to. But what are some things you said yes to in medical school as you go on this journey? So touch on that briefly, and then we'll hop to the chat.
I'll go first. I was involved with SNMA pretty closely for the first years of medical school. I did a lot of the fundraising coordination. So me personally, even before medical school, I really enjoyed programming and organizing projects and programs to raise money.
Tell them what that is, Jessalyn, for those who might not know what SNMA is.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Or like
about that.
other groups like that.
Yes. So SNMA, Student National Medical Association, which is the student branch of the National Medical Association, which is an organization of Black physicians. So these are the medical students, sort of like the offshoot of that, of a national organization of Black physicians to advance the health requirement or health outcomes of the Black community. And so there's a student branch of that SNMA, and there's local, there's regions, and then there's most medical schools, probably virtually all of them have a student chapter of that. So as a student in SNMA of the UCD chapter, for my first 2 years, I was over fundraising and really enjoyed doing that, being able to sort of kind of be involved in the community, to raise money for our goals and whatever we wanted, whatever we needed money to support our projects that year. So those are things that I enjoyed and I still enjoy. I'm also a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And as part of that, as part of my involvement with that organization, I'm really interested in the historical aspect of that and in preserving the history of our sorority. And I do some teaching within my chapter. So those are things that I just enjoy, and I think really keep me excited and maintain my identity outside of medicine. And oddly enough, a lot of the things that have nothing to do with medicine can form your professional identity, because those certain, like the same themes that I like with regard to community organizing, history, and connecting with stakeholders for a certain goal, are things that I can that can also be easily transferable to my practice as a physician. So, and in office, I've also been involved in a few different research projects for just different things that I'm interested in. I'll be starting another one pretty soon. So just being curious and engaging with inquiry is always something that it's just something that keeps me excited about my professional identity as I advance through medical school.
I can go very quickly because some of the responses would align. I'm also part of SNMA. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm wearing the jacket for that. Was also involved in some research projects during pre-clin years, also involved with Stanford's free clinics, which allow us to provide healthcare services for free to underserved populations in the Bay Area. And I was also a part of the Bible study group here, because that was one of the ways that I found fulfillment while going through the medical school process.
I've been, I guess, like trying to keep it pretty light so far, and just kind of going with the curriculum and making sure I have everything else together. But I've been involved with a research project in conjunction with some other medical students that I started kind of earlier in the fall. And I'm also part of my school's admissions advisory council. So I'm helping plan like accepted students weekend and other programs to kind of help with recruitment to the school.
I'm also a part of SNMA. I'm also involved in a free clinic at UC Davis, which is the Amani Clinic, which serves the Oak Park neighborhood, which is like a historically like Black neighborhood. And then I'm also part of the Pediatrics SIG, which is the Student Interest Group, which is like the club or organization that's focused on like pediatrics.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, panelists. So now we're going to hop over to the chat. So let's start there. I'm going to start with kind of more administration questions. And then if panelists want to chime in, feel free. One of the questions is there a movement for medical schools switching to pass-fail from an administration perspective? We've been that way for quite some time. I don't know if there's a movement, but I think we're trying to think more about not so much equity in grading, which is a huge important factor, but it's really like competency. It's like, can you do medicine or not? That's what we should be grading future physicians on. Like, do you have the competencies we're requiring for graduation? Because a lot of the other things can be very subjective, right? Like what somebody thinks. So we're trying to make it more, I would say, competency focused rather than so subjective, if that makes sense. And I don't know if panelists want to chime in on that. The next kind of like administrative question that I saw was about, does where you go for undergrad impact your admissions? So my administration answer to that is, it depends on what school. For Davis, that really is not important. We actually have like community college and medicine programs. We're really focused on actually the CSU systems, just because the UC system for undergrad has a higher number. The pool is saturated with UC students because UC systems arguably have more resources, and they actually typically most have pre-health advising offices. Their CSU schools are typically less resourced in that realm. They're starting to become more resourced. But when you think about access to education, community colleges are more accessible, right? Because they're locally where people are, as well as CSU systems, because there are so many, and the way they're spread out through particularly California, because UC Davis is focused on Californians, right? They're more accessible for people who want to stay localized. And so we're really interested in people who want to stay localized, because we actually want to build physicians from certain communities to go back to those communities. So it really does depend on what medical school, how they value your undergrad school. So some could value like prestige or rigor, or they know people from there. It just depends on the medical school, I think. And I don't know if students want to add to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I went to San Francisco State University, which is a CSU. And yeah, I was also kind of concerned about that during my application year, but it didn't seem to affect it too much. I still received like a handful of interviews and ended up at UCSF. So.
Okay. All right.
I can add.
Go ahead, Cyrus, yeah.
Like very quickly to that, I went to Earlham College in Richmond, Indiana. I bet many of you haven't heard about it, and still made it out just fine. So don't feel in any way that your school should hold you back. If there's a school you're really interested in, you look up their mission statement, you align with their values, definitely go ahead and apply.
Mm-hmm. And I think the only thing I would add to that, now the smart thing to do is apply broadly. You're going to have your top schools, but this is hard. Let me be clear. So I don't know the stats for the other schools, but I know in California, there's roughly about 1,500 spots for first year students. This year, we got 8,200 applications. We only have a class of 137. So roughly we're accepting 1.8% of our total pool. So here in California, particularly, we export about 3 out of every 4 applicants to out-of-state medical schools. So if you really want this, number one, be prepared to move. Like that is a thing. You do need to apply broadly. The first thing you're looking to do is get in. The second thing you're looking for is choice. But first you got to get in. So get in, and then you can look at what you have on the table and what you want to say yes to, and what school is going to fit, and you can see yourself at, and all those other. Step one is you got to get in. Okay. Okay, next question. Is there anything about your journey that you wish you did or did not do? For example, a missed opportunity that you did not take that would have helped, or something that you did take that did, or something that you did do that didn't help actually. So what about your journey would you change, essentially, is the question. And anyone can chime in, not everybody has to, if it's doesn't pertain. Anything that you wish you could change about your journey, did or didn't do?
I can speak to this a little bit. I think one thing that I don't know if it's anything explicitly I would change, but I think it's really important just to remain authentic to yourself and what your interests are, and being just and just really just like being proud of who you are and being authentic to who you really are, not feeling that you have to run behind a certain research mentor to check all these boxes if you're really not interested in research. I think that you can put that energy into something that you really are passionate about. For example, if you're really passionate about community organizing, not so much about research, don't feel that you have to do all the things that someone else is doing, because I feel like it has to be, and I saw a question in there about the match process as a resident, but even selecting where you want to go as a medical school, you want to make sure that it's a good fit and you align with the mission. So I think when you put a lot of energy or invest a lot of energy into things that you're not really interested in, portraying yourself to be someone that you really aren't, then I think that you kind of run the risk of being like misaligned, and because it's 4 years, a really rigorous 4 years that expends a lot of energy. So it's important that you are just showing up as yourself and not feeling that you have to, I don't know, perform in a way that's not authentic to you. So I can just kind of think about some of the things that I kind of burden myself with, going to certain, or I would say doing research as a pre-med that I really wasn't interested in, or passing up opportunities for things that I was really interested in because I didn't think that it was like typical of what a pre-med student should be. So I think that if you are very intentional about the things that you're putting your energy into and the activities that you're engaging in, and you are clear about how that's forming your identity as a aspiring physician in training, I think that will take you much further than trying to, compete or be someone that you're not. And happy to clarify if anyone has any more questions.
Yeah, others, anybody else want to chime in on what they wish they would have done differently? We want to move to the next one. Okay, we got a lot of questions. So, so this is like a grouping of questions about how did you overcome failure? How did you go from being a straight A student to sometimes feeling like you're barely passing? And just in general, how do you study for your classes in medical school?
Okay, I think with the question about failure, I know we talked on imposter syndrome a little bit earlier. So I saw this recent interview that Quinta Brunson did, I think with Cosmopolitan, and she says that, and I've been familiar with imposter syndrome and feeling like you don't belong, or feeling that whatever's been afforded to you, you don't really deserve it for whichever reason. But she said something that I found really powerful, where she said she refuses to pretend that she's not good at what she does, or she refuses to pretend that she hasn't earned her way. And so very similar to what Dr. Green is saying, at UC Davis, less than 2% of people get in. And it's a very rigorous, highly vetted process of how administration decides who is a fit. So, and I'm sure a lot of medical schools are like this. So if you made it this far, that's where you deserve to be. And you earned your spot, and you can just settle your mind there. Like, you deserve to be there. That being said, it's not always going to be easy. There will be challenges, and just because there are challenges doesn't mean that you don't deserve to be there. And so I think it's just with regard to overcoming failure, I've had a lot of challenges and failures before medical school, getting into medical school. But I think just me personally, my faith in God has taken me all the way through, and it's still taking me through. Also having the support of my family, but then also just just being mindful of what it's taken for me to get to this point and to still be in this, position. So those are things that I am mindful of with regard to, like, those are some like the big mindset things. And then with regard to like the more practical approaches, as I said before, reaching out early and often. Our school has an academic support team where we can go to for tutoring, for resources, and for the extra hands-on support that's needed. Also, reaching out to classmates who may be performing well in a certain area that you may be struggling with. So I think with regard to just overcoming failure in general, one is just recognizing that failure is not any type of demerit or any type of reflection of who you are and your worthiness of becoming a physician. This is a really hard journey to be on. And then also, I think there was also a question about going from a straight A student to barely passing. I think something that you have to be mindful of is that as you kind of go through each phase from high school to college to pre-med to medical school, each phase is just more and more of a bottleneck. So it gets to a point where I remember when I went to college, everybody, when I went to Xavier in Louisiana, in New Orleans, everybody was really smart. And so it is sort of like an identity or a culture shock. And then as you get to medical school, everyone was the top of their class there. So I think you have to understand that you're sort of like among the best of the best. And just because you're not at the tip top of performers doesn't mean that you don't deserve to be there. And it doesn't mean that you can't improve along the way, if that makes sense. So I think it's just more so being really settled in your identity and not being afraid to reach out for help.
Thank you. Any others want to chime in? We'll move on. Go ahead, Cyrus.
Jocelyn, thank you so much for that authentic, honest response. And just to echo some of what Jocelyn shared, I think once you get in recognizing that you didn't get in by mistake, it wasn't an accident that you got accepted, because there are thousands and thousands of applications that are coming through. And so the fact that you made it through their screening stage, made it through interview, finally landed on that acceptance, it means that several people at several stages looked at your application materials, had a chance to meet you in person, and said to themselves that I really want Diego in this program, and so give him a chance to be here. Like, I really want Erica in this program, give them a chance to be here. And so the fact that you make it in means that people believe in you. It doesn't mean they expect that the journey would be a smooth journey. They know that you are made of the stuff that would get through the challenges, the difficulties, and you'd still come out as the physician that we know you have the potential to be. So as you go through the process, challenges would come, but ride the waves, ride along.
I just want to add super quickly, like, there's has been like a lot of support at my institution also around like times when I've been like struggling academically or have had to retake an exam, in terms of like tutors and like professors reaching out to me to see how they can support me and help me, get better academically and with the retake, as well as offering kind of any other like social or psychological support I might need to kind of help me get back on my feet in terms of the curriculum. So I think that's also been super helpful, knowing that I'm like surrounded by people who want me to succeed.
To answer the studying part of that question, because I think the panelists have kind of covered everything else. For me, I find that group studying works the best for me to help the material kind of stick. But some people prefer to kind of study in the library alone, do flashcards, review, watch videos. I think part of being in medical school is figuring out what kind of studying works for you. I used to go to the library in undergrad, and like that's how I studied, just kind of like grinding it out. But I found for me that wasn't working in my first block, so I had to change it up. And so group studying worked with me, and talking out concepts and drawing it on a board helped. But that also changes depending on the material that you're learning. Sometimes the modality that you're used to just isn't clicking. and being willing to like change that and try out new things. And like that's why you go to those academic centers or find a tutor, because maybe they have experience saying, oh, well, these are what students have used in the past. Maybe this will work for you. So being willing to like ask for help is definitely important, because it's easy to kind of just be like, oh, I'm the only one struggling. Oh, I just got to like push through. And like that doesn't usually work. And some, I feel like you just feel worse doing it. So just kind of being open to that and open to change.
Thank you. I'm going to breeze through just a few admin questions before we go to the next question for our panelists. Number one, I put in the chat a few of the well-known medical student and pre-medical associations in the chat, so please look for those. There was a question about, do public California schools prefer local applicants? It depends. So UC Davis, 98% of our students are Californians, but other schools, that's not true for UCLA and UCSF and other schools. So I'm going to put in the chat this page to a link called for MSAR. It's basically where you can see all this information. You can go straight to the school's websites to learn this information as well, but it's kind of all neatly put here. But there is a cost associated, I believe, with this website. So it's not necessary to get this website. You can literally look on this website for the school and then go to their website. That's like the cheapest way to do it. But the MSAR will tell you how much is tuition, what is the breakdown for race, ethnicity, gender, all of these things. What are the highlights of the schools? What programs do they have available? What percentage of students are in-state versus out-of-state? So you'd want to look to that website because it does depend by the school. Another admin question, do you recommend going to a medical school version of your school? So for instance, Carly was talking about she went to San Francisco State help you for like UCSF. A lot of people ask, if I go to UC Davis undergrad, does that help me get to UC Davis Medical School? Again, it depends. For most schools, the answer is no. I know that I just learned this because I was on a panel with UC Riverside Admissions that they actually do their health professions advising office. They have about 24 spots in every first year class out of I think 70 something. So it just depends on the school, but most schools, it doesn't matter what undergrad institution you go to, it doesn't give you preference in the medical school admissions process. Now, what it maybe will give you, which can help you or not, is a lot of times, right, there'll be letters from familiar people in our institution, right? Like professors, or if you did it our student run clinics or something like that, will be associated with those people. So we'll have a level of understanding of how they gauge students or how if they're advocating for students. But again, that's only in our own institution. Remember, I told you to apply broadly, so that's not going to help you apply broadly, and that's not going to be the deciding factor on why we would move you forward in the application process. Just from that familiarity. Last question I want to touch on is, a science or pre-med focused major required for applying to med school? No, you're not required to be a science focused major. However, the majority of students are, but again, you need to do the prerequisite requirements and you need to take the MCAT. We're interested in academic ability. So can you handle the rigor of medical school, and how have you demonstrated that within your academics, essentially? So no, you don't have to be a science focused major. It does help you prepare for the MCAT and all this coursework you're going to be taking in medical school. But really, we're just looking at your grade trends overall. We're looking at the science coursework you did take. So maybe you did your prerequisites as you were doing undergrad. Most people who are not science majors do a post-bac program, either what they call a formal post-bac program. So their post-bac programs are actually programs you can apply to. They're not master's programs, and it counts towards undergrad coursework, but it's a year of intense science coursework together, showcasing that you can do. Basically, the closest thing to medical school that's not medical school, that's a post-bac program. Or they have what we call a DIY post-bac program, do it yourself, where you do it at a community college or a college of continuing education. So again, it's case by case. So if you're thinking about those things, I would say work with an advisor or someone who knows about this, because there are a lot of different nuances and you want to do the thing that makes sense for you and that's right for you. Because what I see is a lot of times some people do the DIY post-bac program, right? The do-it-yourself post-bac program, but they're not getting guidance. And so it didn't make the math. It didn't do what it needed to do. It didn't showcase your academic rigor, right? Because you took 1 or 2 classes at a time rather than intense course load. And then you were trying to work and do some other stuff at the same time. And then that didn't really help you, because now you just got average grades. You got maybe a bunch of B's and a bunch of C's, and that's not doing what it needs to do. So make sure you get some advisement before you move forward on an option like that. But answer is no, you don't have to be a science major. Others want to touch on any of those before I ask the next question? Okay. This is a really good one. How do you all support yourselves financially? It's a logistical question. I've heard it's not recommended to have a job while in medical school. I can vouch for that. Highly do not recommend, 0 out of 5. So just wondering how you manage all of the budget, how you manage and budget for basic life necessities like rent, food, etc.
So I can speak for myself. I would say, first 2 years of medical school before I got married, was just living off of like my loans. And so each school has their own, my understanding is it's based off of like the cost of living in that area, where they allot for a certain amount of money for your living expenses. So including your rent, I think it may be with roommates, at least like 1 to 2 roommates, gas, textbooks. Typically, we're not really using a lot of textbook. You have a lot of online material, food. All that is sort of within your financial aid package. So if you max out on your loan allotment for that year, you'll get something called a refund, and it's issued on a quarterly basis for like 3 months. And so then you take that amount, you chop it in thirds, and each third is supposed to be like your monthly amount of, like, that's your allotment for your rent. And it varies from school to school. And my understanding, I think during the pandemic, there was also some support, maybe like food stamps or EBT for students. We were given that information through our financial aid department. So that's also really helpful. And then scholarships, applying for scholarships also help as well. And most of the time that money will come directly to you as a check. And so that is really helpful. I think most schools have like templates or like budget templates or things where you can, or events or opportunities for you to meet with your financial aid department, and they can sort of go over your best options of how to maximize your allotment, so you're not worrying about money while you're studying.
I want to hear from the Bay Area folks because I can't afford to live there. So y'all tell me something, learn me something.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much, I think Jesslyn did a great job of covering it. I don't have too much more to add, but we do get, like, for example, a good amount of like food support from our school. So they will help us apply for like EBT. We have a free student food market where they have like fruits and vegetables and like snacks or whatever weekly that anyone can go to. There's no like barrier there for that. And yeah, that's about all I have to add. Basically just, yeah, budgeting, depending on your situation, you could get scholarships from the school that you get, yearly. So.
Yeah, and go ahead, Cyrus.
I was just about to say, we also have similar resources that people have talked about. There's like a food pantry that every month gives out food resources. Also, showing up to events where there's free food. That's like a huge plug for me. Like, I hear there's a speaker come in, I'm like, okay, I can listen to someone for like 45 minutes and get fed. Absolutely. So that's one of them. Another plug for Stanford, they do well to try to meet as much of the financial need that students have coming in. And so as you're considering your different applications, also look out for schools that can support you financially. That's also a huge plus.
Yes, make sure you keep some extra Tupperware in like your locker or your backpack, because those free food days, it's a real thing, and that comes in handy. Even if you're just studying overnight, having this like food available that you don't have to think about, because it's one thing is like affording food, but then like time preparation to like try to eat healthy and those types of things. The other thing I was gonna say, like, this is just my personal experience. I've got like all these degrees and I spent a whole bunch of money to get them. And I'm just like a girl from Stockton, like South Stockton. So first gen, parents don't have any money. My mom only got to the 4th grade. My dad only finished high school. And so the struggle is real when we think about how much like this journey costs. But I want to tell you that you will be fine. Like, it is okay to have some school loans. I would prefer none of you to have loans and none of you have debts. That would make me so happy. And there are a lot of programs. If you're thinking about maybe doing like the military, they have like a HSPS. I can put the link in the in the chat as well, where you like get a stipend while you're in school and you come in as an officer. There's the National Service Corps Scholarship. If you want to serve in an underserved area, that's part of their service area, like contractual things, like you commit to so many years, if you get approved for that. They want to give us money. They just got a huge boost in their budget last year through the federal government. And so you get a stipend every month, and your school is completely free. So there's definitely some things out there. All of it comes with probably additional responsibilities, some level of sacrifice, et cetera, if you want to get things paid for. And the other route is it is okay to have loans. I have a lot of loans. And again, as a first gen person, I'm not making a whole bunch of money, but I'm making more than anybody in my family ever has made. And it's fine. You know, I'm not in a Mercedes, but the Nissan is getting me where I need to go. So it will be okay. Like I promise you, it'll be fine. And this is really an investment, not only in yourselves, but we're talking about building generational wealth, right? You are creating access for yourself as a future healthcare provider to open other doors for the future generations of your family. So I promise you it will be okay. So don't be scared of a little bit of debt, but try to mitigate it as much as you can, essentially.
I just
So
want to
Fanique,
add
yeah.
real quick, at least in Sacramento, if you have EBT, which like the school kind of encourages you to apply, you can also get discounts for your electricity, for your Wi-Fi, for your gas. So that's also like something to look into, because most of my class definitely applied for EBT if they qualified for it. And if they did, they also applied for like those, I forget what they call it, but like it's basically like they'll lower your price or you'll get like a discount basically.
Thank you. Yes. And I think it was talked about before, the collaboration with students, like people share resources. Like we want to see everybody win. So we're but it's like, you know, we can't type the application and click the buttons for you. So you really have to pay attention to those things and take advantage of some of those programs. Okay, next question is about gap years, or I like to call them enrichment years. Did any of you take like additional time in between applying? So for those who might not know what a traditional student, which I don't think is very traditional anymore, a traditional student is someone that goes into medical school directly out of undergrad. So basically you're applying while you're in your last year of undergrad, and you start medical school basically the end of the summer after you graduate from undergrad. A non-traditional student is you've taken any time off in between medical school and undergrad. So has anyone taken time off or gap years? What did you do during that time? And then this other question about, combined question about, you know, if you had to take the MCAT more than once, like what was that experience like? So gap years and MCAT.
I can speak to that. So I graduated college in 2015. I took I took the MCAT 3 times before coming into Davis. And I totally was just woefully underprepared the first time I took it, did not know how to study, didn't know really what I was getting into. I think I took that maybe during my junior year, and I was just completely like not ready. At the same time, I knew that I was in New Orleans. I wanted to come back to Southern California. So I enrolled I had a lot of interest at that time. I was doing research in the College of Pharmacy at Xavier, looking at like a drug repurposing project. And I kind of thought pharmaceutical development was really interesting. So I did a master's program in Southern California, focused on pharmaceutical discovery and development, while I was still figuring out if I still wanted to go to medical school or if I wanted to pivot to a career in industry. And then during that time, I knew I'm like, okay, I still want to be a doctor, but I will have this other skill set. You definitely don't need to do a master's or anything like that during your time off to be competitive, but that's what I did. So 2015 to 2017, I was enrolled in a graduate program. During that time, I also did, I launched a summer program for high school students to learn about medical devices and pharmaceutical discovery and development. And I totally fell in love with that. And that really let me know that as a physician, being engaged in the community, giving back, learning more about like K-12 pipeline issues as it relates to professional development for underrepresented minorities coming into medicine was something I was really passionate about. And so I did that sort of like my last year of grad school, then going into the next year. And then during those 2 years between grad school and when I entered medical school, I had a tutoring business. And I really enjoyed that, made some extra money because applying to medical school is very expensive. So that helped with that as well. So my time between graduating from college and going into medical school, I had a small business, got a master's, started an outreach program. And I feel like, and I'm so glad that I took that time off. I think a lot of people feel a lot of pressure that they have to kind of keep go all the way through. But in my experience, what I've seen from students like myself coming into medical school and I was 26, I think, when I started med school. And I had a classmate who was 42. I think he was the oldest class. He was 42. He just now matched at 46 years old into an amazing residency, like probably one of the top ones in the country for his field. So just don't feel that because you didn't go all the way through or you've had some hiccups along the way that you have these gaps. I think the most important thing, as Charlene was saying, that you're doing meaningful, intentional activities that are forming your identity, that give you life experiences that your patients can relate to. Because I will say there is a difference in sort of like maturity, resilience, and this is just what I've seen in my classmates of people who have lived their lives along the way, before college, after college, in between, versus people who've just kind of gone straight through. I feel that they're a little bit more adaptable, more resilient, and are able to connect with patients in a more just personal way that kind of helps you gain that trust. And not to say if you go the straight through, there's nothing wrong with that as well, but my understanding is that the average age of matriculation going into medical school is increasing, because I think admission committees are starting to look at people and really seeing, looking at that whole person, their whole story, and seeing what they have unique to offer that medical community in addition to their patients. So those are some of that's just sort of my story with regard to the MCAT. I'm trying to think, like, how did I get my act together for that? It feels like forever ago, but I did I think I kind of figured out what resources were the best, didn't underestimate what I needed to do, and just sort of blocked out maybe 2 or 3 months to just sort of do the things that everyone's telling you to do, which works, taking practice tests and constantly reassessing areas of weakness. If group study works for you, great. If not, for me, I kind of have to, I think with me, just question-based learning was sort of like the best thing for me to do, sitting down with the block of questions, all day if you need to understand what was right, what was wrong, and you're just sort of troubleshooting along the way. Hope that makes sense. If not, I'd be, happy to clarify that.
Other panelists want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I took 2 gap years. It was kind of unplanned, I guess. I know when I started college, I was like, I'm going straight through, like everything's gonna be perfect and I don't have to take any time off. But it didn't work out that way and it was fine. But so I graduated college in 2020. So there wasn't really much that I could do with that summer. I think before kind of the pandemic started, I had an internship lined up with, I was going to be working in like a dermatology clinic. I forgot what the specifics were, but that ended up getting canceled. So I decided to use my summer to study for the MCAT and take the MCAT in that summer. I kind of got my bearings with how I wanted to study for the MCAT by watching a lot of YouTube videos. I just like kind of looked at other people's study plans and took bits and pieces from a lot of different people for what I thought would work for me and what I thought I could stick to. And then again, like through that studying, I just had to kind of be adaptable. Some days, some things just weren't working. Reading through chapters or doing certain questions, I had to kind of pivot to different study methods. So then, I took the MCAT after the first summer that I was out of college. And then I got into a clinical volunteering program. So I was working in a hospital, like on inpatient floors, just getting some patient care experience, talking to patients and helping with basically working alongside nurses to help like deliver like patient care in that way. I was also working as a tutor on an online platform. What else did I do? I was involved in like mentoring some biology students from my undergrad university, which I thought was super important, just kind of helping them get acclimated to college in the middle of the pandemic. And then I also volunteered a little bit with Crisis Text Line, which I think also helped with having like learning how to have tough conversations. That was an interesting experience. So yeah, I would say my 2 gap years were like relatively unstructured, I guess. I was sort of like looking for things to do as I was needing to do them. I'm not sure whether I would recommend that or not, but I think it turned out okay. Yeah, that's mostly how I spent my gap years. I don't know if that was the whole question.
That's fine. Others, anybody else want to chime in? Go ahead, Sophie.
Yeah, so I also graduated in 2020, but in the end of, well, during undergrad, I realized my grades were just not it. And I was going to need some help to kind of show that I could handle that academic rigor. And so at the end of my 3rd year, going into my 4th year, I started looking into post-baccalaureate programs, which Charlene mentioned before. But specifically in my case, because I was a biological sciences major, this is for, I guess it was like, I forget what it's called, like academic enhancement, I think is a word that they use. And it's basically taking science classes to show that you can handle that rigor for whatever reason that you may not have handled it as well in undergrad. And so I applied to that during my 4th year in undergrad, and I was just applying and interviewing during that time, and then the pandemic hit. And so I was able to get into the UCSF post-baccalaureate program. But because it was the pandemic time, all of it was on Zoom. Normally you'd be like in person at the UCSF campus and taking classes at UC Berkeley. That's how it would have normally been, but everything kind of became online, which was kind of a blessing in disguise because I did not have to pay rent in San Francisco. And so I was at home, which brought its own challenges of studying at home and studying for the MCAT at home, because through the post-bac program, they provided us with access to medical students who kind of were helping us prep for the MCAT and teaching us like concepts. And then we had our own study time, like personal study time after those kinds of classes. And throughout all of that, you're also taking courses, science courses. So I like took microbiology and no, I chose not to take anatomy. But basically things like that. And I think it was a really good opportunity for me to have, because it was a very small cohort, there was only 12 of us, kind of all students from similar backgrounds, underserved backgrounds, kind of to come together, create a pretty close community. And yeah, that's what I did from 2020 to 2021. And then that's when I applied. And once the program ended, I needed money. So I worked throughout my application year. And yeah, I just like worked at a manager at a store, and that's what I did. But those were basically my 2 gap years.
I'll try to keep it brief. I also took 2 gap years, also took the MCAT multiple times. During my gap years, I worked in a public health organization doing water and sanitation projects. How I showed continued interest in the medical field was volunteering over the weekends at a hospital that was in the area. MCAT process, it was quite a journey. I think I found out about some of the issues as this later on, but I think UWorld people had recommended that that was a good tool to use. Didn't find out about it till like 2 weeks to my exam. So if you get a chance to it, definitely make good use of it. Anki is also another resource that people use for making flashcards and like reviewing concepts over and over again. Didn't know about it till later on. So that's another thing that could be helpful for some of you all. The one resource that I thought was very helpful was the AMC question banks, because they write the exams and then they give you practice questions of course, their questions will be most similar to what you'd see on their exam. So definitely take good advantage of that and go through all the questions multiple times if you can.
Thank you, Cyrus and panel. Okay, can I touch on a quick thing and then I'm gonna ask my last question, which is gonna be rapid fire round for our panelists. But I saw in the chat quite a few times, how do you connect with current medical students? So number one, and students, you can chime in on this, but I'm just gonna give a general answer in the interest of time. So number one, you need to attend more things like this. You need to attend things that PMF puts on. If you are currently enrolled in school, connecting with organizations that medical school people and health profession schools go to find students, right? MESA, pre-health advising offices, those associations that I put in the chat. The more you can attend things like this and just listen, again, it's getting you engaged with the community, with the physician world, with the medical world. And that's really going to help you on your journey. The more you hear this, the elements of the application, what a clerkship is versus pre-clinical clerkship and blocks, the more you understand that it's like learning another language that you speak, right? The more you hear it, the more acclimated you're going to be in this world. And that's how you get connected. I'm sure you can probably email most students on this panel today, as well as other medical students you're going to meet throughout your time being in programs with Physicians Medical Forum. But it is kind of hard to just cold call physicians and medical students. They're really busy people. So you want to make personal connections with people, which means you got to show up and attend things and be ready, right, with your elevator speech. I am so-and-so. I'm currently a second-year student at so-and-so undergrad institution, really interested in going to medical school. This is where I'm at in the process. This is where I could use some insight, some support, whatever. Coming together and making sure you have that together. So when the opportunities present itself, you're ready to take advantage of those opportunities. So attend more things like this so you can really get integrated in our world, because it's a big community, but it's also a small community. And somebody who knows somebody that's going to help get you what you need. So keep that in mind. And then if you want to add anything, you can do that in my rapid fire round. My rapid fire round basically is if you could give yourself one piece of advice back when you were a pre-medical student that you would have helped, that you feel like would have helped you be more prepared for medical school in this process, what would it be? Go.
Don't spread yourself too thin and do things that actually interest you. Don't just try to check boxes.
Reach out for help early and often. It doesn't diminish you to reach out for help, and information is the best tool you can have.
I maybe would have utilized my peers more, at least in undergrad. I know towards the end of my time, I found out about a lot of opportunities that were going on around my school or in my school that I would have been really interested in, that I didn't get a chance to do because I feel like I didn't have a great network of other pre-med students that I was that were in my area. So
take advantage of the wisdom that people around you have to offer, advisors, peers, faculty members, staff members, and do what you enjoy. Like I said, not check boxes, but do what truly fills you up.
Excellent advice that I'm in 100% agreement with. Just really want to thank all of our panelists. We talked about how busy it is being in medical school, and they took time out on a Sunday to be with all of us and impart their knowledge and insight. So much appreciation for the panel and for PMF for pulling us all together. We really hope that you found this insightful, that it was helpful. And again, small steps to getting that big picture of what we're wanting you to do, because this is a long journey and we really need more physicians that look exactly like you, are exactly who you are. So please reach out to us if we can provide any additional insight and support. I'm going to put my email in the chat so you have access to me. I do 15-minute advising appointments with pre-med students. So please feel free to reach out to me anytime. And with that, I'll turn it back to Stefana.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, you guys. That was really, really informative, very helpful. I'm sure the students all think so. Let's give them a round of applause, and a big thank you to everyone. And especially to Dr. Green for her tremendous input and guidance and all the tips. You guys take them to heart. They really are valuable. And if any of the panelists would like to put their emails in the chat, please do so. Students, make sure you copy them. Don't call me or don't email me for them all of their addresses. So we got a lot of wrap up to get ready for April 2nd. So this was really very, very good. And I hope this got to some of the burning questions that I think we've seen over the last day or two that you guys may have. Okay. So I think what we'd like to do now is take a break, give you guys a break from 12 to 12:15, and then we'll come back with the physicians panel. Okay. Anything burning? Everybody want to take a break? Take a 15-minute break, come back at 12:15. Thank you. Okay, great. So hope everybody had a nice break, and we are now ready to move to our final panel for today. And it is the workshop, and it's a dialogue with physicians. And Dr. Carol Miller, who is a pediatrics at UCSF School of Medicine, she's also a board member of the Physicians Medical Forum, is the moderator of the panel. Just so you know, we will have one other panel member, Dr. Peters, who is in a meeting, but she will try to join us, and our virtual coordinators will admit her when she arrives. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, doctors, and Dr. Miller, take it away.
All right. Let me see. Is my mic is not, I'm not muted, am I? No.
No, we can hear you. Okay, we can hear you. Okay.
Okay, welcome everybody. It's good to see you again. I briefly met you yesterday. I'll say a little bit more about myself, and then we'll go into what this session is about. As Stefana mentioned, I am a pediatrician. I'm actually a professor at the University of California, San Francisco School of Medicine, and I have been there since 1988. I'm currently retired. I'm on what's called recall, which means I've come back to do some limited clinical duties in the newborn nursery, caring for newborns. I'm still teaching. I'm doing some mentoring, and I still have some administrative duties. I guess that doesn't sound like I'm retired much, but I really have. I did my med school at Stanford, and then I came to San Francisco to do the rest of my training. I did a pediatric residency, I was a chief resident, and I did a neonatal fellowship. The other, what I also would like to share with you is I also raised my family, started my family during medical school and during my training. I had my first baby the last year of medical school and my second baby during my fellowship. So if anybody wants to talk about that experience, we can talk about that as well. So this session is going to give you a chance to engage in conversation with some really terrific physicians, and I'm going to introduce them in just a moment. So our panelists are going to start by giving some brief remarks, and then we will spend the bulk of the time responding to your questions. So this is entitled Dialogue with Physicians. So it's pretty open-ended. It's going to give you a chance to solidify all the things that you've been hearing the last day and a half as it pertains to a career in medicine. So you heard from medical students earlier about how to get to medical school. And now you may want to hear a little more about what that process of navigating successfully in medical school, what else goes on in the journey to becoming a doctor, and what is some of the experiences we have in doctor as we've been practicing in medicine. So think about your questions. Your questions might also include asking questions about challenges or moments of inspiration or whatever is on your mind. That's what we're going to get into. So our panelists, we have We have Dr. Warren Strudwick, who you met yesterday, who's an orthopedic surgeon and sports medicine specialist. We have Dr. Albert Brooks, whose specialty is OBGYN, obstetrics and gynecology. He's now president and chief medical officer of Washington Township Medical Group and the foundation. We have Dr. Laura Minical, who is an obstetrics and gynecology attending at the Kaiser Hospital in Oakland. We have coming Dr. Katrina Peters, who's a forensic psychiatrist at the same institution where I work, the University of California, San Francisco Medical Center, where she is associate clinical professor. And then I saved this one for last because this is a special treat and a special surprise. And we're really, really thrilled to have Dr. Victoria Dillard here with us. She is a second-year resident at Kaiser Oakland in OBGYN. And the thing about, and what makes this so special is because residency is really, really, really taxing. It's lots of hours, it's lots of hard work, and especially as a second-year resident, you have increased patient care responsibilities while you're still, honing your skills and advancing your own learning. She supervises junior residents and medical students. That's part of her responsibility. I happen to know that for sure. And so with all of that, you would think that on a Sunday afternoon, when she has a couple of free hours, she'd be somewhere sleeping. But yes, she chose and volunteered to come and speak to you. So I really, really want to give a big shout out to her for doing that. And then I'd also like to just quickly share, I know this is a personal, maybe I shouldn't, but I want to. I have a new grandson who was born at the hospital where Dr. Dillard works. And Dr. Dillard took care of my daughter when she was in labor. And she did, and she was well taken care of. We had a fantastic experience. And so I just, she will forever be in my heart because she personally cared for my family. Anyway, I think that we will get started, and I am going to start with, let's see, I think I'll start with Dr. Strudwick. Would you like to be first?
Sure.
All right.
Why not?
Just one thing, Warren, is Dr. Menical, is she on?
I can't get her spotlighted. She needs to turn on her camera.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Did I introduce Dr. Menical?
No, because you didn't see her.
No, because
I'm so sorry.
I didn't see her. That's why yes.
You were in my mind, but I'm so sorry. Dr. Laura Menical is also an OBGYN attending at Kaiser Oakland.
She is.
So that Kaiser Oakland is well represented today, and I have to say that particular department I have high praise for. So,
okay. And then Dr. Peters will join us shortly.
Right.
Okay. All right.
All right. Here we go. Right. So, Dr. Strudwick.
Yeah. Well, I seem to be surrounded by people who either deliver babies or who either take care of babies, and I'm rather comfortable with that because my mother was a pediatrician and she took care of babies, and I watched her practice in the basement of our house back in Washington, D.C. And she, as well as my dad, were inspiration for me to become a physician. I grew up in D.C. D.C. was called Chocolate City back then when I grew up, and there were more Black people doing wonderful things there than you can ever imagine. So I had a great vision, and I could dream, and I think that I could realize my dream to become a physician. So I went to medical school at Howard University, which was a fantastic experience, both from an intellectual academic standpoint and also knowing that the individuals there really had my back. They were really there for me, and they looked like me, and they acted like me and they talked like me, and I realized that I could be successful. I went on from there to Stanford University, did a residency there in orthopedic surgery. I went on and did a fellowship over in France, knee surgery, and I came back and started practice for a little bit. Then I went back to business school at Stanford for a couple of years, and then I started practice and started taking care of athletes. I'm a sports medicine doctor. I've taken care of many, many different teams over my career, including Cal Berkeley, high schools in the area, Olympics, Warriors, and Raiders, and many other individual professional athletes along the way. Been afforded the opportunity to travel around the world with all kinds of teams, travel around the country to see the world, to see the country, and to experience a lot of things, even outside of medicine, as a result of my medical career. As I told you yesterday, I just wanted to refresh this a little bit. If you didn't write it down, since I'm a sports medicine doctor, we want to talk about SCORE, SCORE. And these are some things that may motivate you, that you can keep in mind when you're going on in your career and when you're deciding what exactly you want to do. And the first, the S, is for self-empowerment. Your education gives you power. Your mind is something that no one can ever take away from you. Once you get your education, you can go forth and do almost anything that you want to do. And then there's courage, the courage to take that education and to do things with your life, no matter what it is, whether it's in medicine, whether it's in some other profession, because the world is big. It doesn't just have medicine. And then even in medicine, you don't have to be a doctor. You can be anything you want to be. So just the courage to go forth. And then opportunity, the O. Recognize your opportunities. Look around yourself. Be open-minded. Always be receptive to different things that you can do in your life and things that may interest you. You may get into medicine and find out, hey, listen, this isn't for me. I want to do that thing over there. Take a look at that opportunity and recognize and develop your opportunities. And then resilience. Hey, keep going. Let me tell you something. There's no one on this panel that hasn't had struggles and challenges, whether it's in relationships, whether it's relationships with other doctors, relationships with bosses, relationship with peers, just problems with studies and academics. Just keep going. You know, we're not super duper brains or anything. We just kept going, and we kept meeting each challenge with courage and knowing that we were empowered to meet the challenge. So just keep going. That's my recommendation. And one of the most important things in all of this, have a good time. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the people around you. Laugh every single day and love the people around you and embrace the people that are around you, and just have a great time. So there's one other thing I want to mention before I go is if you have people around you that have gone through what you want to go through, just ask them questions. Just ask, and ask for what you want. Ask for specific things, what you want. Life is full of failures of people who just didn't ask for what they want. And we are some people that can help you with some of those wants and desires. So just ask us. And I hope we have a great program today. The program yesterday was wonderful, and I hope we follow up with it today.
Thank you, Dr. Stredwick. I have to say that your mom was an inspiration to me. I met her as when I first started after training through the National Medical Association, the NMA. And the NMA is the African American Medical Association. It's a national organization, and I became active in the pediatric section. And Dr. Strugwick, the pediatrician, was very much a leader in that organization, in that department. And so I met her through that, and she she became one of my early inspirational professionals. So I remember her very fondly. Next, I think we should hear from Dr. Laura Menical. And I apologize again that I skipped over you in the initial introduction. I think I was thinking I had done so, had introduced you, and I had already moved on in my mind to Dr. Dillard, who I'm still excited about. So how about you share a little bit, a few remarks, yes.
I would be happy to. And you did introduce me initially, and I'm excited about Dr. Dillard too. Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Menical. I am so sorry for the background noise and the bumps. I am in a car. We were very delayed with our kind of what we're doing, so I apologize. I am really excited to see all of you and really inspired that this is the future of medicine. I'm an OBGYN. As Dr. Miller said, that I practice at Kaiser Oakland. I've been there since 2002. I trained at Kaiser San Francisco, and I'm the program director for the residency program and have been in that position since 2007. So it's been a long time. And the biggest joy and passion of mine is kind of recruiting and inspiring people who have really interesting backgrounds and are really passionate and dedicated about serving their communities. So it is really inspiring to be here today. And I'm just here to answer questions that you may have. Wonderful to see everyone.
So just to reiterate, Dr. Menical runs a training program, and she can answer questions about career decision-making, what what getting into residency and OBGYN is like, what is residency like, that kind of thing. All right, so let's, well, I guess I was going to say let's stick with OBGYN, but we don't have any choice since that's mostly what we have left. Dr. Brooks, how about you?
How's that?
Unmute yourself.
I did. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Miller. Yeah, it looks like a plethora of OBGYN docs coming out of the woodwork. And we got this crazy connection. I was at Kaiser before any of you. Where were you in 1978? I was a staff OB doctor at Kaiser Oakland. So I know doctors who trained the doctors who were training you or you're training with. So a long time ago. But my story is kind of very unique, and I guess we all have our unique stories as doctors. I grew up in the South Bronx, played in the playground, but I also went to a little Catholic elementary school where we had nuns who kind of taught us, and I lived right across the street, so I used to actually go volunteer in the convent. And I just would like to say that that background coming from that to where I am today was amazing, and went on to Catholic high school, and then actually went to college in the Bronx, and I actually thought I was going to be a teacher. I became a public school teacher. And then someone came into my classroom one day and said, you need to apply to medical school. And lo and behold, I got an application and heard about a program. It was called the King Kennedy Fellowship at Albert Einstein and College of Medicine, and got in and then applied to medical schools. I think I applied to 10 medical schools and got into 4. It was amazing. But it goes on. I ended up thinking I was going to deliver babies in the Bronx because that's where I was born. And my first delivery was at Lincoln Hospital, and I thought I'd go back as a faculty, but heard about a job at Kaiser Oakland and came out to California and thought I would stay at Kaiser forever, but left after a short time and went into private practice because that was the thing you did. And so, being a physician, I've had this really interesting sideways journey. and ended up having my own practice for, God, it's 30 years. And I delivered maybe 1,000 babies at Alta Bates Hospital in Berkeley, and took care of doctors' wives, and just had a great experience there. And then in the latter years, private practice wasn't really the where I wanted to stay at the time, and got into going into an administrative hospitalist position at Washington Hospital in Fremont, where I ended up being the founder of the OB Hospitalist group. And then from then on, I actually got asked to help with forming a medical group there, and that's what I did. It's called Washington Township Medical Group, and I'm still the president of the medical group. So I've had this journey that's had a lot of twists and turns, and I've kept my eyes open, and that's what I want to say to each and every one of you. You're going to have opportunities. They're going to come at you. Sometimes you're not even going to know when you're facing an opportunity. And sometimes it's the challenge that you're trying to overcome in your career. And then you can turn that challenge into an opportunity. And as Dr. Miller said, get MD after your name. The sky is the limit. You can do anything. You can do any kind of a job. You can go into computers. You can go into IT. You can go into patient care. You can be an administrator. You can be the president of a medical staff. You can be the CEO of a hospital. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs that physicians do every day. So keep your eyes open, keep your ears open, and you've got to communicate with people and connect with people, because as physicians, that's our number one job. And it applies to everybody you come into contact with.
Thank you. And I really, really like that you illustrate your own personal journey illustrates that point, that medicine is ever evolving. It's one of the few fields in which you can evolve your career for as long as you are, I guess, alive. I mean, I'm retired and I'm still working.
Carol,
Yes.
I forgot. I like to end with a joke.
Yes. All right. Well, let's hear the joke.
I don't know if you guys heard, but Will Smith and Chris Rock are about to go on a comedy tour. The way it works is Chris sets up the joke, and then Will delivers the punchline. Come on, laugh.
Now,
actually, Chris couldn't figure out why Will was on the stage, and then it hit him.
All right, enough. Okay. Those of us who know Dr. Brooks have been.
One more.
He's got one more. All right.
What does Chris Rock have on his face? Fresh Prince. That's it.
That's in the score analysis. That's the E part, the enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy.
All right. So I noticed that Dr. Katrina Peters has joined us. Good afternoon. Welcome. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am so happy and honored to have been invited to this. I have for a short time, I miscalculated. I'm currently in Washington, D.C. for the NMA colloquium on African American health. And I am currently the chair of the board for the National Medical Association. And so I thought we would be finished with our meeting or on a break. So I'm going to quickly talk about what I do on my day job, which I'm a psychiatrist, a professor of psychiatry at UC San Francisco. And my current position is I am patient medical director for forensic psychiatry, which is a subspecialty that I have. But I also do other aspects of psychiatry, primarily working with adults. But I've also worked with families and in many other sectors. So That is my brief presentation, and I have a few minutes for questions. And if you all have any questions later, I'm going to ask you can email me. My email, and I'll try to put it in the chat. It's Katrina, Katrina .Peters, PETERS @ucsf.edu.
So am I to understand that you need to go back to your meeting? Is that right?
Correct.
All right, so can we take a break from the presentations and just see if there's any questions for Dr. Peters?
And if you could repeat your email.
Okay. Katrina, KATRINA .Peters, that's Peter with an S, PETERS @ucsf.edu. So why did I choose psychiatry? I was actually originally trained in internal medicine, and I always was getting in trouble with the nurses because they said I was asking the patients too many questions. And it's very important. I find that for your physical health, that your mental health is just as important, and your physical health will suffer if your mental health is not stable. What else?
Anybody else? Stefan, can you help me scroll for the hands?
Yes, I'm doing it.
Okay, thank you.
So I did one brief one, and that may be my last question I answer in person, unless there's something that comes really quick. The question was what experiences pre-med students? I think there are other different opportunities. Some of the things I did while I was pre-med, I volunteered at a school for autistic children to help them with some different activities. So that gave me an opportunity to see that kind of population. I also, one of my jobs that I did is I worked sort of as a kind of counselor at a alcohol and substance abuse rehab center. Another one was taking calls for a temp agency for a psychiatric hospital. So if you look around and think about it, there are a lot of different things that you can do. Some hospitals have programs where you can volunteer to interact more with patients or families. And again, some of it is getting familiar and being used to being around people, patients, and trying to help them with their problems. Because usually even if people have physical problems or social problems, you'll often find that they need some help to stay stable with their mental health.
There's a question, Dr. Peters, why did you choose psychiatry?
As I said earlier, I was in internal medicine first, and I found that there was so little time that allowed me to address people's total needs. Like so far, I haven't seen where the mind and body are separate. They've been trying to separate it for many years, but haven't seen the evidence. And I found that I was more interested in dealing with the whole patient. And although people's physical health is important, their mental health is as important, if not more so, to help them to be able to cope with their physical problems, with their lives. And so that's how I later sort of directed my career towards psychiatry, and I completed that residency later. I also was interested in psychopharmacology and other counseling. So it's not something that I originally chose, but I've been very happy through the years of combining the needs of both populations.
Any other questions? All right, well, if any other questions come to mind, put them in chat. We'll save them and forward them to Dr. Peters, or you can directly contact her through her email.
Thank you.
We'll let her get back to her meeting and enjoying DC. You're in DC, right? Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Going to Capitol Hill on Monday.
All
Good luck
right.
with the, good luck with,
Cherry blossom time. It's beautiful.
good luck with the meeting. Good luck with the
Thank-
meeting. Tell all my friends I said hello. Tell them I said hello.
All right. Bye-bye.
And thank you for joining us. So the star of the show today is Dr. Victoria Dillard. I made her last on purpose. And I'll remind you that she is in her second year of residency to become an OBGYN. So take it away, Dr. Dillard.
I don't know if I'm the star of the show, but I'm really excited to be here. And I first want to thank you, Dr. Miller, for having me here on this panel today. And it was such an honor to be a part of your daughter's care as she delivered her healthy, beautiful baby. And I also want to thank Dr. Minocle, my program director, for extending the opportunity for me to join you all today. And so I'm Victoria Dillard. As Dr. Miller mentioned, I'm one of the second year residents at the Kaiser Permanente Oakland OBGYN residency. A little bit about me. I'm originally from Dallas, Texas, but also grew up partly in Houston. I went to Howard University, shout out Dr. Strudwick, for undergrad, where I majored in chemistry. And so I was also pre-med as well. I graduated Howard in 2015 and decided to take a couple of years off. And I actually went to Duke University School of Medicine, where I got my master's in science. And so I think that program really kind of laid the foundation for me for medical school and was an opportunity to gain more mentors and kind of really see what it's like to be a medical student, what it's like to be in medicine. After Duke, I was accepted to the University of South Carolina, where I went to medical school for, as you all know, for 4 years. And that was also an awesome experience. I was super involved, probably a little bit too involved. But, I say that to say, I think that really remembering your community during this journey is important. And so I had the opportunity to build a diversity organization on my campus. I tutored in math and science at a local shelter for young women and young children. Specifically, the moms had a history of addiction. And so that was an amazing opportunity. And so there are a number of things that you can do, even as a pre-med or medical student, to really kind of build your path in your journey to medicine, and along the way, serve your community. And so after medical school, I interviewed across the country. And I will be honest, I thought I was going to go home to Texas for residency. I always say that, but when I interviewed at Kaiser Oakland, I was blown away. And, this is a place where I have family here, but I, didn't grow up here. I didn't know many people. And I took a risk and I said, I'm going to go with my gut on this one. And I'm really excited that I did, because I think we'd get excellent surgical training. This is a place where I feel really supported. And also California is beautiful. And so having the opportunity to live in a new place and meet new people, I think is really great, especially earlier on in your career. And so a couple of things I wanted to kind of highlight about my journey and leave with you all are that, really kind of big theme for me is just having grit, because I did not have a linear path. I did not go to medical school directly out of undergrad. And so really remembering your goals and putting your head down and getting it done is important. And then also leaning on your mentors and your peers to kind of help you along the way. I would also say committing to excellence as well. As a resident, I have people's lives in my hands. And so I do not take that lightly. And so just remembering to show up as your best self and remembering that, people are depending on you. And that's a huge, kind of weight to bear, but also very rewarding. And then lastly, as I said, remembering your community. And so one thing that I I've talked to Dr. Minical about is getting more involved in ensuring that I'm a mentor to pre-med students and residents that are coming behind me, because I think that that's important to first of all, especially for our young kind of minority students and future doctors, because only 6% of doctors are minority, and so being able to relate to someone I think is important. And so I'm at this point in my, I guess, career, kind of trying to focus on, of course, finishing residency, but also finding opportunities to give back. So super excited to be here, and I'm happy to answer any questions about my journey, about residency, about medical school, etc. So.
All right, thank you. So now we're opening it up for questions, and I want to start with the question that someone put in the chat, Justin, almost immediately. And he's asking about me, and he wanted to know what my personal motivations for choosing pediatrics were. So I guess I will respond to that question. I don't want to make it too long, but actually what happened was, I guess the reason is I was really trying to decide after having some clinical exposure during medical school. You know, at least at that time, medical school was divided up into the first half. You mostly spent it in the books and in classrooms and learning foundational stuff. And then the second half of medical school was your clinical experiences. And as I went through my clinical experiences, I ended up feeling like it was either going to be OBGYN or pediatrics. One of the reasons that I ended up not choosing OBGYN was because I discovered that I was really interested in the obstetrical part and really didn't have much interest in the GYN part. And I know that you can, after your training, you can decide how to focus your practice. But at the time, and I was young, I really couldn't see spending 4 years having to learn GYN. So that was one mark against that particular specialty. I still have a big, strong interest in the obstetrical part. For me, though, even with obstetrics, it was really about from the vantage point of the baby and the baby's experience with the mom, as opposed to the mom and the mom's experience. That really struck a passion in me. And I really get off, and I still do. I mean, it was really a good decision for me because it's still a great joy to be a part of helping a family incorporate a new life and a new being into their lives, helping parents create an environment and a parenting environment that will support their child's growth and development and to the best possible capacity. I really enjoy being a part of a family's journey and seeing that child develop and grow and learn new skills and sort of develop their cultural ethos as well, and what that looks like, and being a part of that. And I still have get a lot of joy in being part of that process, and hoping that some little part of what I do in I guess influence that I might have in a family's journey will help them be better at what they do, and that may translate generationally. And so the opportunity to have an impact, to have a way past the generations really spoke to me and I just like children, and I like working with children, and I like solving children's problems, and I like the medicine in pediatrics. And so and especially the little ones. Pediatrics goes from birth to age 21. And I especially like those under 10, and I especially like those under 2 and the newborn. So I guess those are the main sort of frameworks of why I chose pediatrics. And as I say, I have, the only reason I retired was because I was, my body is aging. My stamina is more limited now, and I needed a little bit more time to take care of myself and some other things, but I still get a lot of joy out of the discipline. So those were my motivations. All right, so
you have a couple of questions.
Now we have some questions, I'm sure.
Yeah, I have a couple of them for you. I just wanted to chime in. So
let's go.
Okay, so this would be addressed to Dr. Menical, if she is on, and to Dr. Strudwick. One, could you map out the kind of the trajectory from medical school to residency? They haven't heard a lot about residency, the actual residency versus the personal experience, and the same for orthopedic medicine and sports medicine, and what's the difference in that, okay? And then for Dr. Strudwick, also the difference between working in private practice versus a large group like Kaiser or UCSF, okay? So Dr. Menical and Dr. Strudwick on that, those two.
All right, those are great questions.
Okay.
Ladies first.
Okay. There you go.
I am having a little bit of a technical issue. So Warren, if you could go first, that would be much appreciated. I'm so sorry.
We hear you fine.
Yeah, it's I'm in the middle of a rental car discussion.
Is this a question that maybe Dr. Dillard could answer regarding the training program in OBGYN? I think that's what the question was, right?
Yeah. The question is not so much a personal one, but just like you go to medical school, you go to what is happening with residency? It's so many years, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I think she can definitely answer that question.
Okay.
I can speak to OBGYN directly, but a lot of these things will apply to other specialties as well. And so just to kind of review, in general, the path is you do 4 years of your undergraduate education. And so that will be your bachelor's degree. And you don't have to necessarily major in a science in order to go to medical school. I had some people my friends major in philosophy. I had a friend that majored in dance, but you do want to make sure that you get those pre-medical courses. Pre-medical courses at your college. And so your chemistry, your biology, you need specific math courses, et cetera. So if you're not going to do a traditional science, look at what requirements you will need in order to get accepted to medical school. And so once you're accepted to medical school is 4 years. And so I'm sure you all have learned a little bit about this.
Yes.
Typically the first 2 years are your didactic years, and then your last 2, you'll be in the hospital doing your clerkships. And then during your 4th year of medical school, you'll essentially declare a specialty. And so the one that I declared was OBGYN, and you'll go through essentially an interview process to essentially interview with different hospitals across the country. And so there's what we call a match process, where you're interviewing the program, but they're also interviewing you and vice versa. And so at the end of the process, you make a list of your top 20 programs, and then that is placed through an algorithm, and you essentially match to hopefully one of your top programs. And so you're ranking hospitals, and the hospitals are also ranking you, and it's put through an algorithm. And so you have some, control over it, but some you really don't, because you don't know what the algorithm is going to be. And so residency for an OBGYN is 4 years. And so it's essentially training in obstetrics. So you're learning how to deliver babies, you're doing surgery, C-sections, and then also training in gynecology. And so treating women with that may have heavy bleeding, or they may have cancerous or precancerous processes of their ovaries and their uterus. And so you're doing hysterectomies, which is removal of the reproductive majority of the reproductive organs. You're also in the clinic seeing patients for their annual visits. And so that is a 4-year-long process, and it is very hard, but it is worth it. I would just, say an average work week for a resident is about 80 hours. But once you finish up residency after your 4 years, that gets better. So as Dr. Miller said, like, residency will kind of be like a short time where you're learning a lot, you're working really hard. But once you graduate from residency, the hours are typically a lot better. So.
Dr. Strywick, you want to respond regarding, tell them a little bit about the surgical side?
And Dr. Strywick specifically, because I'm trying to not keep redoing what they've done before. They've heard a lot of pre-med stuff now. So now they need to focus on going from medical school to residency, and then very little on residency.
So
the process.
So I'm in medical school and for 4 years, and I'm learning anatomy and physiology, learning all the subjects that infectious diseases, all these things about the human body, the human condition, lots of material, lots of hard work, lots of memorization, lots of studying. Different medical schools do it different ways. Some schools are classroom oriented. Some schools you can take all your classes online. And the first 2 years are what's called didactic, where you're mostly learning book stuff. There's some integration in some schools with clinical. And then the second 2 years traditionally and classically are your clinical years, where you go through rotations like OBGYN, general surgery, head and neck surgery, pediatrics, intensive care. You go through all these rotations and you sort of get an idea about what you like or what you want to do or what really appeals to you. And towards the end of those 2 years, you make a selection as to what you'd like to do. And usually in the last year, you can do externships at other schools in a specialty that you think you might be interested in, at particular hospitals or particular academic institutions that you think you might be interested in. Like for me, orthopedics, I became interested in orthopedics. And so I did an externship in California in orthopedics and one in New York in orthopedics, just to see how it was in the rest of the world away from my medical school. So you decide. And then as Victoria has said, you apply to programs and basically the programs apply to you, and there's a match thing. And match day is a day filled with excitement and also anxiety about where and whether you're going to match. Most students match, and if they don't match, then sometimes they can get on in another program somewhere that didn't fill their spots, or they can do a postbachelorate degree, an extra year after medical school. They can and then reapply, fortify their resume, and reapply to medical school and go on to medical school in whatever specialty they want to. And then residency for surgery is usually 5 years. It could be 6 years depending on the residency and the specialty you're in. Some residencies require that you do 1 year of research during your residency. It's sort of like a year off and you do research in whatever your specialty is going to be. You find a mentor within the faculty at your school and you usually research with them. And so residency can be anywhere from 2 years for certain specialties all the way up to 6 or 7 years. I believe cardiovascular surgery is close to 6 or 7 years with a year of research included in that. For orthopedics, it's traditionally 5 years. For general surgery, traditionally 5 years. If you want to go plastic surgery. It's 2 years, 2 or 3 years of general surgery and then into plastic surgery, but it can vary depending on the program. So you got a lot of years in there, a lot of studying, you know, medical school and residency. And that's why I tell you, man, you got to, along your way, even where you are right now, you just got to find some space to enjoy yourself, find some space for yourself, and don't think, well, I'm going to enjoy myself once I become a doctor. That's when my life begins. No, your life starts today. And you got to think that way all the way through. You know, this interests me. Oh, this interests me. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. And take it like that. You know, every single day of your life. And so then when you finish your residency, then you decide what you're going to do, how you're going to practice, and where geographically you're going to practice. And there are many practice models out there right now. There's some questions in the chat about private practice. Now, private practice is the traditional way back when people, you know, they got their medical degree and they hung up a shingle somewhere in an office and just started practicing, and patients started coming to them. That's sort of waning away right now. It's sort of economically waning away because it's not as economically sustainable. And also the lifestyle. When you're starting a practice, your lifestyle is really heavy. It's difficult to have difficult with your families because you're spending a lot of time at your practice. So it's very time consuming. So what people are choosing now is going into organizations such as Kaiser, Sutter, academic institutions such as UCSF, because it's a contained environment. The patients are there. You don't have to take as much time to develop your practice, but you do still have to develop your practice, even in those environments. But it's less stressful than starting off on your own in a private practice. And economically, it's a little better too, because you get a salary, you get a check. You don't have to worry so much about how many patients you're seeing. You don't have to worry about your payroll and paying your office people and all of this, all the complicated nature of the business of private practice when you go into these. And most people coming out of medical school are making those choices now, and it's a lifestyle choice. And I think actually it's a good choice, to be honest with you. I think it's an excellent choice.
So I want to address this question before we get too far, regarding what was the difference between learning during clinical rotations in medical school versus working in a residency. So in medical school, you get a chance to, as Dr. Strugwich, I don't know if you remember, he did say that during medical school, he took different rotations, and it's usually, well, it could be anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months, depending on the medical school program in which you will spend in different specialties. And it gives you a chance to learn what that specialty is about, to learn some basic skills in that specialty. And that's in medical school. When you decide to do a residency, you're deciding to focus your training on one particular area of study, rather than going through all the different fields. To become an expert surgeon or an expert in OBGYN takes more than 2 months. It takes 4 to 6 years of focused training and study and supervision. So that's the difference. The clinical rotations in medical school is to give you just an immersion experience, whereas residency is really training you to be able to perform. There's a bunch of questions in the chat.
Dr. Miller,
let me go through. Yeah.
Would you add about the speak to fellowships? I had sent it to Dr. Menico, but since you went through that, about after
okay, I thought she did. I think in the chat she talked about.
Okay, all right, that's good.
Fellowship is after residency, and it gives you a chance to explore in an even more specialized way, and an area unique to the specialty. So for example, in pediatrics, we have fellowships in neonatology, which is one that I took, and that was a 2-year training program. Now it's 3 years of fellowship to learn how to care for newborns. The definition of a newborn is age from birth to 28 days of age. So 3 years just focusing on the care of somebody who, in that small group, age group. You can do fellowships in all of the organ specialties. You can do pediatric OBGYN, pediatric GYN. You can do pediatric dermatology, pediatric cardiology, pediatric ophthalmology, pediatric gastroenterology, pediatric neurology. You can do all of the different organ specialties from the vantage point of a pediatrician and what's unique to children. And those fellowships will be anywhere from 1 year to 3 years. The one that's unique, I think, to pediatrics is growth and development. Children are growing in development, so there is a discipline called developmental pediatrics that you can do a fellowship in. And those fellowships, so we didn't talk about how you can how it is that you can formally call yourself a particular kind of a specialist. After residency, you do have to demonstrate your knowledge base by taking what's called board exams so that you can become board certified in your specialty. You can also be board certified in a subspecialty after you've done a fellowship. So, and you can just keep on, you can spend your career doing fellowships really if you want to. And you can do more than one fellowship, and you can combine things, and so there's lots of you can get degrees in medical education if you like to teach and participate in developing curriculum and all of that. You can actually get degrees in medical education.
Okay, there's
All
a
right,
question.
so other
There's
questions?
another question that says, does the fellowship program have the same matching system as residency? Say, for example, if you go to medical school and you're orthopedic and then you go into sports medicine, or can somebody address that or something? I see that question. Is it 1 year, 2 years more, 3 years? And does it have the same matching system like you do when you go from medical school to residency?
Dr. Aminico, did you want to speak to that? Since you're our training expert here.
Can you all hear me now that the planes aren't going over?
Yes. Yes.
We're finally in the car. Yes, that's a really good question. The fellowships are set up very much like the residency. So as a medical student, you interview with a bunch of different programs and put the match list in, like Dr. Dillard said. The same thing when you're a resident and you're interested in doing a fellowship, you interview all over the country in that specific area. So I always think about like orthopedics. If you were an orthopedic surgeon and you wanted to specialize in hand or spine, you could do that. And you would then, interview at these very specialized programs for fellowship and go through the same kind of matching process. So it's something you've done before because you did it to get into residency, but it is an unusual thing to interview at all these places, kind of put your list in and kind of wish and hope, that you get one of your top spots. And then on match day, you find out where you went and the programs find out who they got. It's exciting.
Okay, so the big question that hasn't been asked, but probably is on everybody, what if you go to medical school and you don't match for a residency program?
That's a really good question. That happens. It happens to good people who are excellent candidates. There are a couple of different options. So there's something the older people in the room know it as the scramble, where the first match happened and then you would kind of know where open spots are. What they do now is that there's a second match process so that all the programs across the country, and they say, we had 6 spots, but we only filled 5. We have an opening here. And all the students then also know, okay, we're the people that didn't match this year, and you go through the same process. So interviewing at programs, everybody makes a list again, and there's a secondary match. Some people will choose, especially with something highly competitive like orthopedic surgery, some people may choose to say, if I didn't match into orthopedics, maybe I'll try to do something different for a year and apply again in the match, or maybe I'll do research for a year. I'll do something that tries to make my application a little bit stronger. If they don't get into one of those spots that they wanted with that secondary match.
If you don't match, what's your alternative? You have your MD, right? What do you do? And you not matching anywhere. What do you do with that?
You don't match anywhere.
Yes.
Some people research. Some people will actually work at startups and do some interesting work that's not specifically medically related. But most people, at least that I coach, if they want to go on and do clinical medicine, they're trying to do something that will help them get to that step.
Okay, but clearly you are, remember, we're speaking to a broad range of students. But clearly you are an MD, you just did match for residency. Okay, all right. There's another question. What was harder, boards or step one? From the perspective of when you were taking it. So what was harder? Victoria, maybe she wants to.
I don't know.
My boards.
Okay, no question. Well, thumbs down, boards.
Well, hey, I would never, ever want to take step one again. I would never, ever, because once you get into your specialty, your boards are in your specialty, so you stay fresh and familiar with that. But taking the step one is all the didactic stuff that you learned in the first couple of years, and man, it's all memorization, and so you have to find a way to retain that. And some medical schools are set up specifically, their curriculums are set up so it guarantees sort of a passing the step one, so they set it up so you can pass it. But some of them aren't set up like that, and so I think for me, step one was harder.
I have to say, I did not like, and I don't know if it's still required or not, but we had, after the first year of residency, which was the internship year, we had to take step 3. And I hated having to do that. And the reason is because there was that step 3 was supposed to be a clinical, focused on your clinical problem solving and your understanding of clinical medicine and how to apply it to patients. But the emphasis was on adult medicine, and very little of it was pediatrics. So I had spent a year focused on pediatrics and taking care of children and problem solving. And then I had to take this exam that was all focused on taking care of adults that I never was going to ever do. And I had to stop and go back to my 3rd and 4th years of medical school and try to relearn that stuff just so I could pass that exam. And that was the most, that to me was the most, not because it was, I don't think it was the hardest exam of the steps or the board, but it was so irrelevant to what I was going to be doing. I really didn't like spending the time preparing
I
for
would
it.
just say,
Yeah.
the written boards were easy for me, or for my fellow students. But in OBGYN, you have to do oral boards, and you have to present your cases that you've operated. You have to have a list of those cases, even to be eligible to take the oral boards. And then it's an oral examination with 2 or 3 examiners in a room as you walk in. And the trauma of that is unreal. I remember a particular situation where I had to go into the room that another candidate had been interviewed, and unfortunately, the person being interviewed lost bladder control during the questioning that went on. And of course, you know, they modified it in OBGYN to some extent to deal with some of this and making sure that they have a good cop, a bad cop. The interviewers aren't all attacking you during the process, but it was pretty grueling and scary for us when I went for my oral boards in obstetrics. And I know that many people have had that experience, but you know, I got through, and you know, it's daunting. It's a daunting moment. But you're a physician. If you've gotten through medical school, you can get through. If you don't get matched, that happens, unfortunately, and they're looking at that. The American Association of Medical Graduate Education is looking at that and trying to help with coming up with resolutions of unmatched people. But they end up doing a lot of things, and other speakers have. It's not the end of the world. You have to stay strong.
Okay,
and you have to be, and indeed be flexible, because I can tell you there are people that we've hired who didn't match, who ended up doing graduate work or working in a lab or doing something that enhanced them as future candidates. So it's, you know, you've become a physician. You've gone through traumatic steps to get to where you are. You're tough. And I think one of the things you have to realize is your life is not your own anymore. Sure, you're enjoying it and you're living it, but it's a combination of your experiences. It's a combination of that interaction that you have with when you have to walk in a room and tell a family that their loved one has passed away. It's those moments that enhance you. I mean, they can be tough. They can be tough, but I think one of the things we have to concern ourselves with to prevent this kind of burnout is keeping the human side of what we do in the forefront and not just make it the science. And the human side can be everything from talking to your attendings, talking to your colleagues, going to lunch, having, you know, taking a break from a long day, being up all night with a delivery and being sleep deprived. But then you have to find a way to catch up, and you have to keep that human connection going with family, with friends, with colleagues, because we're not robots. We're sensitive to all of the trials and tribulations of being a physician and the responsibilities. But I think, you know, we've got to be more take care of ourselves as doctors, and that's the American Medical Association. A lot of the physician organizations recognize that we need to deal with the burnout that's going on, and it starts in medical school. It even starts during residency as well.
Okay, there's one question I want you to address while you're there. Wait a minute, just want to address. One was, this is the first time they've heard about oral boards. Okay, so is it just OBGYN, or do the other specialties have? They know about the exams, but they haven't heard about oral boards. Dr. Miller or Dr. Minico, everybody takes oral boards, or just certain specialties? And then this last question was on certification. Now we'll get to that.
Okay, in pediatrics, I had to take oral boards. Then they, for a short period of time, subsequently, they didn't have oral boards, and now they've reinstituted them. So in pediatrics, it's gone back and forth. Some specialties don't have oral boards. Yeah. You know, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Minico, you had something to say?
Sure.
I heard you say something, I thought. Okay.
I agree with Dr. Brooks. Oral boards can definitely be challenging, but not all specialties have them. I know ER has them, OB has them, and sometimes, just like Dr. Miller said, sometimes it changes.
Surgical specialties, yeah.
Yeah.
Surgical specialties. Okay, so that answers that, because that's the first time we've heard everybody's heard this oral board. Okay.
Yeah. They have them in emergency medicine also.
Right.
And a couple of other specialties besides the surgical ones.
So students, that's the one thing you want to be sure to check out, is what I'm trying to get at. So everybody, because it's, like I said, the first time they've heard that. The other question had to do with
surgical. Let me just say, now we're talking about all of these processes and these sort of hurdles you have to get through. I would say do not, you want to know about them so you can be prepared, but do not let them dissuade you from a specialty choice that you're interested in. A good training program is going to have you well prepared to get through these hurdles. Let me just say that, whatever they are.
Okay, that's most important. Okay, that's really important. Okay, does certification, does it expire? How long does it last? They got a certification question. Nothing about certification has been discussed previously.
All right, so certification is varied. So first you have your license to practice, and that's by state. And that has a certification process. And in California, it's every 2 years you have to get recertified for your license to practice in general. Your board certification, most specialties now require you to be recertified periodically. That means you have to demonstrate that you're keeping up with the current science in your specialty and can apply it. And that recertification process is different for different specialties. In pediatrics, there's a 4-step sort of recertification process. It does include taking the exam, but it also includes doing quality improvement project that you can demonstrate that you understand what quality improvement is and that you can do that. So yes, there is a recertification process, and in pediatrics, it's every 7 years, I think. I mean, I was grandmothered in, so I don't really have to do it, but I think it's every 7 years.
Yeah, I was grandfathered. Grandmothered.
Is that medical boards? Is it every 12 years or something?
Yeah. And that
is it 12 years out?
No, when you're grandfathered, you're boarded for life. You can voluntarily take the boards, and it's 10 years in OBGYN. Am I correct, Dr. Minical?
It's 10 years? Okay. Now, I mean, we remember they're not going to be grandfathered in, so, right?
Yeah, there's no more grandfathering.
That's all I'm saying.
The reason we're saying that is because we may not know all the details of it because we don't have to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
But now today, it's anywhere from 10 to 12 years or something?
Well, pediatrics is 7.
7 to 12, okay. All right.
7, yeah.
Internal medicine is sooner. I thought it was 7.
Orthopedics is 10.
Yeah, see, there you go. So students catch that one. Okay. All right. All right, let me see. Okay, we got lots of questions here. Certification, we've been going through. Some of you guys have answered it.
Well, go
on.
I said I'm trying to do some of them in the chat because
that's what I'm pulling from.
Yeah,
I'm pulling them down. I'm down to the one, just to briefly, because they've heard a lot about this, but someone wanted to know about, as an African American or underrepresented minority doctors, how do you deal with patient bias?
Yeah, that's the one I'm working on. That's the one I'm working on right now. So I'm gonna write, but the rest of you guys speak to this because that is a very involved question.
Let me finish the question so you'll have the whole thing. So specifically, as an African American or underrepresented minority doctor, how do you deal with patient bias or discrimination from patients? Also, during training, did you experience any discrimination from attending? So let's keep it in as current as, so that they understand what they're up against. Okay.
Yeah. Shoot. Where do we begin?
Okay,
this is
Dr. Medical, I'll just pick somebody. I'm going this way.
This is America.
This way. Keep your answers so everybody get a chance.
There's been discrimination for a long time, and I can go back, and Dr. Carol Miller go with me back to a long time ago and now. I would say, of course, there was discrimination, in lots of ways and shapes and forms, and you go back 100 years with the AMA and not accepting Black physicians, and the NMA was founded based on discriminatory treatment of African Americans. But I think the fact is that you're going to run into it when you're a medical student. You're going to run into it residency. You're going to run into it when you practice, and I think it's how you respond, and that is the most important thing. And I think that's why you need mentors. That's why you need help when you start out, especially in residency, where I had some attendings who obviously weren't interested in talking to me, and I felt uncomfortable around them. But I had others who were comfortable with me, who were happy that I was there, and that buoyed me up a little bit and helped me get through those moments. And so I would repeat mentoring. And I had a lot of help when I went into practice. I had Black physicians who had been at Alta Bates in Berkeley before I got there, and they paved the way. So I always leaned on them. I leaned on my brothers, if you will, to help me. And I think when Dr. Strudwick started at Alta Bates, I hope he leaned a little bit on me, and because I had been there already, been there, done that, and I think the beauty of having the SNMA, and when I was a medical student, was great. I went to SNMA meetings and felt, wow, look at it. There are other Black medical students, and I'm going to be able to get through this. And that was fantastic. And then, of course, in the NMA served that same purpose once I went into practice, and going to that annual meeting. Of course, I'm guilty of not going more recently, but and then we formed a local chapter of that called Sinclair Miller Medical Association in the Bay Area here in Oakland. And Miss Bello was the executive director of that, right, Stelfana?
Yes, that remind me.
Yeah, and so that really helps you get through the pressures and exigencies of racism and being not treated fairly. And family helps you through that process too, and having that as you've got that support at home too.
I think yesterday there was a workshop, just to help the rest of you that may not know, that we did a workshop on building healthy relationships and unhealthy relationships, but we didn't cross over into medical school and to education and to the workplace. So I think this question is now looking forward. What kinds of tools or things would you just point? And like Dr. Brooks just said, the medical associations, join them, and whatever else that you guys may come up with. But I think that's sort of where we're going with this.
I mean, more specifically,
Yes.
I mean, I don't know whether the question is more specific, because, the medical support of the community of people like us, like the NMA and the local NMA chapter, has been helpful. But I think a deeper question is, how do you deal with it on a one-on-one basis with the patient?
Exactly.
And that takes I think that takes a little bit of experience and a little bit of wisdom as you go along and you encounter different people of different ethnicities and viewpoints in life. And we sort of tend to concentrate on the polarity in this country between Black people and white people when we're talking about that. But it's more complicated than that, because there are a lot of different views that people that even may be brown skinned like you from another country that may have different views about your competency and whether you're capable of doing it. I've had so many experience with the players who have never ever seen an African American doctor, and they will just stare at you and like, what's up? And I've had other players who have been, reluctant to let me take care of them, because the only doctors they've ever seen have been white doctors, and they have no idea why I'm there in the first place. That happens in my private practice also, because my last name is Strudwick. And if you don't look me up online, a lot of people come to my office and expect to see a gray-haired old white guy. And when they come in and they don't see that person, they're surprised. So I usually,
that's because of the lack of hair,
right? I mean, I usually try to just play it nice and even and be the best doctor I can be, and tell people, this is what I think, this is what I feel about you and about your condition. And I try to treat people as human beings, not as their ethnicity and not as their race. And I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. If they show me some other side of them that's reluctant to treat me as an equal because of the color of my skin, then I invite them to get a second opinion, or I invite them to perhaps go in a different direction than having care in my office. So you learn different ways of being with people who are reluctant to treat you as an equal because of the color of your skin. And this is the way that it is in life and in medicine and every other profession that you can name in this country right now. So good luck.
Let me,
So
that's a great response. And
let me just say, a large part of my career was in medical education at the medical school. And this has been elevated to the level of curriculum. There are curriculum modules that are incorporated in medical training, starting in medical school, to address this issue of bias, how, all the ramifications of it, all the complexities of it, how you recognize it in yourself, as well as how you manage it professionally in your professional and your personal life. And so there's a lot of attention to this. I think it's a really, really good question. I think there's many, many answers to it. And I'll just leave it at that. And then I saw Dr. Dillard's hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the training aspect, because I think that it could get difficult when you're a trainee in medical school, or you're in residency and you're experiencing someone that, or microaggressions, or someone that's not creating an inclusive learning environment. Sometimes that can impact your performance. And I think that's important to think about, because if you're feeling those things, they're probably real. And I think that racism can sometimes be subtle, but those feelings are real. And I would encourage you to reach out to your mentors and your attendings that you feel safe talking to, and think about, if you feel like you need to, the reporting avenues that are appropriate for that situation. And so there are both anonymous and not anonymous reporting avenues that you can use to essentially highlight whatever you're experiencing. And for example, me, when I was in medical school, I had an attending, and I trained in the Deep South, and so it was different in South Carolina. I had an attending, and she was a psychiatrist. She refused to look at me, refused to engage with me. And I remember being with a white colleague who also noticed it as well. And I was with this physician for about 2 to 3 weeks, and she never gave me eye contact. And it just was, it was really hurtful. And it also kind of started to impact my performance. And I'm like, am I doing something? Like, it's, am I not showing up? Am I not strong enough? But I think you have to realize that it has nothing to do with you. And I actually, ended up going to my dean about this situation, and she does not teach medical students anymore. My medical school had a low tolerance policy for this, and they actually pulled students from her clinic because she was not creating an inclusive and a safe learning environment. And so, there are things that you can do to ensure that no student coming behind you has that same experience. So just don't be afraid to use your voice.
I will also say that one of the things we do as doctors who are not of the majority culture is we open up the experiences for others. So Dr. Strudwick mentioned that there are patients who have never, ever considered or seen somebody of color giving them care for their medical needs. And when they have an experience that demonstrates that we are talented, we are competent, we're compassionate, no matter who you are, that speaks wonders for changing perspectives. And I have had that happen. So it's worth the effort. You know, this is something we can contribute to culture change in this society.
Yeah, I would add, I had that same experience, Carol. As you probably remember, Howard Blanchett and I practiced adult debates when there were very few African American docs. But once we got there, and the community, that hospital had been had some discriminatory practices that weren't true at Herrick Hospital, which in Berkeley was the hospital where many African American doctors practiced. There was a barrier, and we kind of broke the barrier down, and eventually we had a very large practice there, and I think about 40% of our patients or more were not Black. They were of all races and ethnicities, and it became somewhat of a badge of honor for some of the patients to say, my OB/GYN, the sensitive area of the body, is a Black man. And it was, of course, we were in Berkeley, where maybe the people are a little bit more liberal, but I think you can overcome it, and it takes, you know, having that kind of ability to not be deterred by it, but to continue to practice and do good work. Prove, in a sense, that you are a good doctor, and they will come. People, barriers get broken down.
I always like Michelle Obama's, when they go low, we go high.
Exactly.
You know? But I'm reminded of an experience I had. So I was the director of the nursery at UCSF for, I don't know, 25, almost 30 years. And so we had this experience of a family of parents who were of Indian origin, and they were very, very dark skinned. You know, there's a variety of colors in India as well. And they were much, much darker than me. But they insisted that they did not want anybody Black, like an African American, taking care of their baby. And what they wanted was the most senior pediatrician doctor to take care of their baby. I was the most senior because I was the director. And when I walked in the room, there was quite a bit of consternation, because I said, now what are you going to do? You know, you want the most experience and, of course, maybe the best, or is your bias against who I am you're going to take precedent? So that was a conundrum that they were left with having to deal with, and I walked out of the room.
What did they do? I'm curious.
What did they do?
What did they choose?
Oh, they chose me. They chose me to take care of their baby.
Okay, just want to make sure.
They didn't like it. I'm gonna tell you. You know, I'm not gonna say that they, you know, was they didn't. They obviously, they really did not like it.
But they did it. Okay, Dr. Medical, if you have anything you want to add, we've been going on with this, but please.
I would just second, as program director, it's heartening to hear Dr. Dillard talk about reaching out and getting support. I would definitely second that, and that you're not alone, and to speak up. And I think as someone white who is in a position of power, you know, as a residency director, I'm sometimes not aware of things that are happening, and just, again, encouraging people to speak up and let us know and let us help. Even understanding that, I think it was Dr. Strudwick who said, you know, it's everywhere. People are going to have bias, racism, there's structural racism, and we do want to help, and we do want to create an inclusive learning environment. So speak up and let us know.
There's a question here, just to switch, there's been a question that's been sitting in the chat around loans and paying that off.
Right.
You want to address that? I can't really address it because my loan experience is decades old.
We did address that to some extent in previous.
Okay.
But if anybody wants to say something, because I don't know. We have about 5 minutes left.
Well, the closest to that is going to probably be our resident. So I have to acknowledge that I appreciate that medical students are coming out of medical school with huge amounts of debt. And that's different from my experience. And I think, and in some cases, the repayment begins with medical school graduation. It's not, they don't wait till after your residency. Is that correct? That some of them you have to start paying back during residency?
I think so. I've been on a high from Biden's deferred.
Yeah.
So actually haven't started to pay back on my loans yet, but I think that it will likely kick in at the end of this year. And there are different payment plan options. In residency, it's hard because you're on a reduced salary, and so you really have to kind of learn how to manage your money. And so I'll kind of see what options I have at the end of the year, but I can't yet speak to how much I'm paying in loan repayment each month yet.
Okay, we are pretty much to the.
Let's see. There's
one more question.
Well, let me just see what
you see that one about the medical school.
Oh, somebody wants to know about me having children.
Children, right? That's the one, right?
So it was a challenge because number one, there weren't, at the time I was going to medical school, notice, there weren't really very many women that were going to medical school anyway. So this idea of starting your family was somewhat of an outlier. I wasn't doing it to be a maverick. It just seemed like that was the right time for us to start our family. So I did. It was, I would say to be, it was another added challenge, of course. And I would say I got through it because I had a very, very supportive partner. My husband was not in medicine, even though he was in graduate school. While I was in medical school, he was in a graduate school program, but he had more time than I did, and so that helped. I had supportive family around to call upon, not my family, because my family was in Missouri, but my husband's family was very close by, and so they were help. I had friends who were around and available to help babysit. So I drew upon all of my resources to help. And that's what got me through it. Where there's some times that were extremely, extremely challenging and I sort of maybe had second thoughts. Yes, but when you have second thoughts after you have children, you can't put them back. You have to just keep going. So you just figure out how to manage. So was able to do it. And actually I looked at some role models, whenever you think you're alone, there's always somebody else who's been through it or going through it or doing it more. So I ran into women who had, I was dealing with one baby in medical school, but I ran into a few women who had several babies in medical school.
In medical school or residency?
No, in medical school.
Wow.
Yeah, so, not too many, but I did run into an occasional one I would see or read about or hear about. And of course you can say, well, if they can do it, I certainly can do it with one. So sometimes looking around to see who else is dealing with some of the same situations you are can help you, have more confidence in managing it yourself. It's not for everyone. I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
But I think everybody has to do their own sort of thinking and reflection about whether it's something they should take on or not.
Okay, we're coming towards the end of this workshop.
So are there any more questions that we haven't really answered, or any areas that we didn't really?
I saw one question that said, how do you stay persistent in your journey of becoming a doctor? Was there ever any time, has there ever been times when you wanted to give up? If not, what keeps you going?
And so guess who gets to answer that one? Person who read it.
Well, I'm sure everyone has their own opinions about that.
That's funny.
I mean, I was thinking about that actually earlier today when I was watching the Sports Center on ESPN, and there was a kid from Egypt who won the NCAA championships in the 100-yard butterfly, and he gave the most awesome after race interview, and he said, you know, finally, after 3 years of trying to do this, I finally did it. There were mornings, you know, getting up, going to bed early, you know, to get enough sleep, and getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning and jumping into a cold pool. He said he hated it. He hated it. He hated it. He hated it. But he kept on going, and he kept on going, and he's finally an NCAA swimming champion. So that's sort of how it is for us. There are times when you feel like it's like, what am I doing this? You know, you're up late at night at 4 o'clock in the morning studying for your physiology exam, or you're up in the middle of the night taking care of, you know, 5 patients in the ICU. There are moments, you know, where you'd rather be, you know, skiing or with your family, or reading a book, or going to the movies, or being with your significant other. And you know, it's just like, what the heck am I doing? What am I doing? So yeah, there are times when, you know, you're ready to give up, but that R word, that resilience, that C word, that courage, just keep going, because at the end, there's something really, really good. And if you really want to get to that point and take care of patients, you'll do it. You'll hang in there. And if you need help, if you need support, you know, you get support of your friends, your family. If you need to go to counseling for it, if you're depressed, if you feel like not a part of the environment, if you feel like, you know, it's, you know, you just can't take it, there's no shame in getting and going and getting some counseling for it. So do what you have to do to help yourself, and help yourself get through it, and you'll make it. You'll make it.
I will say, when I reflect back on my career, my experiences myself, the challenges are not what stand out. To be honest with you, I only think about them when someone asks me a question, and then I remember how hard some of those challenges were. But what I really remember spontaneously were all the positive, inspirational moments, all the interactions I had with family. I have 2 letters that I got from 2 parents during the same week. These mothers didn't know each other. One of them I had one encounter with. I don't even remember who this woman was. I just took care of her baby, or newborn, and I only saw her one day in the hospital. The other one I cared for from birth to about 2 years of age. But on the 30th birthday of these 2 young people who I had taken care of since birth, their mothers were reflecting on their life with their sons. There were 2 boys, 2 different families. And somehow they felt the need to send me a letter telling me what their brief encounters with me, the impact that it had on their experience with their son over the subsequent 30 years. And these were such heartfelt letters. And they talked about exactly what the encounter was about, the conversation. One of them even described my dress, what I had on. I mean, I'm talking 30 years later. And these people had to find me because I was working in a very different setting. So they had to look for me, find out where I was working, and find my email address. And they sent me letters to my email address. And I keep those letters because that is what it was all about for me, to have an impact that changed the direction of a family's life with their child in a really positive way. And so those are the things that I remember. I remember the funny things about some of my little kids, my little patients that they did. That's what comes to mind when I'm reflecting on my experiences myself. Actually, not the challenges. So I do want to end on a positive note. We have just a couple of minutes, and we have an amazing panelist. I feel so fortunate to have been asked to moderate this panel with you guys. I'm a big fan of you all, and very nice to meet you, Dr. Menical. And so I don't know if any of you have any last minute statements, comments you want to make before we say goodbye to these wonderful students.
Yeah.
Dr. Menical put hers in the chat. All right.
I was just going to say, I'm going to also put my contact information in the chat, and feel free to reach out if you need any advice or encouragement.
Thank you.
All right. So, Stephanie, is anything else?
No, you guys did a wonderful job. I think you got through it. There were a lot of questions, especially the information about residency. Yeah. Because normally when a lot of the programs focus on medical school, but then there's this big thing behind it. So Thank you so much, each of you. And I appreciate, thank you, Dr. Menical. Thank you, Dr. Dillon. And of course, the PMF board is always there. And I guess we'll see all of you on April 2nd, I guess. Dr. Gillard, if you can come, we'd love to see you.
I'm on call that day, but I'm trying to switch out. So
you can come in anytime. It doesn't make it. I'll send you the information too. I'll include it when we send it out. So thank you so much.
And why don't you just take your phone with you while you're on call, and everyone can see what you're doing.
Yeah, that's right. That'll be their clinical exposure. Their shadowing.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Menical, for being the lead on that one.
Everyone have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day.
All right. Take care. Thank you.
Take care. Don't ever give up.
Hang in there.
Stay strong.
You got it.
Are they going?
Okay.
Are we going to the green room?
I got to close out them. Let's see if Carolyn, are you on here, Carolyn?
I am here. I am here.
I think they want to move into another room, the panel.
Okay.
Oh, I was.
And then I'll speak to the closeout to the students. Okay, I'll stay here with the students. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So everybody, we made it this time. We got it at 2 o'clock. That was a whole different dialogue. I think you can all agree in terms of the information that you received from the doctor's perspective, especially on that residency part, because that's really important. I found that we at PMF and others need to do more in terms of explaining, once you get to medical school, what happens in residency. I hope it answered some of your questions and or some of the things that you may not have thought about even more so. And then what we'd like to say is probably for those of you who are going to be at the in-person, that you may have a chance to kind of touch on some of the specifics. Take this opportunity to get to the specifics. We get a lot of encouragement but you also need the specifics about the processes and the infrastructure of both medical school and residency and the gateway in between. So if someone has, maybe everybody can be pulled up again so I can have a view. Let's see, so we can, if anybody has any questions that they would like to ask me before we close out today. Anybody want to raise their hands or got a question or comment? Okay, Sabrina, I see Sabrina's.
Hi, just a
Hi.
really quick question. I hope everyone's doing well, by the way. Thank you so much for this opportunity to get to gather around and just, have our questions answered. And, the information today was great. So I really am thankful for what you guys organized for today. My question is, for the in-person, have you already sent out that email, or is that something that's coming up a little later?
I'm going to say this a 10th time. I did not send out the information for the April 2nd because we wanted to do this after the 26th today because it may be confusing.
Okay.
So you will get an email either later today or tomorrow regarding the information and details, including the kinds of things you should wear for April 2nd, the in-person one. Okay. So what has happened is we now will separate those people who signed up for all three. If you didn't sign up for all three, you will not get an email. Let me repeat that. If you are out of state and you are coming, you need to raise your hand now because I want to make sure that Julie can see that so that we can clarify if you're not in the state, because there were 3 or 4 people who were out of state at a college or somewhere, but they were coming to California. Can you raise your hand so Julie can see them? That is planning to come to April 2nd. Julie, you see any of them? Okay, all right. Oops.
Andrea Swan.
Oh, Andrea, are you out of state? Andrea?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you asked us to raise our hand to confirm that we are attending.
No,
Okay,
y'all listen.
sorry about that.
Okay, put your hand down. Pull it down so we will. Okay, let me repeat, if you are out of state and are planning to attend, please raise your hand. Okay, so Julie, does that tell you what you need to know about the out-of-state ones? Okay. So now, is there anyone who is in state who is not planning to attend that's on this Zoom right now on April 2nd? The reason we need to ask this is we got to turn in our guarantees for food and everything. Anybody who is in state, who is on this Zoom, meaning in state in California, on this Zoom, who is not planning to attend on April 2nd. You guys see anybody? Okay, all right. So then those people, Julie, those are the ones that I will need to send the April 2nd information to. So we will not send everybody else all the information, just those people who will be attending on April 2nd. And of course, those people whose parents, it'll all be one big email, or we'll send it all. So they'll get all the information. And you will have the schedule, which you will see that the parent workshop starts at 12:30. And so that means that they need to get there by 12, and so they can get situated, checked in, and over to the workshop room. Is there any questions about that? Okay. Did I leave off anything, or anybody want to ask me any other questions? No hands up. Okay. Just remember, if you have a cough or cold or fever, feeling sick, or any of that kind of stuff, and you are scheduled or planning to come on April 2nd, please reconsider, because we're trying to make sure as one person that everybody is healthy, because we will provide lunch Okay, and you will be, you'll be eating. We will provide masks, but you got to take the mask off to eat.
Can
And
I,
then,
can I ask you a question?
yes, ma'am.
Hello? Do the students need to have attended both of these sessions today and yesterday to come on the
Yes, to go
second?
to April 2nd, they should attend both.
Both. Okay, great. Thank
So
you.
so with the Zoom, how we know that is by your Zoom login. We don't determine that Zoom. Is that correct, Carolyn? Zoom
That's
is
correct.
filling her an attendance sheet. So if you're one of those students, oh, there's Nisha. Hold on, Nisha, just a second, okay, sweetie. If you're one of those students that didn't attend yesterday, but you attended today, that's not the way it was planned. It was planned for all 3 sessions that you have to attend both of these sessions to go to April 3rd, or April 2nd, excuse me, to attend the in-person one.
Thank you.
Okay, is that clear to everybody? So if you only attended one, okay, you will not get the invite for April 2nd. Is that clear? Okay, so I got Nisha and Lauren. Nisha? That's who I see. Nisha?
I see Lauren.
Nisha had her hand up too. Okay, Lauren?
Yeah. I know I'm aware that there's going to be an email either sent out today or tomorrow about, the whole April 2nd. I'm aware of that. I just have one thing.
Could you
in
turn
that
your screen
email,
on?
oh,
Turn your screen
sorry.
on?
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm actually
Oh, that's okay then. If it's a problem, it's okay. Go on.
I'm not in the right setting for that.
Oh, that's okay.
Actually.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I understand.
I apologize for that.
Uh-huh.
In that email, will there be more information about the mock clinics, or is it just on site, like April 2nd, just going into it?
Okay, the explanation of the mock clinics, no, we're just telling you mock clinic, it'll be a primary care and surgery. We're not going into what the mock clinics are going to be. They'll go into that day, okay? Because that would be just a long email. That's just too long. So, but it will say mock clinics. So, but that morning, so the day goes is in the morning, you check in. You would have complied with what we ask in terms of dress and so forth, so you can get your coat and your stethoscope and so forth. And then we'll have a workshop that's the opening, and then we'll have our mentoring lunch. And you're supposed to be at a table with doctors and or medical students or residents. And then after the lunch, then we'll go into the mock clinic. I think I explained that yesterday. Okay. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Thank you so much.
Okay, my dear, no problem. And then after the mock clinics, you will get the certificate that will say DOB, and because you would have acted as an intern, the internship. Okay, again, you need to have completed, we're going to check the Zoom list, both days to go to April 2nd.
And we will check both days, not just today's, but both days to confirm that you were in attendance all day. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, if you left 5 minutes before.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're not, just so we're clarifying that, because some people I saw left a few minutes before.
Yep. That's
and
fine.
they even put it in the chat that they were late.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Is anybody not clear about that? Okay. Be sure to check your spams. Okay. Because it could go into the spam. Also, that person I'm still confused about the person that asked me about the Zoom for the parent workshop. Whoever that was, because I don't remember, are they clear that the parent workshop is not a Zoom workshop? It is only on April 2nd. If that person is here, I just hope they heard that. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Any other comments? Okay. All right. I think we're going to let you guys go. I'm so proud of you guys for making it. Carolyn and Julie, would you like to say any final things before we go?
Just know that if you left a few minutes early yesterday, you will be counted. During the roll call, you would show up that you were in attendance, so don't worry about that. So Shariah, you're fine. For those of you who missed out, you missed a great weekend. So thank you to each of you who took the time to pay attention, to get engaged. to actually ask questions and participate. It not only means a lot for your career, but it shows that you are really getting serious about this journey you're about to take. So congratulations, I applaud you. Thank you.
Okay. Just one other thing, is Damon still on? Damon Rogers?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm looking. Keep
He
going.
was-
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't see
he
Damon.
was just recently admitted to medical school and he went through Doctors on Board.
Yeah.
So, and now he's working for us doing as a project coordinator. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Damon, congratulations. And just know that you can email at the dob@pmfmd.com, or you can go online to our website, which I put in the chat, pmfmd.com. And if you can send an email, and we'll try our best to answer that. Okay. So we're going to copy those students again who completed both the virtual for April 2nd and their parents. So we hope we got it right, because sometimes it's hard to match up the parents' name with the students, but we're doing our best to try to make sure that works. Okay. All right. Congratulations, and look forward to seeing all of you. And thank you so much. Thank you, and wishing you all the best.
The recordings,
Next
Ms.
week.
Bello, will they be posted on the website?
The recordings, or the visual recordings, or the transcription?
Both.
Not right now. I don't think so. Not right now.
Okay.
Check back in a little bit, because we need a break.
Okay.
Okay, so check back a little bit and we may post them on the website. But what is posted on the website, or will be soon, is all that material that you guys got. So remember, go to the website, pmfmd.com, go to the 2023, and you can visit some of the other Doctors on Boards, 2019, 2020. All that stuff is still pretty much the same. All of those materials, the Princeton Review, all these workshops, they will be posted on the website. Okay. And we just got all the information from Princeton Review this morning, and hopefully our webmaster will get it up today or tomorrow. Tomorrow, if she hasn't already done so. Okay. So check out all of that. And then if you got something or need to know something, just shoot me an email at dob@pmfmd. That would be good. Okay. Thank you, and congratulations to each of you. Bye.
See you next weekend.
See you next weekend. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.